Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku developed a tactical quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You gave me a knife. Well now. Izuku always thought the worst moment of his life would involve, dying. Or maybe a bully live-streaming themselves setting his notebooks on fire again. Life is full of surprises. It felt like the universe was saying it would be fun to ruin Izuku Midoriya's day twice. First, a sentient bottle of toxic goo attacked him and left him struggling to breathe. Then All Might, of all people, rescued him, delivered a harsh blow to his confidence, and vanished in a puff of smoke like a gym teacher who forgot he assigned homework. Now Izuku is sitting on a rooftop staring at a knife someone just shoved into his hand as if it were a party favor. 5 minutes is how long he is alone up here before a crusty cryptid appears. It feels less like walking and more like materializing. Hoodie, twitching hands, a nervous scratch at the neck. Then the man introduces himself and asks Izuku to join him. Shigaraki introduces himself and asks Izuku to join him. Izuku thinks that is not how introductions work. He looks at the knife, then at Shigaraki, then back at the knife. It is not even a cool knife. It resembles the villain catalog's idea of a kitchen tool, complete with a rust spot. He half expects Tetanus to pop up and say hello. Izuku mumbles that he is not sure what to say. Shigaraki asks if that is all he has to say. Izuku dryly suggests that he could at least get a receipt for unsolicited cutlery. Shigaraki narrows his eyes and notes that Izuku does not seem scared. Izuku points out that he was attacked by a sentient slime earlier and calls Shigaraki an exaggeration. Shigaraki pursues the idea that heroes will not give Izuku a future. Izuku, rubbing his face to remind himself he is still there, says that heroes save people. Shigaraki replies that they did not save him. The words sting. All Might had swept in, helped, then left in a way that felt like a final dismissal. Izuku is still raw. He imagines villains himself? And feels nauseous at the idea. He points out sarcasm toward Bakugo as an aside to his own justice. Izuku folds his arms and sarcastically asks whether Shigaraki plans to mentor him and teach him how to brood. Shigaraki promises he will give Izuku power. Izuku taps the knife against his thigh and jokes that he has seen this story before. Accept a spooky offer, regret it, and then face dire consequences. Shigaraki tells him that Izuku could burn the world. Izuku declines with humor, calling it a fire hazard. Shigaraki accuses Izuku of wasting his time. Izuku reminds him that Shigaraki approached him. Shigaraki lays out two choices: rot within a system that will never accept him, or carve a path through it. Izuku stares at the sky and the city below. He admits that he does not want to destroy the world, he just wants to belong. He decides not to join Shigaraki. Shigaraki taunts whether Izuku will go home and cry to his mother. Izuku defends his mother by praising her cooking and saying she could probably take Shigaraki down with a slipper. Shigaraki tells him he thinks he is funny. Izuku owns that he is petty. For a moment the world stills, and then Shigaraki reaches toward him with an outstretched hand in a menacing gesture. Izuku steps forward, lifting the knife, not to attack but to create a boundary. Izuku says quietly that Shigaraki is not the only one who has seen things fall apart, and that he gets to choose what he becomes. Shigaraki lowers his hand and warns that this is not over. Izuku replies that it rarely is and jokes that villain arcs love sequels. Shigaraki turns and walks away, his footsteps scraping on the stone, and then he is gone, much like All Might had been. Izuku looks down at the knife. It is shiny, rusty, and oddly symbolic of his spiraling life choices. He flips it in his hand, testing its weight. Not terrible. Useful for cutting apples, whittling wood, or dramatically pointing during arguments. A small laugh escapes him, somewhere between unhinged and relieved. Today he survived an attack, a rescue that left him shaken, a rejection, a recruitment offer, and plenty of insults. It feels like a record-breaking day for trauma speedrunning. He stuffs the knife into his backpack for safety and symbolism. He reminds himself he will not stab anyone. They are trying to be better. Sort of. He glances at the sky where All Might vanished. His chest tightens, but there is something else too, something stubborn and sharp. All Might was wrong about him. So was Shigaraki. Izuku is not powerless. He does not need saving. He will make his own path. And if another random villain appears on a rooftop, he will charge rent. Izuku stands, brushes the dust off his uniform, and heads toward the exit with a small smile. Quiet fire in my lungs. I'm not done. Not even close. And if the world wants to underestimate me, great. That just makes winning more dramatic. I hadn't considered one tiny, humiliating detail before giving the universe my big, dramatic, I'll make my own path speech. There was no way off the rooftop. No stairs. No door. No glowing exit sign. Not even a maintenance ladder. Just a flat slab of concrete and the distant, mocking sound of traffic below. I looked around, hoping the roof might magically develop an architectural conscience and spawn an exit. It didn't. I muttered that this was fantastic and wondered why the #1 hero in the world would strand someone on a roof with no exit. I stomped along the perimeter, patting the walls for hidden panels like I was trying to get into a wizard school. Nothing. For a moment I considered climbing down a drain pipe like an emotionally unstable raccoon, but a gust of wind made me look down from the edge and immediately change my mind. Heights were for birds and people who had confidence, neither of which I was. I told myself to breathe. I had been attacked, traumatized, rejected, recruited by a slime villain, and now I was trapped. That felt like Tuesday energy. I glanced toward the horizon and ran through options. Die of starvation on the roof, fall attempting to escape, or ask for help. I hated asking for help, but gravity was a JRK and I liked being alive. I cupped my hands and screamed for help, telling anyone who could hear that I was stuck on a roof and would take a hero, a ladder, or even a jetpack. My voice echoed through the city. Nothing swooped in. No heroic theme music. Not even a concerned pigeon. I tried again, louder, threatening in frustrated panic to jump out of sheer annoyance if nobody came. Then, trying to make the city understand how irritated I was, I yelled. That I had a knife and was losing my patience. It probably sounded worse out loud. A window opened across the street and an office worker leaned out. The man asked what I was doing and whether I needed medical attention. I said I needed an exit and maybe a therapist. He disappeared, and I flopped onto the ground hugging my knees and joked to myself that the rooftop could be my kingdom, that I'd survive on moss and resentment. A shadow crossed me and a cape flapped. My stomach dropped. All Might's voice thundered from above, asking if I was still up there. Of course it was All Might. He had the comedic timing of a sad clown in a superhero suit. I stood with my hands on my hips and told him that he had left me up there like forgotten baggage. He blinked and asked if there was no door, and I told him I wasn't a rooftop parkour expert. He apologized and promised to remedy the situation. Before I could finish protesting about dignity, he scooped me up. I instinctively shouted that he should not princess carry me because I had dignity, but it was too late. I was airborne in his arms, the city whipping by beneath us. Wind shredded my pride, and I closed my eyes and pretended the whole thing was fine. We landed safely in an alley and he set me down gently. I smoothed my hair, adjusted my tie, and tried to reclaim dignity. He apologized again and promised it wouldn't happen again. I said next time he could leave snacks. I also thanked him for saving me from the slime villain but added that he had, in effect, abandoned me afterward. The admission softened his expression. I raised a finger to cut off a heartfelt moment. I needed food, a shower, and possibly an exorcism. He laughed an actual laugh and told me to take care before leaping away. I watched him go, sighed, and started walking home with a knife in my backpack and my ego in shambles. Despite everything, a tiny grin snuck onto my face. I had survived a villain recruitment, yelled at All Might, and not fallen off a building. That felt like progress. Halfway home, imagining hot food and a hug from my mom, I heard yelling, chaos, screaming citizens, sirens. Then I recognized a voice that hit like trauma in audio form. Katsuki Bakugo was screaming. I turned the corner and found him flailing inside the same sludge villain from earlier, muffled and furious, a mass of sticky goo making it hard for him to move. For a second I froze, flashbacks of goo and suffocation and rejection crashing over me. Bakugo's muffled, furious yelling snapped me out of it. I decided I wasn't saving him this time. I had learned from previous self-sacrifices that the universe could be cruel. Instead, I jogged toward them and called to the slime monster, trying to get its attention. The villain paused, confused but interested. Bakugo choked out my name in disbelief, and I told him to calm down, that I was just offering feedback. I explained to the slime that, if it truly wanted to keep someone quiet, it shouldn't let the person thrash so much he had lung capacity fueled entirely by hate, and that emotionally confusing him would work better. Heroes on the scene went pale as I spoke. Bakugo made muffled murder noises. The slime seemed to blink and then give a gesture that suggested curiosity. The slime urged Bakugo to keep struggling. Midoriya explained that Bakugo had two weaknesses, holding up two fingers to illustrate: ego and a short attention span. He described how complimenting Bakugo and then immediately insulting him would cause him to lock up. Bakugo shouted threats at Midoriya, but the slime gagged him until his words were muffled. Midoriya noted triumphantly that the boy was quieter. When a hero reached for Midoriya, he dodged easily, moving with the spite-fueled energy that had carried him through the day. One pro called for him to stop giving the villain tips. Midoriya insisted he was offering constructive criticism and efficiency advice. Bakugo thrashed inside the slime. The slime commented that Midoriya was twisted, and he shrugged and replied that he was only tired. He leaned toward Bakugo and said that after that day he had no emotional energy left to save him, and that Bakugo should consider it a lesson about bullying quirkless kids. Bakugo's eyes bulged, his rage registered as volcanic, and Midoriya felt alive again. A hero warned him that his actions were dangerous. Midoriya sarcastically thanked the hero and pointed out the obvious. The slime laughed and suggested Midoriya would make a fine villain. Midoriya dismissed the idea, complaining about paperwork and exits. The heroes stared as if witnessing something impossible. Bakugo's muffled screaming continued. Midoriya tapped the slime and suggested humiliating Bakugo by telling him he was average. The slime obliged, and Midoriya praised the result, calling it beautiful and inspirational. The heroes moved as if to restrain Midoriya, which he found rude. He told the slime, in a jokey instructional tone, to watch the oxygen balance because they did not want Bakugo to die, then added candidly that if Bakugo died he would never get to rub the moment in his face later. The slime saluted him. Midoriya warned the slime that Bakugo's explosive temper could be dangerous and suggested wrapping things up soon. The heroes demanded to know how he knew that and why he was helping Bakugo. Another pleaded for him to stop. Suddenly, the air shifted and a dramatic presence arrived. All Might had returned. Midoriya greeted him cheerfully, then admitted he had switched tactics from emotional support to psychological provocation. All Might exploded in objection, calling it no strategy. Midoriya countered by pointing to the results. The slime nodded at Midoriya's claim, while Bakugo writhed in betrayed outrage. All Might ordered everyone to stand back. Midoriya stepped aside and told him to go do symbol of peace things, adding that he had softened Bakugo up for the pros. All Might gave him a look of incredulity, and the slime was quickly defeated. Bakugo collapsed, coughing and sobbing and spitting insults through slime, and Midoriya made a small gesture of mock congratulations. Bakugo lunged like an enraged animal before the heroes held him back. All Might approached Midoriya with concern and incredulity and asked why he had done what he did. Midoriya shrugged and called it character development. All Might looked as if he needed retirement paperwork and a therapist. Sirens wailed, cameras clicked, and civilians whispered, some calling Midoriya a menace, others unsure whether he had helped. Midoriya sighed dramatically and started walking home. He needed dinner and a brain reset. Behind him, Bakugo screamed that he would kill Midoriya. Midoriya called back that he loved him and that he should get some therapy. The city carried the chaos away. Later, Midoriya reflected that the day had been a lot. He had been trying to be practical, superstitious, and a little delusional. The knife in his bag had been a small, rusty reminder of how the day had spiraled. Rooftop abandonment, slime recruiters, unsolicited villain coaching, a near-fatal incident, and emotional fallout. He decided to try a cleansing ritual at a small church with a judging stained glass window, planning a quick dip of the knife in holy water and a symbolic absolution. He hesitated briefly, then climbed the church steps and pushed the heavy wooden door open, feeling absurdly cinematic as sunlight cut across dust. Inside, he pulled the knife out to inspect it and, acting on his plan, held it briefly under the fountain's water. Immediately the atmosphere shifted. An elderly woman nearby reacted in alarm and clutched her purse. The man who looked like the choir director dropped his hymnal and stared. Parishioners pressed together. A child pointed. A child asked his mother whether he was a bad guy. The narrator muttered that not unless the catechism covered sarcasm. Then came that sensation of a dozen eyes on him, each one convinced of his nefarious intent. It was horrifying and oddly motivating. He tried to act normal. Nothing screamed normal like a teenager standing by a church fountain cleaning a weapon, so he weighed his options: remain and attempt a religious cleanse while composing a solid lie, run like someone who knew how to sprint emotionally, or pretend the whole thing was performance art and hope for applause. He chose to run, because survival instincts were selfishly pragmatic. Before he could move, a man in a suit stepped in front of him with the sort of posture reserved for people who owned multiple pensions and asked what he was holding, his voice calm like a librarian who moonlighted as a judge. The teenager claimed it was an artifact from the land of slime, a collector's item he was decommissioning. The suited man did not smile. He pulled out a phone and announced that he was calling the police. The old lady at the fountain suddenly had backup in the form of two ushers who had discovered their biceps. The choir director muttered a chanty that sounded suspiciously like a warding off the end times verse. Somewhere a toddler started singing a hymn because the acoustics were good and children were terrifyingly adaptable. Panic is an unrefined thing. He considered giving them a speech about nuance, telling them he was not a killer but a trauma-scarred teenager with questionable life choices, but he knew words were useless against the sight of a blade and rural paranoia stitched into city life. He attempted to explain the knife's purpose, but the suited man interrupted, asking what it was for. He tried to point to his bag and say it was for the slimes, but no one bought it. The suited man suggested gently but firmly that he place it on the ground and step away. So he did what any sensible protagonist would do in a rom-com gone wrong. He set the knife on the fountain stone, stepped back, and raised his hands like an actor auditioning for a dramatic surrender montage. The ushers advanced, though one of them nervously reached for a broom as if it were Excalibur. The suited man called it in. A hand settled on his shoulder. It was not a police officer but a hero. Ida stood there with perfect posture and the exact expression of someone who read the municipal code for fun. Ida formally and disapprovingly told him that he was causing a public disturbance. He attempted to explain that he had been neutralizing cursed objects. Ida blinked and said that such actions were not covered by the city ordinances. He muttered that neither was being left on a rooftop. Ida knelt and told him to hand the knife over so they could take it to the police station. He hesitated, unwilling to let a bureaucratic noble claim his tiny talisman without a protest. Before he could form a strategy involving more cops or less dignity, a siren wailed in the distance. Heads turned. Ida's hand tightened on his phone. The choir director made a final, decisive cross. A small voice urged him to run. Another, sharper and more confident voice told him to stay. He chose to stay, partly for witnesses, partly because he wanted his ridiculous, cursed property seen by people who were not slime recruiters, and partly because he half-hoped a priest would step forward, put an arm around him, and offer soup. A police car eased into the square. The patrol officer took one look at the knife, one look at the indignant parishioners, and then looked at him like he was the answer to a test no one had signed up for. He prepared to explain everything: the slimes, Shigaraki, All Might, the rooftop, his complicated emotional situation. Then he realized people preferred existential dread packaged. So he gave the cleaner version. He said he had found the knife on the street, thought it was cursed, and attempted ritual disposal. He acknowledged that the reaction might be an overreaction. The officer asked if he lived nearby. He replied that he did and that he would come to the station. Ida's shoulders relaxed fractionally. The suited man nodded as if society had been vindicated. The choir resumed half-heartedly. The old lady scoffed but remained. The saint's statue glowered in a way he could not tell was sculpted or sincere. As he walked to the police car with the knife sealed away like a secret stashed by people who still believed things could be fixed with paperwork, he thought the day might never be fixed. Maybe it would become a collection of odd incidents to tell later when he was famous, or at least not dying on rooftops. Maybe the knife would be evidence, or maybe it would disappear forever into an evidence locker under fluorescent lights. Either way, he had tried to make it less cursed, less a symbol of the nonsense that kept following him. He also reflected that he had made a priest faint twice with his fashion sense, which he supposed was progress of a sort. He climbed into the police car like it was another strange step in a very long obstacle course and wondered when the city would stop flinging eccentricities at him and just give him an afternoon where nothing tried to recruit him or rip his lungs out. The officer shut the door and asked for his name. He gave his name as Izuku Midoriya. The officer wrote it down with a pen that looked disappointed. He tried for a smile meant to say he was fine. It came out more like a smirk that suggested he was not fine but entertaining, at least. In the distance the church bell rang, either applauding or warning, he could not tell which. The squad car smelled like old coffee, stale fries, poor life decisions, and fear that belonged to the officer rather than to him. It felt odd, because he was in the back seat handcuffed like someone's discount Batman villain. The officer kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror as if he might sprout wings and start chanting Latin. Which, honestly, was a valid reaction considering he had accidentally traumatized an entire church by walking in with a knife as if auditioning for a horror movie. The officer finally muttered, calling him kid and asking what the hell he had been thinking. The narrator blinked with exaggerated innocence and replied that, about what specifically, there had been many points that day where he could have made better choices. The officer's eye twitched. The narrator took that as progress. The officer reminded him that he had walked into a church with a knife. The narrator explained that, technically, the knife had come to him first and that he had only wanted to make sure it was not cursed. He fumbled with his cuffed wrists and added that priests usually dealt with curse matters. The officer reacted with disbelief, asking why a knife would be cursed. The narrator, scandalized, listed recent strange happenings in the world, paranormal reports, cursed objects, possessed quirks, spirits, and eldritch threats, and pointed out that Japan felt saturated with ghostly trouble. The officer opened his mouth, then closed it, silently reconsidering his career choices. The officer suggested more reasonable options, turning it into lost and found, filing a report, or, at the very least, not walking into a house of worship with a weapon. The narrator said he had thought holy water would be faster and that priests usually knew how to handle curse stuff, smite first and ask later. The officer inhaled as if he wanted to scream. The narrator assured him he was not laughing aloud, though internally he absolutely was. The officer rubbed his temples and asked why he had not simply thrown the knife away. The narrator said that would have meant the curse could haunt an innocent person, and argued that transferring malevolent danger to civilians would be irresponsible. The officer snapped back that the narrator was a civilian. The narrator replied that he was already cursed, so it was fine. The officer emitted a pained sound and the narrator sank back into the seat, humming and telling the officer he was lucky. Most people who had interactions with him that day had yelled, tried to harm someone, or offered him a starter kit for villainy, and the officer was the best social interaction he had had in hours. The officer muttered a prayer for help. The narrator joked that God had probably tried at the church and that they had scared even him. The officer's knuckles turned white. They turned onto a main road. The narrator mentioned that he had not even managed to get the knife blessed because the congregation had tackled him into a pamphlet rack. The officer pointed out that this was because he had walked in holding a blade. The narrator protested he had not been menacing, recalling how he had pushed open the church doors dramatically and asked where spiritually contaminated weaponry was fixed. The officer could not reconcile that image. The officer ran a red light, not out of haste but because he could not process driving and the narrator's existence at the same time. He asked the narrator to promise he was not deranged. The narrator asked for a definition of deranged, and the officer yelled that normal people did not bring knives to church to check for dark energy. The narrator countered that normal people did not get almost recruited by a strange decayed villain on a rooftop after a pro-hero intervention, so the officer should lower his judgment settings. The officer looked baffled, and the narrator admitted he might have overshared. The conversation moved on to whether the narrator's parents knew where he was. The narrator paused and admitted his mother did not. She probably thought he was doing something harmless like taking notes on strange Quirk tendencies. When the officer pressed, the narrator said theoretically his mother thought he was alive, which the officer found an unsatisfactory answer. They arrived at the station. The officer parked and put his forehead on the wheel. The narrator leaned forward as far as the cuffs allowed and, softly, told the officer that, for what it was worth, he had handled the situation better than a pro-hero named All Might had earlier. The officer's expression visibly wilted and he asked not to be compared to All Might. The narrator clarified that he did not mean the officer would abandon someone on a rooftop without an exit, and the officer's face turned horrified when the narrator confirmed that had happened to him. The officer opened the door wordlessly, putting physical distance between his sanity and the narrator. The officer told the narrator they needed to get him processed before something else happened. The narrator cheerfully said something else always happened. It was his quirk. The officer made a supplicating noise to any remaining gods. The narrator thought he understood the mood. The police station smelled like paperwork and fluorescent lights, which suited the situation. The officer practically dragged the narrator inside, sweating and spent, as if he were carrying a ticking bomb or a feral raccoon he now regretted knowing. The officer called for Detective Tsukachi. A tired man in a beige coat looked up from his files, face showing someone who drank coffee not for energy but to feel anything. The officer pointed at the narrator and handed him over, saying he needed a break and running off in a panic. The narrator introduced himself as Deku and said he was apparently cursed. Detective Tsukachi stared at him, then at the doorway the other officer had disappeared through, and then back at the narrator, asking what he had done. The narrator asked whether Tsukachi meant what he had done that day or in the womb, joking about theories why the universe disliked him, and Tsukachi told him to start from the beginning of that day. The narrator recounted the events in bullet point fashion. He had been attacked by an aggressive sludge villain. A pro-hero named All Might had shown up and saved him, and then All Might had left him on a rooftop with no exit. Tsukachi's initial relief at the hero's arrival died when he heard the abandonment. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose and asked who had left him there. Midoriya replied that the person had launched himself into the sunset in a very dramatic exit, and that he would not recommend it. Tsukachi asked what happened next. Midoriya explained that a grim villain with a peeling hand had appeared, handed him a bladed weapon, and attempted to recruit him into villainy. Midoriya had politely declined and the villain had vanished in a puff of dust and glitter. Tsukachi froze, and Midoriya kept talking because stopping now felt like it would make everything collapse. Midoriya said that, by accident, he had helped a sludge-like villain restrain Bakugo, which made Tsukachi jump. Midoriya clarified that heroes had intervened and he had left because explosions were bad for eyebrows. He added that he had taken the knife to a church to try to cleanse it in case it was cursed, people had reacted badly, and that was why he was now in the interrogation room. Silence filled the room. Tsukachi stared at Midoriya as if questioning not just his sanity but the coherence of reality itself. Then he sighed the tired sigh of someone who had lived long enough to see a lot of nonsense and announced a new rule. Tsukachi said no more rooftops, no more villains, no more knives, and no more churches. Midoriya asked if crime could be educational, and Tsukachi refused. Midoriya tried hypothetical questioning and received the same answer. Midoriya nodded, solemnly respecting the rule. He suspected that if he did not, the detective might cry. Tsukachi admitted he did not know what to do with Midoriya. Midoriya brightened at the coincidence. The moment was not the start of a heroic beginning, just Midoriya, a confused detective, and the unmistakable energy of a cosmic prank. Midoriya thought the school had no idea what was coming. A few moments later, Tsukachi sat across from Midoriya in a small interrogation room with a notepad. Midoriya was cuffed to the table, swinging his feet like a frantic child. Tsukachi exhaled slowly and said he wanted to make sure he understood. Midoriya had been attacked by a villain, confronted by another, and nearly involved in a second hostage situation all in one day. Midoriya confirmed cheerfully that it had been a productive day. Tsukachi asked how Midoriya kept ending up in situations like this. Midoriya shrugged and attributed it to talent, destiny, and main character energy without plot armor. Tsukachi rubbed his face and asked whether anyone was targeting Midoriya. Midoriya said that, at school, yes, mostly explosions and emotional scars. Tsukachi repeated the word explosions, incredulous, and Midoriya confirmed they came from another student and happened frequently. Tsukachi looked more worried by the second and asked why. Midoriya smiled and said it was because he was quirkless. The revelation hit the room hard. The fluorescent light seemed to flicker. Tsukachi's expression changed as if his brain were rebooting. He asked for confirmation that Midoriya had no quirk. Midoriya affirmed that he was quirkless, joking that he was like a boiled potato of humanity. Tsukachi's pen dropped onto the table. Tsukachi asked how a powerful villain had come to hand a weapon to a quirkless, bullied student who, by Midoriya's own words, attracted disasters. Midoriya admitted that phrased that way, it sounded worrying. He suggested that maybe the villain had seen his potential to trip dramatically and cause emotional damage with sarcasm. Tsukachi regarded Midoriya like a man who had just discovered his coffee was decaf. Midoriya said he had tried to report the bullying once. The teacher had advised him to avoid provoking classmates. Tsukachi's jaw tightened. He asked if Midoriya was okay, and Midoriya took the opportunity to clarify that he was alive and spiteful, not suicidal, though sometimes he imagined launching himself into the sun to escape stress. Tsukachi found that concerning, and Midoriya joked that he survived on rage, petty fantasies, and caffeine. Tsukachi scribbled something, and Midoriya guessed it was therapy. Tsukachi did not deny it. He asked why Midoriya joked about serious things. Midoriya explained that laughter kept him from crying. Crying would give his bullies the satisfaction of seeing him broken. Understanding and pity dawned on Tsukachi's face. Midoriya warned him not to pity him, half joking that he might bite. Tsukachi coughed into his hand to hide a smile and said Midoriya was something of a unique case. Midoriya corrected him, a problem. He added that the universe had sent him 2 villains and a church that day, and he was a cosmic mistake. Tsukachi leaned back and gave his assessment. He told Midoriya that he did not believe Midoriya was cursed. He said Midoriya was overwhelmed, neglected by his school, and very unlucky, and that he deserved help. Midoriya blinked at the idea that someone might actually care enough to help. Midoriya muttered thanks, initially thinking Tsukachi might be obligated to say it, but Tsukachi insisted he was not. Tsukachi said they would get Midoriya's mother down to the station, talk, and make a plan, and he told Midoriya not to run into villains, climb rooftops, or bring weapons into holy places again. Midoriya promised only minimal chaos, diet chaos. Tsukachi sighed and asked him to at least try. The door opened and Midoriya's mother burst in, wearing a nurse's uniform and looking like a whirlwind of worried energy. Tsukachi braced for the scene. Midoriya whispered to Tsukachi for prayers. Tsukachi murmured that he had already done so. Midoriya remarked that the prayers had not helped in the church, and doubted they would help now. Midoriya's mother barreled into the interrogation room like a rescue ship with casserole. Her hair was in a disheveled bun and her eyes rimmed red from worry. She did not wait for introductions or ask for identification. She smothered Midoriya in a fierce hug that smelled of laundry soap and fried onions and apologized over and over, peppering her concern with frantic questions about whether he was hurt. His mother burst out that she should have known and should have been told, her voice folding between breathless sentences as she kept patting his back like the hug could press the day flat. He let a small wet laugh escape and told her that she was apologizing to the detective now, that it felt weirdly formal. She looked up at Detective Tsukachi with wide, grateful eyes and thanked him for taking him in, apologizing repeatedly for the trouble and for not watching him more. Then she told Izuku that he had to stop doing things like going to rooftops, meeting villains, or walking into churches with knives, asking what he had been thinking. He squeezed her arms around him and squinted up at her worried face, saying that he had thought holy water would be faster, using sarcasm as his ballast. She blinked, stunned, then squeezed harder and told him he could not joke like that because it scared her. He let the lie that he was fine sit between them and told her he was fine, really, though he knew it was not true. She asked him to please tell her he was fine. Her expression then shifted and darkened into something almost fierce as she demanded why he had not kicked that villain off the rooftop and why he had not fought back. Her voice cut the room quieter, honed and sharp with the clarity parents grow when they imagine worst-case scenarios. He opened his mouth and closed it because the truth was a messy, ugly tangle he had long hidden behind jokes. He finally told her that he did not have a quirk, that he could not fight the way she wanted him to. She stared, panic softening into something like disbelief. She told him he could have been killed, that she could not understand why anyone would leave him. Her hands made small fists as she asked why All Might or anyone would abandon him. He shrugged and offered that maybe heroes were busy being heroes, maybe they assumed he would be fine, maybe they did not realize what it was like to be left. Her eyes glistened and she whispered that he was not fine, never fine. She rose on tiptoe and cupped his cheek like he was something precious she had misplaced, telling him softly that he could not do this alone and that he should not have to be brave by himself. For a moment he let himself be small and human instead of the snarky facade he used for armor. He told her he was not alone, he had her. She cried then, one sharp sound, and squeezed him so hard he thought his ribs might rearrange. She repeated apologies for not protecting him more and for failing to make him safe. He told her it was not her fault, but his words felt thin and papery and did not settle. She drew back, searching his face with frantic eyes, and asked whether he was thinking of hurting himself. She broke as she said she would never forgive herself if he did. He felt his stomach twist at the fear in her voice. He told her no, that he would not hurt himself not because he was brave but because he was petty and wanted to outlive the people who thought he was nothing. Her face softened and she told him he could not base his life on anger. He tried to explain that they did not understand, that people treated him like a joke and humiliated him, and that sometimes yelling back was the only way he could breathe. She absorbed that like a personal hurt and, after a long pause, suggested he talk to someone, a doctor or a counselor, offering to make calls and do anything to help. He looked at her and saw the absolute intensity of her intention. He told her he did not know if talking would fix anything but agreed to try if it made her sleep. She nodded as if he had declared peace and then, with the ferocity of a mother who knew what it meant to protect, vowed that if anyone ever touched him she would kill them. Detective Tsukachi shifted in his chair, unsettled by the raw promise. He blinked and simply said, "Mom." She straightened, flushed, and apologized even though there was no regret in her tone, as if she had both committed a crime and righted the world. He laughed then, half hysterical and half relieved, and remarked that he would hire her as his villain deterrent. She managed a tired, fierce smile and warned him not to tempt her into getting a criminal record. Detective Tsukachi cleared his throat to bring everyone back to the present and suggested they proceed, but she did not wait. She planted a hand on his shoulder, hugged him again as if he were an anchor, and insisted that he come home with her so they could figure things out and keep him safe. For once he let someone else take the steering wheel. The weight of having no quirk felt slightly less like an anvil and more like a stone he could tuck into his pocket. As they left the station together with her grip tight on his arm, he thought about the mother who would vow to kill a villain to keep him alive, and about the people who already looked at him as if he were a lost cause. I thought about the knife in evidence, the rooftop that had felt like a trap, the smudged prayers in a church, Bakugo's unmatched fury, and the villain who had seen something he liked in me. Home smelled like rice, miso, and emotional damage being gently steamed into forgiveness. Mom fussed over me like she expected me to spontaneously collapse from the day. She pushed me toward the couch, piled me under blankets like I was a baby bird with hypothermia, and made tea with the precision of a medic in the field. Cozy. Suspicious. Nothing good ever came after comfort. She sat beside me, legs tucked under her, pressing the mug into my hands. My mother said I was safe now. Izuku replied that yes, he was safely caffeinated, his favorite state of being. She did not laugh. Her eyes turned Mom serious, that intense, laser-focused maternal concentration that beat even pro-heroes on patrol. Mom said they were going to do something. Izuku answered with dread. Mom confirmed that they were. Izuku joked that this was where she pulled out pamphlets, support groups, scented candles, and talk of a healing journey. Mom reached for the remote and said no, they were watching movies. Izuku squinted and asked if she meant feel-good movies. Mom gave a look that silently begged him to take this seriously. She said they would start with hero movies, then villain documentaries, tactical breakdowns, and interviews. Izuku realized what she meant. She clicked the TV on with determined focus and explained that if the world insisted on being dangerous, he would be smarter than it. Sharper. She reminded him he had survived today because of his brain, and they were going to polish that. Izuku asked if she was weaponizing him. Mom replied yes, warmly, patting his head, and added that it would be in a loving way. Izuku acknowledged that and tried to keep the mood light. She scrolled through the streaming menu like a strategist selecting artillery and said they would start with heroic tactics, disasters on patrol. Izuku quipped that the title sounded like a soap opera and a war crime had a baby. Mom said it had won awards. Izuku teased about the source of those awards. She ignored him. He sipped his tea and braced for sensory overload. The documentary opened with dramatic headings about training, response strategy, and mass casualty events. Mom leaned forward, hawk-eyed, as if back in school taking notes, and urged him to watch a specific sequence. She pointed out a hero's approach as reckless, lacking communication, and wrong for the situation. Izuku blinked and asked if his mother really watched hero tactics. Mom replied that she would not send her son into a society of power dangers without studying the threat profile. Izuku teased that she sounded like Batman. She called herself a responsible parent and muttered a self-aware aside. They fell into a rhythm. Mom paused the program constantly and questioned him. She asked what mistake a hero had made. Izuku observed that the hero had shouted his attack name and given away his plan. Mom praised the answer. She asked another question. He noted that a civilian had been left behind. Mom agreed. Izuku frowned as two heroes on screen argued mid-fight and said it was dumb that they had not evacuated first. Mom's eyes sparkled as she told him that he thought like them. Izuku protested that this was not true. Mom insisted that it was. She reminded him he had seen things no one his age should see, that he had not frozen, that he had analyzed and survived. Izuku admitted that he had also been arrested by priests once. Mom waved that off as a minor side quest. She switched to an interview with a villain profiler and explained that they were moving on to villains. Izuku asked if this was supposed to be a balanced education. Mom said yes, know your enemies, know heroes, know everyone in between. Information is survival. Izuku asked if she was secretly running a war bunker. Mom did not answer. The profilers spoke about recruitment tactics, emotional manipulation, desperation, identity struggles, and power fantasies. It all sounded uncomfortably familiar. Mom paused again and told him softly that if anyone tried to drag him into darkness again, she wanted him armed with knowledge first, not knives and rooftop trauma. Izuku ducked his head and said that had been one time. Mom insisted that was one time too many. She scooted closer and wrapped an arm around him, saying she never wanted him trapped like that again. If the world would not protect him, they would outthink it. There was a quiet moment. Izuku had always imagined training rooms, secret techniques, and flashy powers, not movie marathons and war-level motherly paranoia. It felt kind of perfect. Izuku asked whether they were watching the hero film first or the villain documentary next. Mom handed him popcorn and said they would alternate. One hero, one villain, and compare methods. Izuku raised the popcorn to toast to survival. Mom tapped her tea against the bowl and toasted to knowledge. They settled into the couch, the glow of the TV pushing shadows back. The world outside was chaotic and sharp, but here it felt like strategy, blankets, and love might actually be armor. Izuku called to his mother, and she responded. He told her that if he ever became a hero, it would be because she had trained him. Mom smiled, soft, warm, terrifying in its faith, and murmured that if he became a hero, it would be because he refused to let the world tell him who he could not be. Izuku swallowed, his heart too full. Mom added in a whisper that if a villain ever came near him again, she would not hesitate to intervene. Izuku sighed that there it was. Mom nodded proudly. They watched and learned. Izuku tucked the day's events into a drawer in his skull labeled "Proof I'm Not Done Yet." For the first time in a long while, he did not feel cursed. He felt prepared, like the universe would regret messing with him. Close enough. The morning smelled like burnt toast and impending doom. Izuku knew the second he heard it, a sharp, angry boom that made classroom lights flicker, that his day would be spent in various states of catastrophic regret. He was still on the sidewalk, halfway through his usual pep talk. "You are not a walking disaster. You are a strategically inconvenient person." The sky answered with another explosion, closer and angrier, like someone had microwaved a volcano. His stomach dropped. Bakugo's explosions were a loud, unforgiving punctuation on the city and very, very personal to him. His face heated from the inside. Because of course, yesterday's memory unspooled like a warped film reel. Slime, him giving it a list of passive-aggressive tips, Bakugo thrashing, All Might swooping in, cameras, sirens, the detective, his mother apologizing repeatedly and then promising to hurt anyone who dared touch him, the knife logged into evidence, and him coaching a villain in that twisted, sarcastic attempt to confuse an impulsive hero. He had advised a villain how to silence Bakugo. Summed up bluntly, it sounded like he had helped hurt someone. Mortification spread through him. His throat went dry as he imagined the teachers' faces, the heroes' faces, and Bakugo's expression. Not a good look. He ducked into the school gate like it was a bunker. The hallway was chaos. Whispers, the clack of footsteps, and brittle laughter from people suddenly allowed to mock. Rumors moved faster than heroes and more viciously than Bakugo when someone took his parking spot. The whispers clung like static. Someone murmured that Midoriya had been with the slime, that he had been talking to it, that he had been telling it how to shut Bakugo up. Others wondered if he was dangerous. Midoriya almost tripped on his shoelaces trying to reach classroom 1A without becoming the center of a new conspiracy. A first year called Bakugo's name like it was both a prayer and a weapon. The sound ricocheted. It reminded Midoriya of the explosion noise that had become Bakugo's signature, part fury, part top-tier anger management issues. He rehearsed apologies in his head like a condemned man pacing his last minutes. "Sorry, Katsuki. It was a joke. I was tired. I didn't mean it." Nothing sounded right. Inside homeroom, all eyes seemed to carve little crescents into his skin. He tried to sit like a normal person, which for him meant doing his best not to vibrate with anxiety. The desk felt suspiciously solid. Bakugo stormed in hair, fire hazard and cheeks flushed, his presence crackling. He locked his gaze on Midoriya within seconds, his expression a slow-motion cascade of confusion, betrayal, and incandescent hatred, finished with an aesthetic of, "I'll detonate the moon for personal reasons." He flicked his wrist and a faint scorch mark hung in the air. People flinched. Bakugo did not whisper. He made his feelings loud. Bakugo immediately accused Midoriya of being with the slime the previous day and demanded that he admit whether he had helped it, his words venomous and sharp. The class held its breath. Midoriya felt his survival instincts scramble. Midoriya stammered that he had said some things, but that he had not meant to hurt Bakugo. Bakugo closed the distance between them until the air felt charged, the smell of static and angry energy overwhelming. He told Midoriya that he did not need saving and warned him not to get any ideas. Midoriya heard the threat implied. Bakugo would not tolerate betrayal and would make severe consequences clear if the boy had aided a villain. The threat hung like the prelude to an explosion but remained unspoken. Midoriya tried to explain, but his voice came out a squeak of apology. Bakugo pressed on with the same sharpness and fury that mixed every cutting joke he'd ever thrown with a sense of righteous indignation. Midoriya's chest hollowed out, replaced with glass. He wanted to confess everything, his fear, his cowardice, his desire to help people, but froze, aware that anything he said could be twisted. The teacher intervened with practiced authority and urged the class to settle down. She ordered Bakugo to sit and instructed Midoriya to report to Principal Nizu's office immediately. Midoriya felt a flinch at the summons. The principal's office was a fluorescent arena of dread where a visit could mean a lecture, a suspension, or an investigation that would only deepen the gossip. The teacher also cautioned everyone that the rumors were not confirmed and asked them to wait for facts. Every step toward the office felt like a sonic boom. Bakugo's gaze followed him. The boy muttered threats under his breath, and Midoriya silently prayed his mother would not act on Bakugo's mention of her. Principal Nizu's summons seemed inevitable and merciless. Midoriya imagined detectives and interrogations, the rumor of the quirkless kid who talked to villains, hardening into a headline in the soup of school gossip. Worst of all, he worried Bakugo might try to seriously confront him not in graphic terms, but in Bakugo's dramatic, explosive way that led to loud fights and a lot of attention. His palms grew clammy, but beneath the panic a tiny ember of stubbornness glowed. Yesterday had taught him that nobody would save him but himself, perhaps with help from a mother willing to fiercely defend him, a detective with a melodramatic streak, and a school that loved drama more than charity. He stood when his name was called, legs like jelly fortified by fear, and walked toward the office with heavy steps and loud breaths. His life was about to get more complicated. If the whole school decided to crucify him for being a sarcastic idiot, at least it would be dramatic. If anyone tried to recruit him again, he told himself, he would be ready, maybe not with powers, but with popcorn-fueled analysis and a mother willing to confront anyone who crossed a line. In this city, that might be weapon enough. Principal Nizu received him in the office that felt like a peculiar, clinical garden of bureaucracy. The principal listened, asked questions, and took notes with a calm, almost clinical curiosity, treating the situation as another odd case file rather than a moral condemnation. Midoriya answered as honestly as he could, and while the conversation complicated the rumor mill, it did not immediately resolve the whispering in the halls. Back in class, the teacher, with a tone of superiority, suggested that Midoriya enlighten the class with his expert hero knowledge, since he seemed to think he knew so much. She challenged him. Did he want to stay or leave? Then she asserted that heroes required training, quirk, power, and drive, and she claimed that Midoriya had none of those. Midoriya felt the sting of her words and the weight of the room watching him. He kept his reply quiet in his mind and tried to steady himself against the pressure of expectation and scorn. He knew the path ahead would be hard and that misunderstandings could be dangerous, but he also held onto the smallest, most stubborn belief that he could keep trying. The teacher suggested that Midoriya should be silent instead. My mouth moved before my dignity could stop it. Midoriya retorted to the room that the only thing he lacked was a quirk. He still had a functioning brain, a personality, and basic social awareness, 2 out of 3 things present in the classroom. There was a beat of shock and a hush. Midoriya realized he had committed to the remark. The teacher leaned forward and asked what he had said. Midoriya explained that asking a quirkless student to demonstrate the knowledge you claim he doesn't have was circular logic and poor teaching, and that even a toddler wouldn't fall for it. Then, because his survival instincts were decorative, he gestured toward Bakugo and added that the Pomeranian knew even less than a toddler and was never called on. Gasps and muffled reactions rippled through the class. Midoriya's head told him to abort mission. Bakugo froze. A vein in his forehead pulsed as he demanded in a very dangerous tone what Midoriya had just called him. Midoriya tried to backpedal by calling him a beloved household companion, but he didn't get the chance to finish. Bakugo delivered a sudden, powerful strike to Midoriya's midsection that knocked the wind out of him and sent him collapsing to the floor. Students shrieked and someone yelled an exasperated warning at Bakugo. The punch was forceful and startling but not described in graphic terms. The teacher did not rush forward. She told Bakugo to sit and reprimanded Midoriya for provoking others, then ordered Midoriya to the office. When Midoriya questioned why he was being sent out after being hit, the teacher said it was because he had disrupted class. She then suggested, with a thinly veiled jab, that if he could not handle the school environment he should consider a different career path. Midoriya, forcing a smile, replied that he might already be overqualified for professional punching bag work, which drew a few snorts and a glare from Bakugo. The teacher's patience snapped and she insisted he go to the office immediately. The hallway smelled of disinfectant and bruised pride. Midoriya walked hunched over, replaying the moment and regretting, in hindsight, giving tactical advice to a slime creature earlier, not his finest decision. He blamed a string of bad luck and bad timing and kept moving. Vice Principal Aldra's office had that off-putting atmosphere of futures being judged. The secretary, expression flat as if she had not felt joy since fax machines existed, looked up and sighed when she recognized Midoriya. She asked what he had done this time. Midoriya muttered that he had breathed incorrectly and took a seat. Then the front door opened and his mother arrived. Inko Midoriya rushed forward, worry and barely contained outrage written across her face. She grabbed his face and demanded to know why the school had called, whether someone had hurt him, and if it was that boy again. The secretary went pale. Midoriya tried to downplay it as a small misunderstanding, but his mother noticed the bruise on his cheek and pressed for the name of the student who had hit him. Midoriya gave the name Kaken. Inko's composure shifted instantaneously into protective fury. She confronted the secretary and then the teacher when the teacher appeared, demanding to know why her son had been assaulted and why he had been sent to the office instead of the aggressor. The teacher began to explain that Midoriya provoked others, and Inko cut in sharply to ask whether he was being punished for existing. She made it clear that if the school could not ensure safety, she would escalate the matter to the board. The teacher floundered at the accusation. When she repeated that Midoriya had called Bakugo a Pomeranian, the teacher and the secretary reacted. Midoriya admitted, with a small, unapologetic whisper, that he regretted nothing. Bakugo's voice echoed down the hallway as he shouted for Midoriya to stop calling him that. Inko pinched the bridge of her nose, half exasperated and half amused, as she listened to her son explain that Bakugo acted like one. She tried not to laugh and cleared her throat, then restated firmly that violence was unacceptable and that she would be discussing the incident with the principal that day. The teacher deflated. Midoriya sat stunned and, for the first time that day, felt something warm in his chest that had nothing to do with the bruise on his skin. This small, fierce defense from his mother eased him more than he expected. This was not the first time something like this had happened, nor would it be the last, but for now the momentum had shifted in his favor and he allowed himself to breathe. I wasn't standing alone. Even if my mother would absolutely ground me later for sarcasm-induced near-death experiences, I had her beside me. I leaned toward her and asked whether they were having a hero and villain movie night again that evening. She side-eyed me and said that they were, and added that I needed emotional intelligence training too. I slumped, defeated, and she ruffled my hair. Bakugo screamed down the hall. Later, after an emergency call at my mother's office, she did not take me home after the Aldera fiasco. She stepped straight into full mom mode, high alert edition, and decided the safest place for me that day was her job. Fair enough school felt like a war zone, and her office had free tea, safety, and adults who did not casually allow explosions. When we walked into the building, the receptionist, a cheerful woman with glitter eyeliner and zero volume control, leapt up and announced that she recognized me as Deku. She complimented how much taller I had gotten and pointed at my bruise, asking in a dramatic way who she needed to fight for me. Mom smiled and suggested it was just kids at school being kids, but the receptionist examined the bruise with suspicion and muttered that kids did not punch like that. Teenagers did. Mom tried to defuse it, reminding everyone not to threaten minors in the lobby, but the receptionist already stood like an ant ready to intervene. More heads peeked up from cubicles. Coworkers called out that it was Izuku, invited me over, and fussed that I was their baby hero. One person handed me a juice box, another smoothed my hair, the mail carrier predicted I would be a cop one day, and an accountant leaned in to whisper conspiratorially that if anyone at my school bothered me again, he knew people. He winked, and suddenly the office felt like it was mobilizing. My mother guided me to her desk and, under her breath, told me to smile because everyone meant well. I managed to smile because they genuinely did. Many of them had watched me grow up. They were the unofficial Inko Midoriya support squad. I sat beside her, logged in with her, and picked up the spare mini stapler from her drawer, its green frog sticker obviously mine, then started sorting papers. Coworkers passed by like we were a field trip exhibit, commenting on my helpfulness, how responsible I was, and asking when I would enroll in hero school. Mom quickly deflected, saying I was exploring options, and her expression made it clear she would resist any suggestion of enrollment before I had more emotional stability. I organized files, fixed a printer jam that seemed to dislike everyone but me, and labeled folders, treating paperwork like a different kind of battle. A boss-like man wandered over with coffee and joked that I had a future in management because I delegated my mother like a seal. Mom made an exaggerated scandalized face while I shrugged and claimed she was inefficient at drawer organization. The room fell silent, then erupted into laughter. Mom face-palmed and admitted that I had inherited sarcasm from my father. A coworker whispered about the mystery of my father, and everyone cooed at me like I was a baby dragon. I handed out sticky notes like tiny motivational treats, and one man patted my head and told me I would rule the world someday, which sounded surprisingly nice. During lunch, they fed me as if I were an endangered species. Bento boxes and snacks multiplied, and someone presented me with a pudding cup like a noble offering. I sat overwhelmed by warmth, pudding in hand, the bruise still pulsing, and felt my heart soften. There were no explosions, no jeers, and no declarations that I could not be something. Just warmth, laughter, and quiet safety. Mom sat beside me and told me I was doing great, and for the first time since that rooftop incident with the sludge villain, I breathed properly. I mentally rated my trauma as 7 out of 10. Sarcasm fuel was plentiful, emotional stability felt patched together with office snacks, and my support level felt overpowered. If this civilian life was what heroes were meant to protect, maybe I did want to be one someday, not for glory, but for people who offered juice boxes and believed I mattered. Mom nudged me and asked if I was okay. I nodded. She smiled warmly and teased about the office printer needing a new roller soon. The room echoed with affectionate exclamations that I was a nerd, and they loved me. I whispered that it was nice to be somewhere people saw me, and Mom squeezed my hand so softly it almost made me cry. The medical tent smelled of antiseptic and wet pavement. My mother tugged me along with her nurse bag bouncing at her hip and told me to stay close because she had heard that 3 officers were injured, warning me not to wander. I grumbled that I was literally holding her bag, clutching the kit like a life raft. Detective Tsukachi called my name, and I froze. He stood in the tent with his sleeves rolled up and gauze taped to his forearm, and beside him lay a large orange-furred officer who looked as if he had taken a hard hit. Sansa's ears drooped in unconsciousness. My mother hurried to check on Sansa, bustling past with practiced efficiency, while Tsukachi regarded me with a steady stare. The tent felt like the oddest kind of standoff. Tsukachi finally broke the silence by asking what I was doing there. I made a flippant comment about child labor, and my mother smacked my shoulder and corrected me in her calm, practical way. She explained that she worked as a part-time field medic and chided me for calling us names. I muttered that I was my mother's helper, calling myself a gremlin Sherpa, which made Tsukachi look like he was reconsidering both his career and his moral compass. He then ran through the last 24 hours in a stunned, muttered list. I had been left by All Might on a rooftop, encountered a sludge villain who had tried to recruit me, been involved in an incident at a church that had led to my detainment, and was now assisting emergency personnel. I held up a finger to clarify that, technically, I had not attempted a ritual. I described it jokingly as a farcical moment involving a knife and holy water. Tsukachi warned that these were not normal 14-year-old behaviors. I admitted that I knew I was not normal and said, bluntly, that I felt mentally unwell. My mother yelped at me to stop, and I hissed back that everyone already knew. Tsukachi's eye twitched with a look that suggested he was processing too many startling details at once. He sighed deeply, the tired exhale of a man who had just realized the universe had handed him a protagonist with gremlin energy. Sansa groaned awake mid-bandage and asked Detective Tsukachi if she was dead. Tsukachi muttered that she was not and that, unfortunately, the chaos continued. Izuku raised a hand and asked if he was the chaos. Sansa squinted at him and called him a kid, then affirmed that yes, he was. Izuku nodded solemnly. Inko ruffled Izuku's hair with one hand while continuing to tape gauze with the other, multitasking like a queen. She said that he was a good boy, just misunderstood and dramatic. Tsukachi observed that those traits did not pair well with villain recruitment attempts. Izuku explained that the slime attacker had not been recruiting him but had been deciding whether to kill him, and then had realized Izuku talked too much. Sansa wheezed at that explanation. Tsukachi rubbed his temples and told Izuku they would need to talk later. Izuku muttered several possible topics and Tsukachi confirmed that they would all be addressed. The field tents were full of sirens and people in pain, a chaotic, adrenaline-charged scene. Inko tugged Izuku along like a pursed chihuahua she refused to leave behind and instructed him to take care of Officer Sansa, check vitals, keep the officer calm, and promise to fix a compound fracture herself. She handed Izuku gloves and left him with a very confused, large lion man officer. Sansa blinked at Izuku and wondered why a child was approaching with medical gloves. Izuku snapped the gloves on and said fate hated them both. Tsukachi suddenly appeared beside them, aghast at the situation. Tsukachi and Aizawa exchanged concern about a child performing triage, but Inko insisted Izuku knew what he was doing and added that Sansa liked him. Sansa attempted to protest and Inko responded confidently that Sansa did like him. Izuku asked Sansa to rate his pain on a scale of 1 to 10 and joked about not wanting drama. Sansa judged his pain around 5 or 6 and noted shoulder burns. Izuku observed that burns were normal after relocation and checked pupils, pulse, breathing and signs of shock, advising Sansa not to move. Tsukachi asked how Izuku knew any of this, and Izuku deadpanned that his anxiety led him to Google preventative self-rescue for fun. Inko warned about language playfully, and Izuku complied. Aizawa arrived, looking exhausted and severe, and questioned why a child was doing triage. Izuku offered a flippant reply about child labor and volunteer labor. Aizawa reminded everyone of the incident at the church, calling Izuku the church with a knife kid. Izuku protested the label and explained the knife had been for a purification ritual. Sansa admitted she suddenly questioned reality, and Tsukachi agreed. Aizawa assessed Izuku as competent but unstable, an inherently dangerous combination. Izuku reacted as if that was a compliment until Aizawa clarified it was not. Sansa tried to lift his arm and winced. Izuku warned him not to move or risk tearing muscle. Inko finished with her patient and turned to Izuku with a terrifyingly sweet smile, asking if her baby was in trouble again. Everyone froze. Aizawa replied that it was an evaluation. Tsukachi nodded in exaggerated support and then crouched in front of Izuku like someone approaching a squirrel with a grenade, telling him they would need to talk later about everything. Izuku said yes, joking about snacks. Sansa agreed to snacks begrudgingly. Tsukachi advised Sansa not to enable Izuku, and Sansa pointed out that Izuku had sharp instruments and he valued his ribs. Aizawa sighed, Inko beamed, and Izuku felt a private, proud confirmation that destiny had adopted him. Tsukachi pulled Izuku aside and asked if Inko had been threatening them. Izuku answered that she had been doing what was necessary. Tsukachi looked horrified, and Izuku clarified that he meant baseline mom energy, a gentle threat to ensure the safety and emotional well-being of her child. Tsukachi then asked why Izuku was not in school. Izuku hesitated and confessed that he was quirkless and that school had problems with that, describing incidents of bullying that sometimes involved teachers. Tsukachi reacted with disbelief and outrage. At that moment, Aizawa's tired voice cut through the tent. Everyone turned to find Eraserhead looming, arms crossed and radiating stern judgment. Izuku, socially feral and socially careless, blurted that he knew who Eraserhead was and fumbled an explanation about educational reasons. Aizawa demanded how Izuku knew him, and Tsukachi pressed for details. Izuku admitted he had learned on hero forums. Several people in the tent gasped at that revelation. A medic whispered that no one had ever identified him. Another muttered that the kid was cursed by God and blessed by the internet. I tried to back up and bumped into Sansa. Sansa patted my shoulder, perhaps in pity. Aizawa stepped closer, staring at me as if I had stolen his sleeping bag and his will to live. Aizawa asked slowly why I was not at school. Oh God, here we go again. I muttered that they had kicked me out for the day. Tsukachi repeated in horror that they'd kicked me out. I said it was for existing and talking, and for implying that the teacher had the IQ of wet drywall. Sansa coughed to hide a laugh. Aizawa did not laugh. Aizawa probably had never laughed in his life. Tsukachi asked carefully whether my mother knew. My mother turned and smiled a smile that promised trouble, and she said sweetly that she did know and that there would be discussions at Aldera soon. Everyone collectively shivered. Even Aizawa. Especially Aizawa. He stared at me again and noted that I had recognized him on sight. I nodded and explained that I found his underground work fascinating: quirk erasure, stealth capture, sleep deprivation used in combat, and that I had done a deep dive. Yes, why? I shrugged that I analyzed heroes to find weaknesses in case I needed to survive. He blinked slowly twice and observed that I planned hero countermeasures. I panic mumbled that it sounded illegal, that it was for survival and not villainy, and that I did not want to fight heroes unless they, threw me off rooftops. Tsukachi made a strangled noise as if to confirm that yes, that had happened. My mother called sweetly for me to be polite to my future boss. My brain glitched at the mention of future. Aizawa stared at my mother like he'd been offered a devil's bargain. I stared at my mother as if she'd announced my enrollment at UA out loud in a medical tent. She winked. I felt helpless. Tsukachi sighed and said they'd sit down and sort everything out after they finished here. I reminded them that snacks came first. Sansa ummed and clutched his ribs, saying he'd promised because I scared him. Aizawa stared at me a long time, then told Tsukachi quietly that I was either going to save the world or burn their careers down. I grinned and suggested why not both, which earned groans from Aizawa and Tsukachi and a wheeze from Sansa. My mother beamed as though she'd already ordered my UA acceptance cake. As for me, I simply existed chaotically, magnificently, probably illegally. Snack time. The only thing standing between me and a nervous breakdown. Sansa very carefully lowered himself onto a bench as if he were 80 and made of glass. Valid ribs are traitors. I sat beside him, munching on a convenience store rice ball my mother had pulled from her seemingly bottomless medical bag. Tsukachi sat across from us with coffee in hand, staring at me as if trying to decode ancient cursed runes. Aizawa leaned on the wall like gravity personally offended him, arms crossed and exhausted the usual Eraserhead presence. Sansa ate bean bread and occasionally patted my head as if I were a helpful gremlin who had stitched his wounds, while also being horribly intimidated by me. Tsukachi said carefully that they needed to talk with Midoriya. I braced myself as he folded his hands like a teacher about to explain taxes to a toddler and began by saying that I had done very well back there and that it had been impressive. I noted the compliment with suspicion. Aizawa grunted in a way that seemed to mean both agreement and a warning not to get cocky. I shrugged and said I did not like when people died around me. It was bad for the vibes. Tsukachi blinked, apparently unprepared for such blunt honesty. He added that I had handled Officer Sansa properly, with good bedside manner and proper checks. I nodded proudly that I had not cried or fainted. Sansa murmured that he had nearly done so. Tsukachi expressed concern that I probably should not be legally allowed to be doing that kind of intervention. I retorted that I also should not legally be left on rooftops, which made Aizawa's brow twitch. Tsukachi exhaled the sigh of a man with stressed dreams about paperwork and said they needed clarity about everything. Why a villain had approached me, why my school had sent me away, why my coping mechanisms involved risky items and odd places, and how I knew the identity of an underground hero. I interrupted that the risky thing had been a one-time mistake. I explained that I had not known but had concluded things through observation, deduction, and context clues. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and asserted there were no context clues. I gestured with my rice ball and pointed at him, saying that he wore black, looked like he had not slept since quirks were invented, radiated an "I hate everyone who breathes" energy, and that his capture tool was iconic. I added that his scarf was practically fandom famous. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and accepted it. Tsukachi cleared his throat and leaned closer to continue, asking why a villain would have talked to me. I blinked and offered that maybe my life was a cosmic joke. Sansa muttered that actually yes, but encouraged me to continue. Tsukachi asked again more softly why it had happened to me. I looked at my hands. The bandage tape my mother had given me was still wrapped on my wrist. I said quietly that I was quirkless, an easy target and a disposable pawn, fitting the profile of a kid no one would miss. For a moment there was heavy, furious silence. Aizawa's eyes sharpened, not with pity but calculating and dangerous, as if he'd been handed a hit list. Tsukachi swallowed and asked whether that was how my school made me feel. I snorted that I'd seen friendlier prison documentaries. Aizawa muttered something about an expulsion recommendation list. Sansa patted my shoulder and told me I mattered. Idiots just didn't see it. I blinked rapidly, resisting the surge of feeling, and shoved rice into my mouth to smother the emotion. Tsukachi gently began to say that if I was being bullied I cut him off, insisting I was not bullied but underestimated. Bullies simply did not like it when you fought back verbally. Tsukachi repeated, "Bite back," incredulously. I explained that some people resorted to physical violence, while I roasted people until they questioned their existence. Sansa looked impressed. Aizawa's expression was hard to read. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose and warned that it wasn't healthy. I insisted it was effective. He said that wasn't the point. My mother returned, wiping her hands on disinfectant wipes like a mafia boss finishing business, and cheerfully noted that they'd started the mental health talk without her. Aizawa visibly straightened at her approach. She handed me a canned drink and told me to drink my vitamins. I protested that it was coffee. She insisted it had minerals. I muttered that caffeine wasn't a mineral. She told me to drink it and I complied. Tsukachi sighed, defeated, and said they needed to discuss schooling, safety, and psychological support. My mother sat beside me like a general preparing war plans and declared that they were starting with one principle: her son was not broken, the world simply wasn't built for him yet. Sansa whispered that the statement was both inspirational and threatening. Aizawa rubbed his neck and asked whether I had ever considered hero training. I choked on coffee. I kept telling myself I was quirkless and that my teacher thought I was a demon. Aizawa noted that I had identified him, assessed injuries correctly, and stood up to a villain, and he stared judgment into my soul as he added that he'd met professionals less capable than me. My brain went blue screen error. When I asked whether he was recruiting me or scaring me, he answered that it was both. Mom clapped and said it was wonderful, suggesting that the teacher should sit next to me at UA. I protested in mortification while Tsukachi made strangled noises and Sansa tried and failed not to laugh. Aizawa sighed and explained that they were not there yet, but he would be watching me. I deadpanned that I imagined a child services, Batman hybrid. Sansa whispered that I had no idea. Tsukachi stood and put a hand on my shoulder, serious and soft. He told me, for the record, that I did not deserve what had happened at school or that day, and that they would fix it together. My throat tightened. I muttered that if I cried I would sue someone. Mom kissed my hair and said she would cry too if I cried. Aizawa muttered that I was going to destroy UA and he couldn't wait. I sipped my coffee and felt strangely safe. It was weird. I hated it and loved it all at once. Chapter end. Morning arrived with sunlight, toast, and emotional hangovers. I burned my tongue on instant miso soup when Mom sat down across from me with the look that meant the talk was about to happen. She reminded me of our conversation the previous day and told me again to call her if anything happened at school. I agreed reluctantly, and she emphasized that if anyone hurt me physically, verbally, or emotionally I should call her. I tried to reassure her that the whole school was already terrified of her, and that if I called everyone would think I'd summoned Satan. She replied that if Satan protected his child properly, he would be a good parent, which I admitted was horrifyingly logical. She sipped her coffee contentedly and said to let people be afraid. I argued that I did not need everyone on top of calling me a freak to also think my mom was a villain. She tilted her head and said they would not dare. I pointed out that half the teachers treated her like she worked for the police because of how Tsukachi acted around her. She called it mutual respect and insisted he had been lightheaded when she had threatened to sedate him for skipping lunch. I sighed and told her she was terrifying. She smiled softly and said I was her son, so people needed to think twice before touching me. She brushed a crumb off my cheek and said I had been through too much: the rooftop, the villain, those teachers, and that I did not need to handle it alone. My chest tightened and I hit it with an overly large sip of soup. I told her I wanted to fix things without making them worse. She answered that I would not make things worse, I would make them louder, which was not particularly reassuring. She slid a neatly wrapped lunchbox toward me and suggested I eat with someone nice. I protested that there was no one nice, and she said then sit near someone neutral. After a moment of teasing, I agreed to at least sit near a plant. She promised snacks and backup if I ever called because I had been arrested again. I leaned down, kissed her cheek, told her I loved my terrifying mother, and left the house with her calling after me not to get into trouble. Outside, the street air was crisp and too quiet. School loomed ahead like a migraine. I took a breath and told myself to survive the day. Don't make teachers cry, don't provoke Bakugo, don't summon mom. Easier said than done. At school, I barely made it down the hall before a familiar hand grabbed the back of my collar and pulled me as if catching a stray cat. Bakugo hissed my name with his usual blend of aggression and attitude. I tried to joke that he should let me use my legs, but he demanded to talk, dragging me along. I called out for help theatrically, but when a teacher peeked out and saw who escorted me, he quickly retreated. We ended up on the rooftop. Bakugo kicked the door open and propelled me forward into the breeze, and I caught myself on the railing. I quipped that for someone aspiring to be a hero, he had the villain vibe down to a fine art. He smirked and reminded me that I had been brave the day before, which made my stomach twist. I realized he had heard about the sludge incident. Bakugo accused me of telling that villain how to keep him quiet and called me useless and quirkless. I tried to explain that I had given the villain advice but hadn't helped him, that I had spoken up because watching him try to take Bakugo over was painful. I added dryly that Bakugo's screaming had been so loud I thought I'd go deaf. Bakugo's face flushed with anger and he demanded whether I thought it was funny. I shot back that it felt karmic, and that if anything the villain deserved an award for effort. Bakugo told the narrator they had been screaming at him since kindergarten and that he intended to give them a taste of their own medicine. He laughed in a way that was not friendly but like a villain before a monologue. Bakugo shoved the narrator against the fence and accused them of not knowing their place, asking if they thought they could talk back and pretend to be an anti-hero. The narrator grinned, flashing teeth, and said they were just tired of pretending Bakugo was something special. They called him strong but impulsive and lacking a moral compass, and suggested that the sludge villain might even have done society a favor by taking Bakugo over. For a second the narrator feared he might actually kill them, but Bakugo produced a controlled blast of explosive energy near their face, a flash of heat that singed the air and left the faint smell of smoke. The narrator's heart pounded, but they did not flinch. He wanted fear and they offered boredom. They challenged him to blow them up to see if it would make him feel any less pathetic. Bakugo snarled that he might do it. The narrator said they already knew he would, reminding him that he lacked self-control and was predictable, and that he would be the kind of hero who made the news for accidentally killing a civilian. Bakugo's eyes widened with rage. The narrator taunted him further about hurt feelings, and Bakugo raised his arm, sparks flying, and then the narrator screamed, not from pain or fear but like a banshee, shouting for help and accusing him of losing his mind and committing an explosive attack. Every teacher in earshot probably heard, yet none came running. Bakugo burst into a barking laugh and declared that no one was going to come for the narrator because no one cared. The narrator was oddly less hurt by that than expected, because they had already known. Leaning back against the fence and pretending their pulse was normal, the narrator told Bakugo it was funny that the sludge villain would have made a better version of him. Slimy, aggressive, self-centered, obsessed with being the best, and only lacking Bakugo's ego. Bakugo faltered, cursed under his breath, turned away, and left the rooftop. The narrator was left with heavy breathing, the faint ozone in the air, and the echo of their own heart. The wind-up here was colder than remembered, and they felt tired and mildly amused at how often they ended up stranded on rooftops. A shadow with red feathers passed overhead. Hawks, the number 3 hero, swooped down and landed beside the narrator with the practiced grace of someone paid to look cool. He folded his wings, crouched, and studied the narrator like someone fragile, asking them to be careful and saying whatever was happening was not worth taking the dive. The narrator blinked, asking what he meant. Hawks pointed out that standing alone on a rooftop and screaming for help was a common red flag for someone considering jumping. The narrator snapped that they did not look suicidal and explained they had been screaming because they had been kidnapped. Hawks admitted that most of the time when he saw someone on a roof they were thinking about an express route down. The narrator asked incredulously if Hawks patrolled rooftops for suicidal people, and Hawks grinned and said he had a sixth sense for emotional damage, a byproduct of hero work frying the brain cells a bit. He then asked if the narrator wanted to talk about the kidnapping. The narrator said they did not, explaining that the attacker was technically a classmate, the teachers had ignored it, and they were one existential crisis away from snapping. Hawks suggested therapy, and the narrator responded that they were already aware. They stood quietly for a moment while the breeze ruffled Hawks' feathers. Hawks rested his elbows on the railing and asked what the narrator's plan was if they were not planning to jump. The narrator said they intended to wait until someone unlocked the door or gravity intervened. Hawks chuckled and called that dark. He studied the narrator and observed that they seemed oddly calm for someone who had been forced onto a rooftop. The narrator insisted they were beyond calm, too tired to panic, and mentioned this was not even their first rooftop trauma that week. Hawks flinched at that and asked about the earlier incident. The narrator explained that All Might had left them on a rooftop a few days prior, that they had almost died, and that they had met a creepy man with wrinkled hands who called himself Shigaraki and had offered them a knife and a place among villains. Hawks' expression went blank and he rubbed his temples, clearly overwhelmed. Hawks recapped the chain of events. All Might had abandoned him, a villain had tried to recruit him, and then he had been kidnapped by a middle schooler with explosion powers. Midoriya confirmed that this was basically what had happened. Hawks blinked twice and joked that Midoriya would need a punch card at this rate, one more traumatic rooftop experience, and a free coffee would be in order. Midoriya replied dryly that he would take it, asking if he could redeem the coffee for therapy instead. Hawks snorted and laughed softly, calling him something else. Midoriya muttered that he kept hearing that, usually around an attempted homicide. Hawks tilted his head, curious, and asked for Midoriya's name. Midoriya gave it. Midoriya Izuku. Hawks paused at the name and recognized it, saying that Midoriya was Inko Midoriya's child. Midoriya blinked in surprise and asked if Hawks knew his mother. Hawks explained that everyone in the emergency field knew his mom and half-smiled while recounting that she once made Endeavor take a break and eat lunch during a rescue operation. Midoriya agreed that it sounded like her. Hawks chuckled and said that it explained everything. When Midoriya demanded an explanation, Hawks only grinned and told him he had his mother's fire. Midoriya rolled his eyes and muttered that he attracted disaster more than fire. Hawks did something unexpectedly gentle. One of his feathers floated down and tapped the fence lock, and with a small click the rooftop door popped open. He told Midoriya that freedom was courtesy of his friendly neighborhood emotional support bird. Midoriya stared in disbelief and accused him of having a lock-picking feather all along. Hawks said he had waited to make sure Midoriya wouldn't swan dive. Midoriya called him impossible. Hawks winked and said that Midoriya was fun and told him to try not to die. Midoriya grabbed his bag and said he could not promise. As he stepped through the door, Hawks called after him by name and told him that he was tougher than he thought and not to let the world convince him otherwise. Midoriya did not have a sarcastic comeback this time. He simply nodded and left the roof behind. Walking back to class after being airlifted by Hawks should have been embarrassing, but Midoriya found himself thinking about his mother instead. Every time a hero or responder saw him, there was a flicker of recognition, not for him, but for her. People in uniforms and casual rescue gear remarked that he was Inko Midoriya's child, or expressed sympathy and a muffled joke that she should be told he had been eating properly. Midoriya thought about what his mother did. She was a nurse, part office, part field. She handled paperwork with calm efficiency and could stitch a wound with one hand while scolding a detective with the other. Somehow she had achieved a legendary status among Japan's emergency services. When she entered a room, paramedics straightened, police officers remembered their manners, and heroes offered salutations. The strange thing was that she didn't need to yell. She had a steady, warm tone that made people reevaluate themselves. Midoriya had seen her patch up a pro hero while lecturing him about skipping meals, then make him apologize for making her worry. He had watched a police captain stumble through an explanation because he had forgotten a routine report. The expression on the detective Tsukachi's face when she crossed her arms always looked like genuine, startled respect. She was not frightening because she was cruel. She was intimidating because she cared in a way that forced people to stop hiding behind excuses and bravado. She seemed to see through everything, and that kind of love could be powerful, almost dangerous. Still, she was his mother, The woman who once spent their grocery money on a limited edition All Might notebook because she liked seeing him smile, the woman who had stayed up learning basic combat medicine in case he got caught in crossfire, the woman who had scolded top heroes for forgetting to eat. Midoriya realized that people called his mother terrifying because she refused to let anyone hero, villain, or otherwise tell her or her son that they were less than they were. He admired her courage and steadiness. When people called him brave, he thought they were wrong. His mother was the brave one. He was just trying not to trip over her shadow. If Hawks, Tsukachi, or even Aizawa acted as if she were a final boss, Midoriya accepted it. When life went wrong again, he knew exactly who would show up with a medkit and a death glare that could make troublemakers rethink their choices. His mother, his terrifying, incredible, unshakable mother. Hawks thought there was something uniquely awkward about showing up late to a meeting with the man who literally set himself on fire when annoyed. Endeavor stood with his arms crossed and flames flickering low, looking like every HR department's worst nightmare. Endeavor told Hawks that he was late. Hawks landed with a little flourish, feathers ruffled and a grin in place, and said that he was fashionably late, reminding Endeavor that he was never boring. Endeavor grunted and asked if Hawks had lost track of time doing public relations again. Hawks smirked and said that Endeavor would love the story, then asked him to guess who he had run into. Endeavor suggested another reporter. Hawks replied that it had been Inko Midoriya's child. Endeavor froze mid-scorch and asked to confirm that it was Inko's son. Hawks affirmed casually, dusting off a wing, and described the boy as having green curls, big eyes, and a tiny bit of emotional damage. Endeavor admitted that he had thought Inko had a daughter. Hawks corrected him and said the universe had not given the boy an easy ride. Endeavor frowned and asked what Hawks had done. Hawks insisted that he had done nothing, then admitted that he had swooped down because he had thought the boy was about to jump off a roof. Endeavor's head whipped toward Hawks, eyes wide behind the flames, and he demanded to know what Hawks had done. Hawks raised his hands defensively and explained that the boy had not actually been about to jump. He had been kidnapped on the rooftop by some explosive troublemaker and Hawks had misread the situation. Endeavor stared and repeated that Hawks had thought Inko's son was suicidal. Hawks confirmed that he had and added that he had approached him because he could not ignore a potential jumper. Endeavor sighed so hard it almost put out his flames and asked for clarification. Hawks had found Inko Midoriya's quirkless son on a rooftop, thought he was about to jump, and then talked him down. Hawks agreed, noting that he had technically talked at the boy while the boy roasted him with sarcasm. Endeavor made a low, startled sound that bordered on a laugh and asked if the boy had roasted Hawks. Hawks grinned and said that the boy had looked him dead in the eye and asked if Hawks patrolled for suicidal people as a hobby, called him insane, and accused him of having an emotional damage radar. Endeavor's shoulders shook once in a definite laugh, and he observed that the description sounded exactly like Inko's child. Hawks chuckled and said the boy had Inko's tone perfectly, one moment dead serious, the next delivering a smile that pierced through egos. Endeavor allowed that he remembered Inko from medical rotations and that half the force had been scared of her. Hawks whistled and added that grown men with guns still panicked when she walked into a room with a thermometer. Endeavor conceded that Inko was intimidating, cared too much, and never stopped for anyone. Hawks nodded and said that the same quality showed up in her son, the same eyes and the same fire, only smaller and snarkier. For a moment Endeavor looked thoughtful, trying to reconcile the terrifyingly calm nurse he remembered with the mouthy kid Hawks had described. He muttered that if Inko found out about this, they were both dead. Hawks blinked and asked what he meant. Endeavor gave Hawks a look that could melt steel and warned him not to tell Inko Midoriya that he had thought her son was suicidal. Hawks put his hands up and said he would keep his mouth shut. Endeavor warned that Hawks would regret it if she heard. Hawks acknowledged the point and said he would keep that in mind. Endeavor grunted that if Inko showed up at his agency again he would not save Hawks. Hawks tried not to laugh and said he doubted that in his opinion, Inko liked him and had a soft spot for sarcastic idiots. Endeavor doubted it. Hawks teased that maybe he and Inko's son should start a club. Endeavor muttered that they should, and Hawks said he was already a founding member. The silence between them grew rare and heavy. Endeavor asked if the boy was quirkless. Hawks confirmed that he was, but said the boy did not act like it. He was sharp, unflappable under pressure, and kept talking until everyone else gave up. Endeavor murmured that such traits were Inko's influence. Hawks noticed a softer tone in Endeavor and described it as respect. Endeavor said he did not forget a woman like Inko. Hawks offered a mock salute, calling his rooftop intervention his heroic good deed of the day. Endeavor warned that it might also be Hawks's funeral invitation. Hawks smirked and said he had survived worse. Endeavor countered that Hawks had never survived Inko Midoriya. Hawks paused, acknowledged the fair point, and flicked a feather while half laughing to himself. He said he would keep that in mind. Endeavor told Hawks not to make a habit of saving her son from rooftops. Hawks gave a non-committal response and left the warning hanging between them. Inko's POV. The bell above the door chimed softly as Inko stepped into the little cafe on 7th. The air smelled of roasted beans and vanilla, a scent that seemed to seep into coats and linger. She spotted Recovery Girl immediately: small frame, sharp eyes, a pink cardigan that clashed with the usual grumpy expression, and noted that Recovery Girl insisted on being called RG now. RG sat by the window, sipping tea as if she owned the place. Inko approached and teased that RG was still alive. RG grinned sharply and warned Inko to sit down before she healed her for old time's sake. Inko laughed and took the seat across from RG, commenting that she had not changed. RG narrowed her eyes and observed that Inko had not changed either, asking if she was still balancing the mixed office and field work. Inko answered lightly that someone had to do it. Heroes did not patch themselves up, and rookies panicked at the sight of blood. RG snorted and said Inko was wasted behind a desk, as she always had been. Inko smiled quietly and reminded RG that she had said the same thing 10 years ago. RG quoted the hospital board's response to Inko's certification attempt, sarcastically repeating their line about no healing Quirk, no license, and called them idiots. Inko agreed that they had been idiots, especially since her weak Quirk did help. For a while they sat in companionable silence, two women who had seen too much, sipping coffee as if the world outside were not falling apart. RG eventually leaned forward and, in a low voice, remarked that Inko had that look again, the look she got when something was wrong and she was pretending it was not. Inko sighed and admitted that Izuku had been having a rough time at school again. RG's eyes softened and she observed that the boy had Inko's heart. RG noted that she had heard about my temper. I replied that he was trying and that he was smart, much smarter than people gave him credit for, but I hesitated. RG finished my thought by pointing out that he was quirkless and that the world did not know what to do with people like him. I agreed, saying that he had been through a lot and that he had even gotten mixed up with a villain recently. RG blinked in surprise and asked what had happened. I quickly assured her that he was safe and that some detectives and a few heroes had been there, Hawks included. RG's teacup froze halfway to her lips when I named Hawks, and I explained that Hawks had apparently thought Izuku was going to jump off a building. A long silence followed before RG burst into a full, wheezing laugh that turned a few heads. She told me that I was going to kill that man. I sighed and wondered aloud if I wouldn't. RG, still laughing, begged me not to, saying she had seen me angry and that it was scarier than any villain attack she had been through. I rolled my eyes but could not hide a small smile, insisting that people exaggerated. RG reminded me of the time I had thrown a tray at a hero for bleeding on my floor, and I defended the action as deserved. RG smirked but suggested Hawks should count his blessings. I sipped my coffee and agreed. RG confessed that she had always admired me. She explained that I had no quirk or backing or wealthy sponsors, yet I had steady hands and a spine that did not bend. I did not need a quirk to help people, only stubbornness. She added that my son shared that same stubborn streak and warned that, if the world was not careful, he would outgrow it. I felt my throat tighten and accepted the compliment quietly, proud and small. We sat in silence, watching rain streak down the windows, two old friends and two healers without flashy powers still standing. RG softened and suggested that if Hawks had really thought my son was going to jump, perhaps it was a good thing because it meant someone had seen him. I frowned at the phrasing, and she clarified that people like us and like Izuku spent too long being invisible. I thought about my son's nervous smile and the determination in his green eyes, and I admitted that maybe it was good someone had noticed him, even for the wrong reason. I warned RG that if Hawks ever scared my child again, I would ensure he never flew straight. RG grinned and teased that there it was the Inko she had trained. RG then asked how I knew Hawks had thought my child was suicidal. I claimed to have sources and she mocked the idea, pointing out that I worked with paramedics and civil defense and was supposed to have charts, not gossip. I said charts could talk if one listened closely enough. RG leaned forward with a narrowing gaze as if interrogating a suspect, and I conceded the point. I explained that one of the sidekicks from Endeavor's agency had been injured on a call, burned and with a broken wrist, and I had patched him up. While treating him, I had overheard him mumbling to another sidekick about Hawks being verbally demolished on a rooftop by some kid. RG snorted at the phrase, verbal murder. I elaborated that Hawks had shown up thinking the boy was going to jump, and the kid had delivered a scorching verbal takedown. Hawks had not stood a chance. RG's grin grew slow and wicked as she guessed I had immediately known it was Izuku. I said it did not take a genius. How many kids would argue with Japan's number 3 in the middle of a rescue and come out on top? By the time I left, the sun was halfway down, painting everything gold and pretending the world was not a mess. School had been terrible again, as usual. Bakugo had been in rare form, glaring at me as if I had personally offended the laws of physics. I acknowledged that I might have, and I reminded myself that I had once helped quiet a villain by pointing out a weakness in action I still did not consider my proudest moment. All I wanted was to go home, eat whatever my mother had made, and pretend to do homework until bedtime. But halfway down the block, I felt that familiar crawling sensation at the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. A lazy, scratchy voice greeted me, and when I turned I saw him, hoodie, messy pale hair, that same unsettling energy that set my instincts on edge. Shigaraki stood there. I muttered that he had to be kidding and asked if he was my new stalker. He tilted his head and observed that I seemed surprisingly calm for someone who had met a villain twice in the same week. I raised an eyebrow and said I was not calm, just too tired to care. He laughed raggedly and told me I had attitude. I crossed my arms and told him that he had boundary issues, because we all had flaws. He smirked and called me funny. I said my humor was a coping mechanism and asked what he wanted, sarcastically suggesting he was there for a thank you card after giving me a weapon and a frightening encounter on a rooftop. Shigaraki stepped closer, his eyes gleaming beneath his hood, and said he had only been thinking about me the way I had looked that day, shaking but still mouthy. He found it interesting. I repeated the word, interesting, and called it another word for insane. He ignored that and mentioned Bakugo, using a dismissive term, saying he kept his eyes open and noting how unfair the world could be. Heroes worshipped explosive types while kids like me were ridiculed. I forced a sharp, brittle smile and mocked the depth of his observation, asking if he planned to hand me a manifesto. He told me he did not need one and that I already knew the truth, that I was smart and could see how rotten the system was. Shigaraki suggested that everyone protected monsters and crushed the weak, and asked why they wouldn't do something about it. The protagonist responded incredulously, pointing out that Shigaraki had tried to recruit a 14-year-old with a knife. Shigaraki shrugged and claimed that one could be surprised what one could learn by holding a weapon. The protagonist snapped that it would be surprising if Shigaraki ever learned basic social skills. Shigaraki chuckled low and amused, remarking that the protagonist had a mouth on them. The protagonist replied that they were still standing, so whatever the comment was, it was clearly not lethal enough. Shigaraki warned the protagonist to be careful and admitted he did not like being mocked. The protagonist stepped back and countered that Shigaraki should not walk up to teenagers in alleys and offer them paths into crime, calling it bad PR. Shigaraki moved faster than expected, taking one step, then another, suddenly close enough that the protagonist could smell dust and smoke. Shigaraki rasped that the protagonist thought they were safe because they could talk back and argued that heroes did not care about them. He said that the slime monster could have killed the protagonist and that the heroes would have shrugged. He suggested he could make the protagonist matter. The protagonist held his gaze and insisted that they already mattered. Shigaraki stared long enough that the protagonist almost expected laughter, then tilted his head like a cat playing with a mouse and asked if the protagonist really believed that. The protagonist smirked and admitted they did not, but that it sounded cool. Shigaraki laughed, half amusement and half threat, and acknowledged that the protagonist had guts, though guts alone would not keep them alive forever. The protagonist shot back that neither would hanging around scenes of violence like him and raised their chin, telling him to haunt another rooftop unless he had something worth saying. Shigaraki grinned wider and said the protagonist would regret it. The protagonist responded that at least any regret would be carried with dignity. They stood there, staring and sizing each other up. For a moment something heavy passed between them, not respect, not understanding, but a darker recognition. They both seemed to know the world had no place for either of them. Shigaraki wanted to burn it, and the protagonist only wanted to survive it. Finally Shigaraki stepped back, still smiling that too wide smile, and predicted the protagonist would change their mind eventually, because people always did. The protagonist called after him that he would still be creepy when that happened. Shigaraki's laugh echoed down the street until it faded. The protagonist let out a slow breath they hadn't realized they were holding and muttered to themselves that it had been a totally normal day, threatened by a villain, insulted by a Pomeranian, and probably doomed their social life forever. They shoved their hands into their pockets and kept walking because there was nothing else to do. Shigaraki's POV. Shigaraki observed that the kid had bite, which he had not expected. When he first saw the boy on the rooftop, shaky knees and big, lost eyes, Shigaraki assumed he was another broken nobody, the kind heroes left behind when the cameras stopped rolling, just background tragedy in someone else's heroic story. But then the boy talked back to him and called him insane, and Shigaraki found that amusing. Most people froze, screamed, or pleaded when they looked at him. This kid did not. Sarcasm, mockery, insults like his mouth could keep Shigaraki at bay, and somehow it almost had. Shigaraki did not know why he had come back that day. Maybe curiosity, maybe boredom, maybe an itch when something didn't add up. There was something about the kid, the way he stood as if daring the world to break him again, the flicker in his eyes between fear and fury as if he couldn't decide which to feed. He reminded Shigaraki of himself before everything rotted, the same pathetic spark, the same quiet desperation to matter. Shigaraki told himself it was strategy, recruitment, potential. The league needed people who weren't total idiots. But that was a lie. It was not about the league or the cause, it was about the kid. The way the boy's words cut, not because they were cruel, but because they were true. Had called Shigaraki creepy and accused him of having boundary issues, and mocked his recruiting of teenagers in alleys. Shigaraki laughed at that because no one did that to him anymore. They usually screamed, begged, or died. The kid had just talked, as if he did not see a monster but a person, a messed up, twitchy person, still human enough to argue back. Shigaraki could not decide whether to be grateful or furious, probably both. The boy had said heroes would not care about him and that he did not matter, then turned around and insisted he did. That contradiction stuck in Shigaraki's head like a splinter. He recognized that the boy did not fully believe his own words, but wanted to, and that was dangerous. People who wanted to believe in themselves could not be easily controlled. They broke leashes and snapped chains. They fought back even when it made no sense. The boy was sharp, too observant. Shigaraki could see it in the way he studied him. The kid's mind was a weapon no one had noticed yet, except Shigaraki. If Shigaraki did not know better, he would think the boy was trying to get himself killed. Maybe he was like Shigaraki after all, waiting for someone to notice, even if that someone was a monster. Still, Shigaraki could not stop thinking about how the boy had stood his ground with no powers and no plan. He could not decide whether to destroy that spark or use it. The single, irksome fact remained: the boy had guts. Just words. And somehow those words felt heavier than most quirks he had seen. That kind of thing did not happen by accident. So he decided he would keep an eye on the boy. He would see how far that fire went before it burned out. Because one day that kid would realize the truth. Heroes did not save people like them. They only cleaned up what was left. And when that happened, when the boy finally broke, he would be there not to save him, for he was not a hero, but to remind him that he had been right. By the time he finally turned down the street toward home, his nerves were still buzzing. First, Bakugo had launched a violent, nearly lethal attack against him. Then Shigaraki had tried to recruit him. Now all he wanted was a cup of tea, a blanket, and the comforting thought of not talking to anyone for the rest of eternity. Of course, the universe decided that was the perfect time for the symbol of peace to appear, landing with a dramatic boom like a lost bird. All Might called out to him loudly, using an old-fashioned, attention-grabbing greeting that made him nearly jump out of his skin. He muttered a complaint to himself about why it always had to be rooftops or him. All Might landed with his usual flourish, one hand on his hip and the other gleaming in the sunlight, looking like an action figure come to life. The narrator felt like someone who desperately wanted to pretend this was not happening. All Might awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and said that he wanted to speak to him, addressing him as Midoriya. He told All Might that if this was about the rooftop, he did not need to worry because he had not told anyone that the hero had abandoned a kid with trauma up there. All Might winced visibly, which the narrator took as a good sign. All Might then apologized profusely, admitting it had been irresponsible to leave so suddenly and explaining that circumstances had forced his hand, though he knew it was no excuse. The narrator pointed out that leaving a 14-year-old alone on a skyscraper looked bad. All Might conceded when the narrator framed it that way. The narrator teased him about unlocking self-awareness, and All Might laughed with a big, booming laugh, saying that the narrator reminded him of someone from his early days, sharp-tongued and very brave. The narrator offered a dry suggestion that it might be trauma giving All Might flashbacks, which made All Might blink uncertainly and, for a moment, brightened the narrator's mood. All Might then explained that he had indeed come to apologize, and that Recovery Girl had given him a stern talking to about reckless disregard for minors. The narrator reacted with surprise and then amusement when All Might admitted that Recovery Girl had even hit him with her cane. The narrator laughed at the idea that the number one hero had been scolded. All Might looked mildly offended and said he deserved it. The narrator thought All Might was fortunate it had only been Recovery Girl, because the narrator's mother and Recovery Girl went way back. Recovery Girl had been the narrator's mother's mentor, and they were still close. All Might was visibly relieved to learn the narrator's mother was not the one who had discovered the rooftop incident. The narrator warned that if his mother had found out, All Might would have been in serious trouble. All Might hesitated and then admitted, with a little shiver, that the narrator had his mother's eyes. The narrator confirmed the resemblance. All Might, the number one hero, actually trembled at the thought of the narrator's mother, who packed bento boxes like an act of love and warfare. He asked them to keep the episode between them. The narrator agreed and suggested All Might send Recovery Girl a simple apology, some symbolic gesture to acknowledge endangering the child and acting recklessly. All Might blinked at the suggestion, then sighed with a mix of regret and resignation, calling the narrator quite the handful. The narrator smirked and noted that teachers said the same thing right before Bakugo exploded something, which made All Might give a small, tired but genuine smile and remark that he was reminded heroes still had much to learn. They stood in awkward silence for a moment, the city noise between them. All Might then asked more quietly whether the narrator had been through a lot. The narrator shrugged and answered that everyone had their burdens, and All Might gave a look that acknowledged the narrator's youth without pressing further. All Might offered that if the narrator ever needed help, he could reach out. The narrator smiled faintly and reminded All Might of the earlier rooftop abandonment, promising to keep the offer in mind. All Might winced and agreed that was fair. All Might waved once, chuckling under his breath, and then departed with his usual explosive gust. As the air settled, the narrator watched the sky fade orange and reflected that the heroes in the city were all a little insane. He turned toward home, ready to face his mother, her tea, and the inevitable lecture about staying away from suspicious rooftops and equally suspicious men. Somehow, that felt like the least stressful part of his day. Dinner at home was peaceful, which in that household always felt like a warning sign. His mother had made curry the kind that smelled like comfort and had a hidden edge and hummed as she set down a bowl in front of him. Halfway through the first bite, she brought up the rooftop incident with Hawks, and the narrator froze with his spoon halfway to his mouth. She had heard about it, she said, in that deceptively calm voice that always came before a storm. She reminded him that gossip reached the nurse's wing and emphasized that he had been on a rooftop with a pro hero. Panic seized him and he began to protest, insisting it had not been his fault and explaining that Bakugo had dragged him up there. His mother's spoon hit the table with a sharp clack. She asked, in that terrifyingly quiet voice, for clarification and wanted him to explain exactly what had happened. Izuku realized, too late, that he had just confessed to the wrong rooftop incident. He scrambled to explain to his mother that he had meant Hawk's, the other rooftop, not Bakugo's. His mother blinked and asked what he meant, and he felt like he was doomed. Izuku tried to clarify that technically Bakugo had not forcefully taken him up there. Well, Bakugo had pulled him up in a rough scuffle, but it had not been meant to harm him. His mother sprang to her feet so fast her chair screeched, demanding whether he was telling her that the brat had laid hands on him again. Izuku protested that it was not that serious. His mother repeated that he had said Bakugo had dragged him onto a roof and worried about what would have happened if he had fallen. Izuku blurted that Hawks would have caught him again, and his mother froze at the implication of another incident. He admitted, half in exasperation, that they had officially hit rooftop incident overload. His mother pinched the bridge of her nose and insisted he explain everything. He gave a clumsy account, Bakugo locking him out on the roof as a so-called joke, Hawks swooping down a few days earlier on the mistaken assumption Izuku might be in danger, and how words seemed to travel far when pro-heroes gossiped like teenagers. By the end, his mother paced the kitchen, muttering about child endangerment laws and how many heroes she would have to glare at before they left her son alone. Izuku tried to reassure her that he was fine and that no one had been seriously hurt. His mother turned to him with the look that meant he was one wrong sentence away from being grounded until graduation and asked whether this was the latest in a string of incidents. He winced at how poorly he had phrased things. She snapped about whether she needed to put a leash on him, since reports about rooftops kept coming in. Izuku protested that he was not doing any of it on purpose. She threw her hands up and declared that the universe clearly had it out for him. The conversation escalated into her listing villains, detectives, and heroes she blamed for the situation, and she scowled at the ceiling as if she could lodge a formal complaint with the heavens. Then she announced practical measures: a helmet, knee pads, and absurdly a GPS tracker. Izuku argued that he was not a toddler. She retorted that clearly toddlers did not get tossed off roofs, keeping her tone mostly exasperated rather than truly reproachful. He pressed his forehead to the table and asked if she would ever let it go. She said not until he graduated and Hawks issued a written apology. When Izuku asked why Hawks in particular, she blamed Hawks for starting the gossip and threatened to hand out workplace safety pamphlets if Endeavor knew. Izuku looked at her, unsure whether to laugh or cry at her ferocity. She reminded him that she had learned to be intimidating from him, and then, softer, asked him to finish his curry and help pack a first aid kit for the next day. He conceded, spooning another bite, and she confirmed she would make him practice emergency response drills again. Despite the chaos and the yelling, Izuku found himself smiling. His mother always managed to make him feel safe, even if she frightened half the city in the process. Nizu considered Quirk discrimination with a familiar, bitter distaste. He thought it should have been a thing of the past, but society had a way of redefining cruelty as normal. When Recovery Girl had contacted him about a problem, he had been alarmed. She rarely brought him gossip, only matters that involved medical concern or staff senility. She had told him that a certain school was allowing students to torment a quirkless boy and that some teachers were turning a blind eye. The description struck Nizu as both disgusting and depressingly familiar. Sitting in his office with his paws clasped and tail flicking, Nizu replayed Recovery Girl's words and reviewed the file she had sent on Aldra Junior High. The statistics were telling: a high hero recommendation rate, low oversight, and a staff with signs of bias. It was the kind of place that bred entitlement and overlooked the vulnerable. Recovery Girl had said the boy was fine for now and that his mother was strong, but if the system kept failing children like him, their hero education had failed its purpose. Nizu had told Recovery Girl that he assumed she was not mentioning it merely for moral support. She had reminded him that UA was meant to educate society, not just train heroes, and he recognized the challenge in her tone. Nizu set his tea down and smiled a small, sharp smile. If Recovery Girl wanted him to look into the issue, he would do so thoroughly and personally. He considered bringing along faculty who could make an impact, Aizawa, who could instill discipline, and Present Mike, who could offer support. Perhaps a few pro-heroes as part of an outreach would reinforce the lesson. The thought of walking into a staff meeting as an unusual principal and asking teachers to define heroism pleased him. He noticed, too, that Recovery Girl's anger felt personal. She did not get angry often, and when she did it suggested a wound or memory had been touched. The matter had become personal for her, and therefore it would be personal to him as well. Nizu opened a new file and began drafting an official school visit request under the title Community Hero Ethics Outreach Program. He intended a discreet but firm intervention to remind the school of its responsibilities. Nizu reflected that bureaucracy favored harmless names. Beneath that harmless label, he planned a very different agenda. He would observe the staff, their culture, and their treatment of a particular boy. If what he found confirmed the report he had received, Nizu knew that education could take many forms. He chuckled softly with his tail curling in amusement as he signed off the request. Nizu murmured that Aldra was about to get a very enlightening visit, then poured another cup of tea and hummed. A few days later, Nizu stood before Aldra Junior High, breathing in the crisp, quiet morning air with a thermos of tea in hand. The building's bland, concrete gray facade struck him as perfect camouflage for a festering problem. Behind him, two tired heroes were still trying to understand why they had been summoned. Aizawa muttered that Nizu had dragged them out of bed before sunrise and that if this weren't a crisis, he would return to his sleeping bag. Nizu replied that it was indeed a crisis, a social one, and much harder to fix than a villain attack. Aizawa gave a blank stare and observed that Nizu was enjoying himself. Nizu confirmed that he was enjoying it immensely. Present Mike yawned so wide Nizu thought his jaw might dislocate and asked if they were there to perform a school concert because the scene did not look like a stage. Nizu clapped his paws together and announced that they were there to teach. Aizawa and Present Mike blinked in surprise. Aizawa asked what, exactly, they were going to teach. Nizu explained that they would be teaching human decency and perhaps a touch of humility. Present Mike scratched his head and asked if they were going to teach students. Nizu corrected him, saying that they were there to teach the teachers. Aizawa reacted with incredulity at the idea of yelling at adults so early in the morning. Nizu acknowledged that the visit was partly prompted by something Recovery Girl had told him the night before. Aizawa regretted not staying in bed, but Nizu sang that it was too late now. Present Mike laughed and said that Nizu was scarier than the Hero Commission. Nizu brushed off the compliment. The school gates creaked as Nizu pushed them open, the sound echoing across the empty yard. Teachers were arriving with coffee cups in hand, their Monday energy already low. Nizu thought that nothing ruined complacency quite like an unexpected audience of pro-heroes and one sentient principal with a clipboard. The visitors stepped inside. The first teacher they encountered nearly dropped her tablet and asked if she could help. Nizu introduced himself as principal of UA High School and explained that they were there for a surprise educational outreach assessment. The teacher reacted with horror at the idea of an assessment. Aizawa muttered under his breath that was not a real program. Nizu whispered back that it was now. Present Mike snorted. The teacher stammered that no one had informed them. Nizu said that was the point, to assess natural behavior. They were ushered toward the staff room, which smelled faintly of burnt coffee and moral fatigue. The teachers gathered like confused sheep, blinking at Nizu, the clipboard, and the two pro-heroes who looked like they would rather be anywhere else. One older teacher crossed his arms and asked what this was about. Noting that there had been no scheduled collaboration with UA, Nizu replied that interventions did not need to be scheduled because they worked best as surprises. A few murmurs rippled through the staff. Nizu continued, explaining that he had been made aware of behavioral concerns within their educational environment, specifically relating to how students were treated based on their quirks or lack thereof. The smirks vanished and faces grew uncomfortable. Aizawa leaned back with his arms crossed and scanned the room like he was memorizing faces, while Present Mike gave a cheerful wave that only increased the tension. The older man scoffed that they had not received official complaints. Nizu interrupted with a chuckle, noting that children rarely filed paperwork while being bullied. That remark silenced him. Nizu rose onto a nearby chair to meet their eyes properly and clarified that he was not there to shame anyone but to observe, to understand, and, if necessary, to correct. The teachers' faces paled at the implication. When a teacher nervously asked how Nizu intended to correct things, Nizu said that it would be through education and suggested beginning with introductions and a discussion on the school's anti-discrimination policy. One teacher admitted they did not have such a policy. Nizu beamed and said they would write one together. The panic, guilt, and dawning realization that their comfortable hierarchy was about to be challenged showed in their eyes. Nothing warmed Nizu's heart like the prospect of dismantling ignorance before breakfast. He sipped his tea, satisfied, and announced that they should begin. Present Mike reflected on the scene, noting that it was barely 8 in the morning and he had not had enough caffeine to function properly while Nizu was already giving a moral lecture. He stood trying not to yawn when a sudden, piercing scream cut through the room. Everyone froze. Nizu blinked, calm as ever, as if someone had merely dropped a pencil. Aizawa snapped his head toward the door, his irritation evident. Present Mike wondered aloud whether the scream was part of the outreach program, but no one laughed. The teachers' faces went pale and guilty, as if they recognized the sound. Present Mike exchanged a look with Aizawa, who wore an expression that suggested someone was about to regret their actions. Another loud bang followed, something slamming inside the building, and the tension escalated into swift, decisive motion. The walls shook. Half the staff flinched. Aizawa moved first, heading for the door with the tired authority of a man who had seen too much and never got paid enough for any of it. I followed sound guy on duty because explosions and screaming fell under my jurisdiction. We barely made it into the hall when we heard cursing. An adult accused the boy of talking back, and then there was a sharp, stinging crack like a slap. Nizu was still in the staff room, but his amusement radiated through the closed door. He knew exactly what was happening and was probably letting it unfold to make a point. I asked if that had just been a slap. Aizawa confirmed that it had. More shouting followed, hurried footsteps, another door slamming open. A teacher demanded that the boy return, and the boy shot back a defiant insult aimed at the teacher. The boy's voice was fierce and loud. I glanced at Aizawa and asked if he was thinking what I was thinking. He agreed. The kid was fighting back. We moved faster. The teachers trailing behind looked like they'd rather evaporate. Some pretended nothing was happening, others whispered words I could barely make out. Problem child, quirkless brat, not again. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He had heard them too. A door at the end of the hall burst open. Something small and furious barreled out, nearly colliding with me. A kid, scraped and panting, eyes wild with fear and defiance. Behind him was a grown man, red-faced and still shouting, arm raised as if to grab him again. I stepped in front of the boy and warned the teacher that he was about to create a very bad scene on his watch. The teacher froze, eyes darting between me, Aizawa, and the very smug-looking animal principal who had strolled down the hall sipping tea as if narrating a nature documentary. Nizu smiled politely and asked whether that had been an example of the teacher's disciplinary methods. The teacher stammered that he had been doing his job. Nizu suggested the teacher might have been assaulting a child. The hallway went silent. Aizawa crouched, checking the boy over. For a fraction of a second his face softened. The boy looked up sharp, guarded, still burning with stubbornness, and sarcastically told them that it seemed the school did finally care about safety, if it had taken them so long. Aizawa's eye twitched. I pinched the bridge of my nose to hold back a laugh. This one was trouble. Nizu's interest was obvious. Nizu, finishing his sip of tea, declared that they had just found a perfect example for a lesson on proper educational ethics. The teacher looked ready to faint. The boy looked ready to start round 2. I thought, a little too loudly in my head, that I should have brought popcorn. Aizawa's POV. Of course it had to be that kid. The mop of green hair, the bruised cheek, the stubborn spark in those eyes, everything dropped in my stomach. I knew who he was, Midoriya Izuku, Inko's son. Inko was someone I preferred not to annoy. She ranked high on my list, right next to an over-caffeinated principal. The boy stiffened when I knelt beside him, hands ready to snap at anyone who got too close. When I reached out to help him up, he slapped my hand away sharp, angry, deliberate. His glare was defiant, full of someone who had been cornered too long and refused to bend. He was trembling, not from fear but from the restraint of not letting himself explode. A familiar, grating voice cut through the air. "Bakugo Katsuki," loud and hostile. I turned to see Bakugo stomping toward us, sparks already crackling in his palms, expression twisted with disgust. Bakugo erupted with insults, insisting the kid didn't need help and that he was worthless. Midoriya reacted in an instant. One rapid, precise motion put Bakugo off balance, and a burst of explosive energy flared and sputtered as Bakugo reeled back. It was a clean, fierce strike straight out of a tense confrontation scene. Midoriya snarled that Bakugo should go away and mocked him in return. The hallway froze. The teachers gaped. Even Nizu looked delighted, as if he had just watched the best entertainment of the day. I pinched the bridge of my nose. This was bad. Paperwork, lectures, an explanation to Recovery Girl about why her friend's kid had been involved in a fight under my supervision. None of it looked fun. If Inko found out her son had been bullied and had punched someone, my chances of avoiding her wrath were slim. Nizu's tail flicked in amusement. He called the moment invigorating, and I agreed inwardly. Midoriya glared at Bakugo again, fists still clenched, chest heaving with pride. If this was how he handled an explosion-prone bully before the school day even started, the rest of Japan better be ready. Inko's son was not just an Inko problem anymore. He had become ours as well. Bakugo's POV. The sting on Bakugo's cheek burned. He realized the nerd had actually hit him. For a second he barely processed anything beyond the ringing shock. Then white-hot rage flooded him. Midoriya was standing there glaring up at him like he was about to be obliterated. Bakugo's anger only grew at the sight. I wasn't about to let him walk away from this roof. All I could think was that he had dared. This scrawny, quirkless waste of space, this pathetic nobody who was supposed to cower when I passed had actually hit me. My palms began to crackle, smoke curling between my fingers. Every instinct screamed to wipe that smug look off his face and remind him who he was dealing with. Then I remembered the slime. The memory of that day looped in my head, the suffocating rush as slime overwhelmed me, making it hard to breathe, the panic clawing up my lungs, and his voice cutting through the chaos. He hadn't been calling for help. He had been giving the villain instructions, telling it to cover my mouth first and to silence me. He hadn't been helping me at all. He had been coaching the creature. The expression on the slime's face when it followed those directions, the moment it nearly worked and everything went dark, I would never forget. Now he stood there acting like a hero because he had thrown a punch, like he hadn't once told a villain how to end me. He smiled, the corner of his mouth twitching as if he enjoyed knowing what I was thinking. Midoriya asked if something was wrong, using a cruel nickname. The snickers around us made my teeth grind. Teachers, students, even the principal watched and did nothing. Nobody stepped in. I snarled and sparks burst as I grabbed his shirt front, demanding whether he thought he could hit me and walk away, whether I had forgotten what he had done. His eyes flicked up to mine, steady, sharp, unflinching, and then he laughed, actually laughed. He responded with feigned innocence and told me I should be grateful, mocking that at least I had experienced silence for once. My vision tunneled. The roar that left my throat wasn't human. My hand flared, ready to throw him off the roof. But Aizawa's scarf wrapped around my arm before I could act. The hero's quirk erased my power with a flat, dead-eyed glare, and my palms fizzled out, useless. I snarled and pulled at the scarf, saying I was lucky Aizawa was there because otherwise. Midoriya cut in with a low, dangerous voice, mocking that I might end up covered in slime again. The hallway erupted in gasps. Even I froze for a moment. The audacity of him. I tried to lunge, but Aizawa held me firm with the scarf. Midoriya smirked and wiped a smear of blood from his lip as if it were nothing, telling me calmly that he thought I made a better villain than he ever could. Silence followed, stunned and absolute. Then Principal Nizu laughed. The teachers exchanged glances, unsure whether to intervene or flee. I couldn't move. His words hit harder than any punch ever could. When Aizawa finally released me, I stormed out before anyone could stop me, because if I stayed, if I even looked at that smug boy again, I would do something I couldn't take back. The next explosion would not be just a threat. Nizu's point of view. Nizu found the whole scene delightful. The hallway was chaos, half the students gawking, teachers pretending not to notice a quirkless boy strike the resident troublemaker, and Bakugo himself one spark away from a meltdown. HAHAHA certainly did not disappoint. Nizu called out cheerfully, tail flicking, cutting through the murmurs and commanding attention. He loved the way entire rooms fell silent at once. He reminded everyone that classes were still in session and suggested, with a tilt of his head, that they return to them before he began grading attendance personally. The students moved. Even Bakugo, still seething, stormed off. The teachers herded the rest back toward class with the urgency of people who did not want to remain in the hallway with Nizu. Only one student lingered, Midoriya Izuku. He stood breathing heavily, knuckles scraped, face flushed with adrenaline and defiance, as if waiting to be reprimanded or to provoke further. Nizu asked the young man politely to return to class. Midoriya hesitated, eyes darting between Nizu, Aizawa, and present Mike, then shrugged and trudged away. Nizu observed that he showed wariness but not fear, which he found interesting. Once Midoriya had left, Nizu turned to Aizawa and present Mike, clasping his paws behind his back and remarking that the demonstration had been most illuminating. Present Mike scratched his head and asked whether Nizu referred to the kid punching the miniature dynamite or to Midoriya roasting him in front of everyone. Nizu replied that it was both, but more importantly that they had identified the living embodiment of Aldra's problem. Aizawa sighed and said he had suspected the school was bad, but seeing it was worse. Nizu hopped down the hallway, tail swaying, and suggested they not keep the staff waiting. He declared that it was time to properly introduce themselves and discuss why they were there. They reached the teacher's office, the same one near where the earlier commotion had occurred. The moment they stepped inside, tension thickened. Teachers froze mid-conversation. One nearly spilled coffee and another fumbled papers as if trying to hide something. Nizu loved the scent of guilt. Nizu introduced himself cheerfully as principal of UA High and named his colleagues Eraserhead and Present Mike. He explained that they had arrived on short notice because of a concerning report about Aldra High and its treatment of students, particularly those without quirks. A nervous teacher stammered that they did not discriminate. Nizu asked, with a raised eyebrow, whether they could then explain why a quirkless student had been taken onto the roof and assaulted while staff looked the other way. The room fell silent and panic flickered behind the teacher's eyes. They knew the truth. Present Mike leaned casually against the wall while Aizawa's stare grew heavier. Nizu kept his tone light but firm and suggested that a little re-education on ethical conduct might be in order. A teacher echoed the word, uncertain, and Nizu's tail swished as he looked around the room, waiting for a response. Nizu listed the topics: heroic ethics, moral responsibility, anti-bullying policy, and discrimination awareness. Present Mike grinned and said they were basically staying a while. Nizu clasped his paws together and said he would personally be observing the teachers' classes that day, expressing curiosity about what kind of environment encouraged that level of character development. Aizawa muttered that Nizu just wanted to watch the chaos. Nizu flashed a toothy smile and remarked that observing chaos was a form of learning. He hopped off the chair, straightened his little tie, and asked if they should begin their assessment. The teachers looked as if they might faint. Perfect. Aizawa's POV. You would think that after years working with Nizu, the creeping sense of dread that follows him into a room would become routine. It doesn't. Aldra High's teacher lounge almost made Aizawa feel sorry for them. Almost. The moment Nizu climbed onto the chair, smiling like a cartoon mascot at a funeral, panic settled into the air. Papers rustled. A mug clinked. One teacher looked like she was contemplating early retirement. It was impressive. Nizu hadn't even raised his voice. Present Mike leaned against the wall and whispered that maybe they should have brought popcorn. Aizawa grunted that Nizu didn't need the help. Nizu announced that they had encountered concerning information about the school's environment and that Aldra High seemed to be harboring a case of severe quirk discrimination. He added that it appeared to be particularly directed at quirkless students. Every teacher in the room froze. Aizawa studied the faces around them, teachers full of self-importance and short on backbone, the kind who would justify anything with, "We're just following the system." Nizu noticed it too and was enjoying every second of it. He asked a few carefully worded questions, each sharper than the last, and by the end the staff looked like they might faint. Present Mike smirked. Nizu's tail practically wagged. Aizawa thought how lucky the staff were that it was Nizu standing there and not Inko Midoriya. If Midoriya's mother found out half of what had been happening to her child in this place, Aldra wouldn't survive the day. Aizawa had seen her mad before, not loud or chaotic, but a cold, surgical fury that acted rather than shouted. That woman had a way of making even pro-heroes flinch. The rumor mill at the police station still hadn't recovered from the last time she had politely explained why her son had been left stranded on a rooftop. Aizawa suspected half the station went on stress leave. So yeah, better Nizu than Inko Midoriya. If Aizawa were honest, he would bet money Midoriya had probably already stopped by the school more than once to chat with the staff, the kind of chat that left everyone smiling too tightly and double-checking their insurance. Nizu finished his introduction by saying they would be observing classes that day. The teachers paled as if he had announced an execution. Present Mike nudged Aizawa and asked if he thought the staff would survive the morning. Aizawa stared at the nearest teacher and said he doubted it. Nizu hopped down from the chair, straightened his tiny tie, and said it would be excellent to begin with Class 3A. He had heard they had quite the dynamic student body. Aizawa noticed Nizu's whiskers twitch at the word dynamic and understood he meant Midoriya and Bakugo. As they followed Nizu down the hall, Aizawa saw the scorch mark near the lockers and felt the faint echo of earlier shouting in the air. For the first time in a while, he thought that for all his chaos, maybe Midoriya was exactly what the school needed. If nothing else, Midoriya would make sure Aldra remembered today. Izuku's POV. Izuku hated mornings. School mornings were the worst. No matter how much his mom tried to bribe him with breakfast or motivational hugs, it didn't change the fact that he had to walk into a building full of people who treated quirkless as a synonym for worthless. Today felt different. Maybe it was because he had clashed with Bakugo in front of everyone earlier. Maybe it was because Nizu, the actual principal of UA, had walked in like a fluffy omen of doom right after. Or maybe it was because he was still alive, which felt like a cosmic mistake. He sat in his usual seat, pretending he hadn't almost committed academic homicide earlier. Everyone kept glancing at him like he was a landmine. Even the teacher, who usually pretended Izuku didn't exist, avoided his eyes. But that was progress. The door slid open and every head turned. Nizu entered, followed by Eraserhead and Present Mike. Nizu hopped onto the teacher's desk, tail flicking as if he owned the place. He cheerfully greeted the students and said he hoped they didn't mind a few guests observing the class. The teacher stammered that it was an honor, and Nizu beamed and asked the class to continue. No one was listening. All eyes were on the talking rodent or the two pros standing beside him. Izuku leaned back in his chair and studied them. Present Mike already looked bored, fidgeting with his sunglasses. Aizawa looked like he was regretting every life decision that had led him here. Nizu scanned the room with calculating eyes that suggested he already knew everything they were hiding and was delighted to watch them squirm. Some students whispered that they wondered why UA heroes were there. A few guessed someone might be getting scouted, others blamed the morning's fight. Bakugo glared at Izuku from across the room as if he could set him on fire with his stare. Izuku returned a bright, disarming smile. He twitched. It was worth it. The teacher droned on about quirk applications in modern society, which felt ironic to him because half the class seemed incapable of coherent thought, but he kept his mouth shut. He knew he should stay quiet. Then Nizu turned his attention to him. Nizu addressed Midoriya by name, smiling in that unsettlingly pleasant way, and mentioned he had heard about Midoriya's knack for observation. A few students snickered. Someone muttered that Midoriya was at the bottom of the food chain. Midoriya raised an eyebrow and pointed out that being low gave him a clear view of the garbage that accumulated at eye level with the rats. The room fell silent. Nizu's whiskers twitched. Mike almost choked on a laugh. Even Aizawa blinked, surprised by how fast Midoriya had bitten back. The teacher stammered, admonishing Midoriya to watch his tone. Midoriya shrugged and explained that he was simply contributing to the discussion about society, calling himself society's favorite cautionary tale. Nizu looked delighted and asked Midoriya how much he knew about heroes. Midoriya grinned and claimed he knew everything. Present Mike snorted and dismissed that as a bold claim. Midoriya tilted his head and challenged Present Mike to stop using the nickname, identifying him as Yamada Hisashi and listing details about his career and a past injury that had cost him 2 weeks of voice. Present Mike froze, incredulous. Midoriya deadpanned that Wikipedia was free. Nizu giggled into his paw. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Midoriya then turned his attention to Aizawa, describing him as an underground hero who specialized in capture and suppression and noting his occasional work with the police. Midoriya even mentioned a police contact, Tsukachi, and offered a mundane suggestion about a coffee place near the station. Aizawa's brow twitched, and he muttered that Midoriya talked too much. Midoriya acknowledged he had been told that before. Nizu seemed thrilled and remarked that he liked Midoriya for his insight and sharpness. Midoriya replied dryly that Nizu probably liked his cheese sharp as well. Present Mike snorted again. The teacher looked on the verge of fainting. Bakugo looked ready to explode. Despite the tension, Midoriya found himself enjoying the morning more than he had in years. Nizu finally waved a paw and suggested they continue their observations quietly. Midoriya agreed, leaning back and warning that the school was more of a cautionary exhibit than an educational institution. Aizawa shot a look that mixed warning with weary amusement. Midoriya told himself to behave. When the teacher resumed the lesson and Nizu began taking notes with that eerily pleased grin, Midoriya glanced out the window and muttered under his breath that if anyone wanted a show, they'd come to the right circus. Present Mike whispered to Aizawa that the kid had bite. Aizawa sighed and commented that Midoriya had his mother's attitude. Nizu continued jotting observations on his clipboard, and when Midoriya caught Nizu's gaze again, the smile on Nizu's face felt almost approving. For a strange, fleeting second, Midoriya felt seen, not pitted or ignored, but seen, and that sensation unsettled him more than any villain. Later, Nizu found the morning excellent. He observed Aldera High as a place of chaos and incompetence shaded with quirk-based prejudice, a perfect environment for study. But the most fascinating subject in the room was Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya sat with an apparently harmless posture, eyes sharp and posture rigid, tongue ready to be a weapon. Nizu felt a thrill of curiosity and wanted to prod at the edges of that remarkable mind. Nizu had addressed Midoriya by name, announcing the boy's penchant for observation. The classroom froze at that moment. Midoriya looked up not with fear but with a suspicious annoyance, as if measuring which adult would waste his time next. Nizu baited him with a sugary, challenging tone, and Midoriya bit back with a barbed line about seeing garbage at eye level. The classmates' reactions were predictable: snickers and short-sightedness. Yamada laughed, Aizawa's eyebrow flicked, and the teacher grew mortified. Nizu was thrilled. Nizu prompted Midoriya to talk about heroes. Midoriya replied confidently that he knew everything. He then went on a rapid analysis, naming Present Mike and recounting a personal injury incident. Yamada reacted as if struck by trivia. Midoriya next focused on Aizawa, picking up on subtle physical tells: a protective stance favoring the right side, stiffness in gait, micro-wince when turning too sharply. He even suggested that Aizawa's left shoulder and knee showed signs of past impact and that Recovery Girl would be likely to insist on treatment. The room fell silent. Yamada looked toward Aizawa, who froze as if caught. That was not public knowledge. Nizu's whiskers trembled with delight. Midoriya had seen details the teachers and heroes had missed, and he had delivered his observations not with concern but with dry sarcasm. He even teased that Recovery Girl would likely drag Aizawa in by the scarf when she found out. Aizawa called the woman dramatic. Midoriya countered immediately that she only knew what she was talking about and that Aizawa was an idiot for refusing care. Yamada covered his mouth to hide a grin. The teacher seemed ready to have a heart attack. Bakugo looked like he wanted to explode from spite. Nizu was ecstatic and made a careful note on his clipboard. Subject: Midoriya rapid psychological dissection, near-perfect observational deduction, social aggression used as both defense and offense, hyper-aware, potentially dangerous in the most interesting way. I told myself I simply had to test him again. I told Midoriya that his analysis had been quite something. Midoriya rolled his eyes and pointed out that I had asked. I told him I was glad I had, then asked how long it had taken him to notice the boy's injuries. Midoriya shrugged and explained that he could not be sure. The moment the boy had walked in, he had noticed the differences. Underground heroes moved differently, he said, hiding everything except what they could not hide. The boy was limping more today than when Midoriya had last seen him with Detective Tsukachi, so evidently he had been hurt and had refused treatment again. Midoriya observed that it was a pattern. Aizawa stared at him, utterly baffled, which I found delightful. I leaned forward a fraction. I asked Midoriya how often he made such deductions. He answered dryly that it was whenever people existed near him. I nearly purred. A mind like his was rare, rough, jagged, half-feral, but brilliant, able to see the world in threads and patterns others missed, to anticipate danger, to dissect weakness in a single glance. This boy had potential that Aldra would never understand. His mother must know and must fear for him. An old, familiar tug pulled at me, curiosity and the urge to nurture potential. I felt the spark to sharpen it and see how far it could go. For now I smiled, folded my paws over my clipboard, and remarked to Aizawa that someone had been paying more attention to his health than he had. Aizawa groaned. Yamada cackled. Midoriya looked smug. Aldra, high, blissfully unaware, had just become the official start of something very, very interesting. I could feel them staring. Not the usual Aldra curiosity, this was premium, professional hero attention. They pretended to be observing the class, but their eyes kept drifting back as though I were a particularly interesting stain on the floor. I hated it. Nizu pretended to listen to the teacher. Present Mike pretended not to whisper commentary under his breath. Aizawa did not pretend. He watched me openly as if waiting for me to either solve a murder or commit one. My least favorite audience. The teacher cleared her throat and launched into a lecture about the value of quirks in modern society. She forced a smile and insisted that those without quirks were not lesser, that everyone had a role. I slouched in my chair, chin on my hand, and listened to what was essentially hot air wrapped in buzzwords. I had heard this speech from teachers, heroes on TV, and politicians, always the same platitudes to people who had never met someone like me except for staged photo ops. They said we were not worse, just different. We could still contribute. I could only think about my bruises. I raised my hand. The teacher responded to me as Midoriya. I asked why, if quirkless people were not worse, we were the only ones legally allowed to be excluded from hero courses. The room fell silent. The teacher started to say it was for safety reasons, and I cut in to point out that telling quirkless people they were not worse while legally excluding them meant declaring them too fragile to be worth the risk. A couple of kids snorted and Bakugo scoffed loudly. I pressed on and asked why quirk discrimination did not count as a hate crime and why quirkless assault cases were often dismissed as mutual conflict even with video evidence. Present Mike quieted. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. Nizu's pen paused. The teacher stammered that it was not the time, but I replied that it was the time if she was going to lie. I gestured around the room and said that she could insist quirkless people were not worse all she liked, but it did not change the fact that we got shoved, mocked, isolated, and blamed for our own harassment. When it happened to us, it was called character building. When it happened to others, it was villainous behavior. The silence that followed felt good. Bakugo scoffed again. He said that if I could not handle it, that was my problem. I did not look at him. I pointed him out as Exhibit A, noting that he had been allowed to behave that way for years and no one stopped him because adults had taught him it was permissible. The teacher attempted to defend Bakugo as a talented student, but I cut in and said that I was not talented because talent apparently only counted if it exploded. Nizu cleared his throat and, in a measured voice, asked what I believed would improve conditions for quirkless individuals. I blinked. It was a decent question. I suggested accountability and real consequences instead of empty words. Punish discrimination the same way quirk misuse was punished and teach kids empathy instead of hierarchy. I added that adults would not do this because it would require admitting they had screwed up. Presently, let out a low whistle and Aizawa exhaled slowly. The teacher looked like she wanted the floor to swallow her whole. I told the room I appreciated the speech because it sounded inspiring, but pointing out that saying quirkless people were not worse in front of people who already decided otherwise was just noise. No one argued. Nizu commented that I seemed very certain of my position, and I said, flatly, that experience made one certain. The hero's gazes burned into me, analyzing, measuring, probably deciding whether I was a tragedy or a problem. I hated that too. The teacher hastily resumed the lesson, desperate to regain control, but the mood was broken. No one was really listening anymore, not even me. I stared out the window, jaw tight, aware that they would leave soon, write reports, and shake their heads with sympathetic phrases. Tomorrow, Aldra would be unchanged. Bakugo would be Bakugo. I would still be quirkless. I felt Nizu's eyes on me again, longer and sharper than before. I did not look back because I already knew what they saw. A smart kid in the wrong place, a problem they did not cause but could not ignore. I did not know which scared them more, the fact that I was quirkless, or the fact that I could see how broken the system was and refused to pretend otherwise. The rest of the day crawled by. After that confrontation, I thought of it as a discussion in the loosest sense. I mentally checked out. My body stayed in the chair, my eyes tracked the board, but my attention had left the building, probably headed somewhere far away from Aldra High and its collective lack of curiosity. The teacher kept talking. Words continued to happen. None of it mattered. I ignored the snickers, the whispers, and the sidelong glances. I ignored Bakugo's occasional scoff and the way his glare kept drifting back to me as if replaying the hit on loop. I ignored the fact that the heroes were still there, still watching, still pretending to be part of the scenery. They were not subtle at all. Nizu occasionally scribbled something down, his eyes flicking to me like I was a puzzle box he hadn't cracked yet. Present Mike watched between me and the rest of the class like he was watching a reality show. Aizawa was quieter. He watched patterns. I recognized that kind of stare, so I gave them nothing. I stopped raising my hand. I stopped reacting. I stopped engaging. If they wanted honesty, they already got it. I wasn't there to perform an encore. By second PRD, my classmates relaxed a little. The tension eased not because things were better, but because they decided I was no longer entertaining. Which was fine by me. I had survived years by being invisible when I needed to be. The bell rang. Chairs scraped. People moved. I didn't. I waited until most of them were gone before standing up, not because I was scared, just because I didn't feel like dealing with anyone. Aizawa called Midoriya's name from near the door, arms crossed and his scarf loose around his shoulders. Up close, his injuries were even more obvious. He was hiding them well, but not well enough. Midoriya responded that he knew. Aizawa told Midoriya that he didn't have to stay silent, not accusing but factual. He studied me a moment longer, then nodded once and said it was all right. There was no lecture, no pity. It was unexpectedly tolerable. The rest of the day continued with bells, lessons, breaks. I ate lunch alone as usual. Today no one even pretended to sit nearby. I guess the earlier altercation with Bakugo had made me more dangerous in their eyes. Progress came in strange forms. I doodled in my notebook instead of taking notes. Hero silhouettes, structural weaknesses, escape routes. Old habits, comfort habits. I caught Nizu glancing at the drawings once and quickly looking away as if caught snooping. Curiosity should be uncomfortable. By the last PRD, the heroes finally left. I felt it before I saw it. The weight in the room lifted, like someone had cracked a window. The teachers relaxed too quickly, like prey animals after a predator passed by. Still, nothing really changed. The same kids answered questions, the same favoritism bled through every interaction. The same unspoken rule applied: don't be quirkless, and if you are, don't complain. I didn't complain. I just endured. When the final bell rang, I packed up slowly. My bag felt heavier than it should, stuffed with books I didn't need and expectations I never asked for. Bakugo stormed out without another look. Good, I didn't have the energy for round 2. I left the classroom last, the hallway already half empty. The scorch marks from earlier were still there. No one's cleaned them up. Of course they hadn't. I paused for a moment, staring at them, a reminder, a warning, a message written in damage instead of words, then sighed and kept walking. Outside the air felt better, colder, cleaner, real. My shoulders loosened a fraction as I stepped off school grounds. Aldera shrank behind me, just another ugly building full of loud opinions and quiet cruelty. Tomorrow would probably be the same, or worse. But today, at least, I had said what needed to be said. If it didn't matter to the airheads inside those walls, well, it mattered to me. Nizu lost his composure the moment HAHAHA disappeared from view behind the car windows. Laughter bubbled up from somewhere deep in his chest, high-pitched, sharp, and utterly uncontrollable. He clapped his paws together and his tail flicked wildly. Present Mike yelped that he did not like that laugh. Aizawa groaned and called it the bad laugh. Nizu wiped a tear from his eye and declared that it was the best laugh, the laugh of someone who had just found something utterly fascinating. Present Mike guessed that Nizu had found a kid. Nizu corrected him that he had found a marvel. He bounced on the seat, ignoring the way the car swerved slightly, and enthusiastically catalogued what he'd observed: the observational acuity, the linguistic precision, the adaptive aggression. He said he could write papers about Midoriya. Aizawa sighed and noted the subject's name, Midoriya. Nizu agreed with bright excitement, describing Midoriya Izuku as quirkless, bullied, and systematically dismissed, yet capable of dissecting professional heroes with a glance and dismantling institutional hypocrisy with words alone. Present Mike commented that Nizu was enjoying this way too much. Nizu responded that how could he not? The system had crushed the boy and, instead of breaking him, he had sharpened himself against it. Aizawa warned that wasn't always a good thing. Nizu answered that precisely what made him dangerous was that combination. The car fell quiet for a moment. Nizu laughed again, quieter now but no less thrilled, and marveled at how rare it was to find a mind like that, untempered by power, unseduced by praise, seeing heroes as people flawed, hypocritical, human. Present Mike whistled that the kid had roasted them without even trying. Nizu added that Midoriya stopped once he realized further effort was wasted. He disengaged strategically and knew when words were effective and when they were merely noise. Aizawa frowned that such awareness in a kid his age was concerning. Nizu agreed, saying that was why Aldera was the worst possible place for him. Present Mike stiffened and asked if Nizu was thinking of intervening. Nizu replied that he already was. He clarified that he was not considering Midoriya as a hero candidate. Aizawa relaxed slightly while Present Mike remained unsettled. Nizu insisted the boy didn't need a quirk to be exceptional, and more importantly he didn't need Aldera. That school would either grind him down or force him into something far uglier than sarcasm. Aizawa muttered about the risk of turning him into a villain. Nizu smiled thinly in agreement. As the car hummed toward you, Nizu reflected that Midoriya stood at a precarious crossroads. Present Mike noted, swallowing, that Nizu didn't leave things to chance. Nizu tapped his clipboard already filled with notes and said this required a nudge, careful, gentle enough not to frighten him, precise enough to matter. Aizawa exhaled slowly and observed that Nizu was, unsurprisingly, planning something. Nizu beamed and confirmed it. Present Mike muttered that every time Nizu said that, someone's life changed forever. Nizu considered the remark, grinned, and accepted it. Someone remarked that was usually the point. Somewhere in the city, Midoriya Izuku walked home, unaware that the most dangerous mind in hero society had just decided he was interesting. Aizawa's POV. Aizawa had worked with Nizu long enough to know one immutable truth. When Nizu called something interesting, someone's life was about to be flipped upside down. Usually violently. The car hummed beneath them as they headed back to you, Nizu practically glowing with manic satisfaction in the back seat. Present Mike kept glancing at Nizu as if checking whether the safety locks were engaged. Aizawa did not blame him. Aizawa rubbed his temples. His head already ached, and it had nothing to do with his injuries. He was absolutely not going to let Recovery Girl hear about. Midoriya Izuku. He exhaled slowly. That kid was a problem. Not because he was disruptive or weak, because he understood. Nizu's laugh, sharp and delighted, still echoed in his ears, the sound Nizu made when he found something he wanted to test, push, or bend. And Nizu did not play with people unless he thought they would survive it, adapt, or break in a way that taught him something. Aizawa finally asked Nizu to define his idea of a nudge. The laughter stopped. Nizu turned, bright and calculating, and insisted that he would never do anything harmful. Present Mike remarked that the explanation sounded like a villain in a documentary. Nizu dismissed the worry and described exposure, opportunity, redirection. When Aizawa asked toward what, Nizu said it depended on how the subject responded. Aizawa clenched his jaw. That was exactly what he had feared. Midoriya was not a lab rat. He was a kid already pushed too far by a broken system. The last thing he needed was Nizu deciding he was a fascinating variable. And then there was Inko Midoriya. Aizawa ran a hand down his face. If she caught wind of Nizu maneuvering her son like a chess piece, there would not be enough concrete left at UA to rebuild. She was terrifying not because she yelled, but because she was calm, precise, the kind of person whose paperwork could strangle an entire department. He had seen villains fold faster. Aizawa told Nizu that she already did not trust heroes and that she had good reason not to. Nizu listened, his ears flicking, and suggested she might agree if convinced. Present Mike warned them not to poke the mother. Nizu hummed and asked what would happen if the mother agreed. Aizawa was certain she would not, and Nizu only smiled and said it was precisely why they must proceed carefully. The car fell quiet. Aizawa recalled how Midoriya looked in class, how he shut down once he realized words would not change anything, how easily he could have escalated but did not, how controlled he was for someone carrying so much resentment and pain. That restraint did not come from safety, it came from necessity. Aizawa warned that if they pushed Midoriya wrong, they would not get a hero but someone who knew exactly how to tear the system apart. Nizu softened and agreed. Present Mike asked what they would do now. Nizu looked out the window as UA's gates came into view and said they would proceed carefully. Aizawa crossed his arms, unconvinced. Careful or not, Nizu did not find interesting things by accident. Inko Midoriya would notice, and when she did, even the most brilliant plan would be up against a mother's force to protect her child. If it went wrong, everyone would be in real danger. Inko's POV. The hospital smelled of antiseptic, reheated coffee, and barely contained panic. For Inko Midoriya, that meant a normal day. She guided Izuku to a stool near the supply cart and noted how his eyes scanned the room as if cataloging exits and injury patterns. She kept herself from smiling. She was in the field wing emergency intake, overflow cases, and heroes who thought they were indestructible until reality disagreed. Izuku mentioned casually that he had punched Bakugo. Inko paused with a glove half on and asked for clarification, then, after a brief, tense exchange, instructed him to sit and to scream if someone bled on him. A gurney rolled in. Miruko lay propped on one elbow, grinning through clenched teeth and pretending the hospital bed was a beach. She greeted Nurse Midoriya and noted that she had been told to wait for backup. Miruko winced, revealing a shallow gunshot to the shoulder. Inko washed her hands and settled into professional calm, telling Miruko to stay still. Miruko snorted that sitting still was not in her nature. Izuku kept talking while Inko prepared the tray. He told her about Aldra, about Nizu, about Aizawa and Present Mike, about the lecture and how the teachers had watched him without changing anything. He described Nizu's smile as if he were solving a puzzle. He reported in a steady, factual way, and with every word, Inko felt something cold and tight coil in her chest. He said that they had spoken of quirkless people as if they were theoretical problems, as if they did not exist unless it was convenient. Inko listened and let her hands move on autopilot. Clamp, forceps, pressure. She had meant to numb the area, but Izuku's steady report pulled her attention. Before she realized it, the foreign object came free and fell into the tray. Miruko reacted with a loud, shocked cry, every head in the ward turning. Inko's eyes went to the syringe still untouched on the tray, and she realized her oversight. She apologized instantly and applied steady pressure, voice calm but eyes sharp. A short, neutral pause bridged the moment as staff rallied to stabilize Miruko and secure the ward. Inko addressed Izuku about the lecture afterward, planning to talk through what had happened and how to handle the fallout. She felt the familiar, fierce protectiveness that had always kept her son safe. It was the kind of resolve that would not be deterred by puzzles, plans or theoretical interest. Inko told them he would be fine. No nerve damage, clean extraction. Izuku stared first at the bullet, then at Maruko, then at his mother. He asked if that was his mom. Inko affirmed. He noted that she had forgotten the anesthetic. Inko admitted that she had. Maruko laughed weakly through clenched teeth and observed that it must have been one hell of a story. Inko secured the bandage with practiced efficiency, her hands steady now though her jaw remained tight. She acknowledged that it had been quite a story. Once Maruko was stabilized and loudly demanding compensation snacks, Inko finally turned back to her son. She crouched to get eye level with him and asked him to tell everything from the beginning. He did. By the time he finished, her hands were shaking not with fear, but with restraint. She smoothed his hair back gently and told him he had done nothing wrong. He exhaled as if he had been holding his breath all day. Then she added firmly that he must tell her immediately if anyone put him on a rooftop again. He agreed. Inko stood and returned to her work, but inside she knew someone was going to have a very bad day. She took one look at her son, calm, focused, already reaching for gloves like it was just another Tuesday, and made a decision. She told them she would be right back, clapping her hands once for emphasis. Maruko squinted from the bed and noted that Inko usually did not leave mid-procedure. Inko replied that she knew and that this was how serious it was. Izuku glanced up. He already understood. Inko instructed him to take vitals every 5 minutes and to avoid heroics. She told him to call her, to shout, or to throw something if anything felt off. He nodded and acknowledged her as mom. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, then straightened and left before she did anything unprofessional. The hallway was blessedly quiet. Inko ducked into an empty on-call room, shut the door, and pulled out her phone. She called Recovery Girl. Chio answered on the second ring and asked what was wrong. Inko told her flatly that Nizu had taken an interest in her son that day. There was a pause, then a single, flat sound of recognition from the other end. Inko described Nizu's behavior observation, analysis, smiling, laughing the whole performance. Chio sighed long and tired and called Nizu that demed animal. Inko informed Chio that whatever Nizu was planning, educational, experimental, preventative, or otherwise, he was to leave Izuku alone. Chio began to protest, but Inko interrupted, calm and unyielding, making clear that she was being polite rather than asking for a discussion. Chio quietly asked if Inko thought she would hurt the boy. Inko replied that she believed Chio trusted Nizu's vision, while she believed in her son's survival, and those two positions were not always compatible. Silence stretched for a moment. Then Chio promised that she would not touch Izuku without Inko's consent and that she would make sure Nizu remembered Izuku was not a project. Inko stopped pacing and thanked her. Chio added that if Izuku had been her kid, Aldra would not still be standing, and Inko allowed herself a small, grateful smile, noting that they were lucky it was only Nizu. She hung up, straightened her coat, breathed and returned to work. Izuku felt like his mother had handed him a pro hero with a casual instruction and walked off. He tried to act like it was normal. Maruko stared from the bed, eyes narrowed and ears twitching, and asked him about what had happened. Izuku explained that if the screaming earlier had been about anything, it was because his mother got like that when she was angry on his behalf. Maruko muttered that this explained the pain, then asked why he was taking over the care. He shrugged and explained that it was because Maruko was still bleeding and their mother trusted him not to mess it up. Maruko snorted and called that bold trust. Izuku replied that it was statistically justified as he checked the dressing. He noted that the pressure was good and the bleeding had slowed, and he asked if she had any numbness in her fingers. Maruko flexed experimentally and reported no numbness but said it hurt like hell. Izuku said that was expected given she had been shot. Maruko laughed despite herself at his detached DLVY. He offered an apology for the missing anesthetic and said that was on his mom, he should have double-checked. Maruko blinked in surprise that he was apologizing for his mother. Izuku acknowledged that he was not even licensed, which was why he was sticking strictly to what he had been taught and not improvising. He told Maruko that if she felt dizzy, nauseous, or lost sensation she had to tell him immediately. She watched him for a long moment and called him weird. He agreed that he was frequently that way. He finished securing the wrap and stepped back, telling her she was stable and to try not to punch anything for at least a week. Miruko promised no guarantees. He warned that if she tore her wound open, their mother would sedate her next time, possibly with a chair. Miruko laughed loud enough for a nurse to peek in. Izuku cleaned the tray, disposed of the bullet properly, and labeled everything. Routine helped and kept his hands steady. Miruko commented that he had handled it better than half the sidekicks she knew. Izuku shrugged and said that practice had taught him well. She wondered if he wanted to be a hero. Answered that his goal was simply to stay alive. Miruko grinned and approved the goal as fair. When their mother returned, her eyes flicked over the bandage, the vitals, and Miruko's posture in half a second. She nodded once at Izuku, a quiet, solid approval. Izuku stepped aside and washed his hands. Another crisis had been managed. Another day had been survived. Somewhere out there, Nizu was probably plotting, and Izuku mentally added that to the list. 2 weeks later, Recovery Girl reviewed what she had done. She was a healer who had survived the earliest, messiest days of hero society and did not take kindly to children being treated like thought experiments, especially Inko Midoriya's child. After that phone call, she had sat in her office, poured herself a cup of tea, and made a deliberate decision. For the next 2 weeks, she informed HAHAHA politely, professionally, and in writing that she would be unavailable for all non-critical treatment of students and staff. No muscle recovery kisses. No fatigue resets. No casual fixes for overtraining. She limited herself to critical, life-threatening injuries only. Everything else would heal naturally. The backlash was immediate. Aizawa showed up on the 3rd day with his arm in a sling and dark circles under his eyes. He accused her of doing it on purpose. She responded cheerfully and told him to sit down before he fell over. He muttered that he had torn something during patrol. She pointed out that he was still breathing and advised icing it. He stared at her. Someone accused Chio of punishing Nizu, and Chio corrected that she was educating him. Present Mike was next, then Vlad King, then a rotating cast of students who suddenly discovered that actions have consequences and bodies did not, in fact, bounce back overnight. Nizu, of course, noticed within 48 hours. He always did. He came to Chio's office on the 5th day, smiling far too pleasantly for someone whose school was quietly falling apart at the seams. Nizu hopped onto a chair and remarked that Chio seemed unavailable lately. Chio responded that she was, while filing paperwork. When Nizu asked why, Chio finally looked at him and told him that he had forgotten Midoriya Izuku was not a variable, not a curiosity or an interesting case study. Nizu's smile did not fade, but it stilled. Chio emphasized that Izuku was a child who already carried more damage than half the people who came through her door. Damage Nizu had not caused but which he was very capable of worsening. After a moment of silence, Nizu tilted his head and mentioned that Inko had spoken with Chio. Chio corrected him that Inko had warned him. Nizu's tail flicked once, a brief tell. Chio folded her hands and told him that he would redirect his attention or face the consequences of a hero school without its primary medical support. Nizu chuckled softly and suggested that Chio was holding his institution hostage. Chio smiled slowly and replied that she was reminding him she was not replaceable, and neither was that boy. Nizu studied her for a long moment, then laughed quietly and thoughtfully, conceding that he would adjust his focus. Chio told him to see that he did. He hopped down and left, already calculating something new, something different. Chio let him have another puzzle, something that would force him to wrestle with logistics, complaints, and injuries that refused to heal on schedule. She wanted him to remember that even geniuses answer to consequences. As for Midoriya Izuku, Chio made a note in her private files, written in pen so permanent it could only be burned away. If anyone at UA attempted to involve the boy without informed consent from both him and his mother, she would personally dismantle their support system piece by piece. She took another sip of tea. 2 weeks passed. Nizu stayed busy. One quirkless boy, for once, was left in peace. Chio considered that, too, a kind of healing. Izuku shut his laptop and told himself he probably should not be on hero forums, not because they were illegal, but because misinformation reproduced there. Still, they were useful for spotting patterns. Today they were full of whining about UA's medical support. A thread questioned whether UA medical support was in shambles, with users speculating that Recovery Girl hadn't treated anyone in weeks, that she had overused her quirk and needed rest, or that she was protesting. Izuku squinted at the screen and connected dots. Recovery Girl, Granny Chio, 2 weeks, no routine treatments, Nizu, the phone call his mother had taken. The timing lined up. He closed the forum tab slowly and turned to the kitchen, where his mother was chopping vegetables with a terrifying amount of precision. Izuku asked his mother if something had happened with Recovery Girl. Inko answered cheerfully without looking up. When Izuku mentioned that online rumors said Chio was resting because she had overdone her quirk and suggested a visit with cake, Inko paused and then laughed, hands on the counter, shoulders shaking. Izuku worried he had said something wrong, but Inko reassured him that Chio was perfectly fine. Izuku pressed on, asking why Chio would stop treating people, and Inko explained that Chio had chosen to stop working on purpose. Izuku struggled to process that. His mother stepped closer, set the knife aside, and cupped his face, her expression softening. Inko told him that Chio had known him since he was little and knew Nizu, and Chio knew when a line was about to be crossed. Izuku realized Chio had shut down UA's medical safety net not from injury but to redirect Nizu. That was not just support, it was deliberate pressure. Inko laughed softly and reminded him that if Chio had actually overused her quirk, UA would be evacuating. They could still visit with cake, but not because Chio was hurt. Izuku felt the weight in his chest ease. People had fought for him not loudly, not dramatically, but deliberately. He glanced back at his laptop and the clueless speculation scrolling by. They had no idea, and he hoped they never would. Izuku knew he had made a mistake the moment he saw Bakugo. Bakugo Katsuki was standing at the school gates, hands shoved in his pockets, posture loose in that confident, dangerous way that came right before something explosive usually aimed at Izuku. Of course he was early and waiting. His eyes locked onto Izuku instantly, sharp and mean, and Izuku felt that familiar sinking twist in his gut. His brain ran instinctive calculations. Distance to the entrance, teachers on. Duty, none. Blind spots, how fast he could move before Bakugo decided to make it interesting. Bakugo grinned and called out to Izuku, using his nickname, and added that he did not think Izuku would show up after yesterday. Izuku kept walking. He knew stopping would give Bakugo what he wanted. He asked flatly whether Bakugo was surprised and told him he would have to try harder to scare him off permanently. Bakugo laughed, sharp and ugly, and muttered that Izuku had gotten lucky. He stepped closer, and Izuku felt heat and the faint, threatening crackle of nitroglycerin in Bakugo's palms enough to warn, not enough for a blast. Bakugo sneered and accused Izuku of thinking he was tough now, of punching him in front of heroes and assuming that changed anything. Izuku stopped walking slowly and turned to face him, meeting Bakugo's glare head-on. Izuku answered calmly that he thought it had set Bakugo off. Midoriya told Bakugo that was the point, and Bakugo's grin faltered for half a second. Midoriya continued in a low voice that Bakugo was standing there mocking him because he needed to prove he was still on top, because for 1 second he had not been, and that had scared him. That was enough to set Bakugo off. He bared his teeth and sent sparks snapping louder as he told Deku to shut up. A couple of students slowed down, sensing the tension but not enough to intervene. Midoriya added quietly that, for all he knew, Bakugo was about to attack him again right there in public because he could not help himself. Bakugo's eyes widened just a fraction, not in fear, but in recognition. He growled and asked if Midoriya really wanted to push him. Midoriya shrugged and said he did not really want to, but that Bakugo had already decided what kind of person he wanted to be and Midoriya was only naming it. Silence stretched and the air hummed with static. For a moment Midoriya honestly thought Bakugo might act on that he might blast him into the pavement to prove his point. His muscles tensed, ready to bolt or brace. Then Aizawa's voice cut through the moment, calling Bakugo's name in a sharp, tired, familiar tone. Aizawa stood a few meters away, scarf loose and eyes narrowed, appearing as if out of thin air. Bakugo clicked his tongue and made an indifferent sound as the sparks died down. He shouldered past Midoriya, deliberately bumping his arm hard enough to sting, and warned Deku to watch himself. Midoriya did not respond, not out of fear, but because Bakugo wanted a reaction and he was done feeding him. He exhaled slowly as Bakugo walked off, his heart pounding despite himself. This was going to be that kind of day. Aizawa watched Bakugo go, then turned his attention back to Midoriya with an expression equal parts concern and calculation. Midoriya adjusted his bag strap and went inside. He managed to get into the building without a literal explosion, which already made the day better than average. Still, his head would not stop turning over the morning. Aizawa had been there early, casually, like he had expected trouble. That did not sit right. Midoriya knew Aizawa did not usually patrol Aldra. He had tracked hero routines and patterns for years. Aizawa favored high-crime zones and transit corridors where villains slipped through. A middle school with a bullying problem was not his usual beat. Walking the hallway and ignoring the chatter, Midoriya considered possibilities. Coincidence seemed unlikely. Aizawa hated mornings more than Midoriya did. The second possibility was Nizu. He was likely to meddle once he noticed something. The third was Bakugo. If heroes were already monitoring him, things were worse than Midoriya had thought. He slid into his seat and half expected Aizawa to reappear like a sleep-deprived ghost. He did not, but the sense of being watched lingered, making Midoriya both paranoid and justified. Class began as if nothing had happened. The usual habit of pretending problems do not exist until they are unavoidable. Midoriya half listened and made notes he did not really need while turning Aizawa's timing over in his head. If Aizawa had stepped in exactly when Bakugo was about to cross a line, someone had warned him or he had already been there. Either option felt bad. If Nizu had sent him, then this was not about Bakugo at all. It was about Midoriya. The thought settled in his chest, colder than fear, being observed without consent, like a microscope sliding into place. He did not like that. He glanced around the room. Bakugo had already returned to pretending Midoriya did not exist, laughing too loudly with his lackeys. The teachers were not watching closely enough. The same stage, the same actors, except now there was an audience behind the curtains. Midoriya rested his chin in his hand and planned. If Aizawa monitored the perimeter, confrontation probability had gone down, but escalation was being anticipated. That meant Nizu expected something to happen. Figures. All Midoriya had wanted was to get through classes without getting blown up. Instead, he might have triggered a hero surveillance subplot. Fantastic. After class, Midoriya did not go home. That alone spoke to how badly the day had gone. He slipped out with the usual crowd, head down, backpack light, steps measured. Bakugo did not follow, too busy being loud in a way that required witnesses. Midoriya took a left where everyone else went straight and walked 3 blocks to the public library, an old concrete building with a flickering sign and perpetual underfunding. That meant the security cameras drew little attention and the computers were ancient and slow, invisible to anyone thinking in cutting-edge tech. If Nizu wanted to play chess, Midoriya would not be a pawn. He pushed through the doors and nodded to the librarian. She knew him, liked him, and thought he was a harmless kid who read too much and never caused trouble. He went straight to the back row of PCs, the one with the cracked monitor, the loose mouse, and the sticky E-key. He had used it before, it was a comfort. His mother had taught him 2 things. Information saves lives, and if someone was watching you, you had better be watching back. UA's network was not impossible to reach. People assumed it was because of funding and genius-level protections, but systems were usually breached by assumptions rather than brilliance. UA assumed no quirkless middle schooler with library access would try. That was their first mistake. Midoriya started slow, avoiding brute force or alarms. He piggybacked through public-facing servers and crawled through archived access points the digital skeletons institutions neglected as they expanded too fast. 5 minutes in, he was deeper than he should have been. 10 minutes later, he found faculty movement logs. They were not live, but recent enough to show patterns. There it was, Aizawa Shoyuda, unscheduled presence, location tagged Mizudafu Aldra perimeter. Midoriya hummed softly at the confirmation. He dug deeper. A stronger adaptive firewall showed Nizu's handiwork. He liked puzzles that bit back and circled for metadata leaks, timestamps, and human error rather than tripping defenses. Someone had accessed this node from UA Medical earlier in the week. Midoriya grinned and muttered to himself that whoever in medical had done that should talk to Recovery Girl more, since they were sloppy when annoyed. He did not need everything. Wanting everything was how you got noticed. He just wanted context. What he found next made the context clear. Nizu was not investigating Aldra. Nizu was investigating Midoriya not officially, but in the way that mattered. Izuku had not written it down, but he had left enough of a trail to put Aizawa nearby, to test reactions, to see how he moved when pressure was applied. He wanted to know if he was sharp. He thought of Principal Nizu and told himself he was a knife. He pulled away carefully, wiping traces as he went, rerouting traffic so it looked like a failed automated diagnostic. Nothing flashy. Nothing arrogant. His mother had always said arrogance got you killed faster than ignorance. He logged off, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling tiles. Now he knew. That meant choices. He could lie low, pretend he had not noticed and let Nizu prod and poke and decide he was boring. But that was not who he was. If Nizu was curious, Izuku would give him something to chew on just enough to make Nizu nervous, not enough to hurt him or involve his mother. He packed up, thanked the librarian on his way out, and headed home with his hands in his pockets and his mind 3 steps ahead. Nizu liked unpredictability. Tomorrow Izuku planned to be polite, helpful, and inoffensive and to make sure every hero within a 5-mile radius felt like they were missing a piece of the puzzle. After all, his mother had taught him to seek information. Principal Nizu was in the middle of a second cup of tea when Power Loader burst into his office without knocking. Power Loader reported the problem and slammed a tablet onto the desk, projecting logs and diagnostic readouts into the air, red and yellow blinking warnings that would have made lesser administrators panic. Power Loader explained that there had been a hacking attempt with external access that was unnervingly clean, no brute force, no alerts triggered until after the intruder was gone. Nizu clasped his paws together, his tail giving a slow, pleased sway as he repeated the word gone and noted with mild amusement how polite the intruder had been. Power Loader told him someone had breached UA's systems in broad daylight. Nizu asked whether the primary alarms had been tripped, whether records were altered, and whether large data packets had been exfiltrated. Power Loader answered no to each question but added that metadata, movement logs, and peripheral access timestamps had been affected. Whoever it was had known exactly what they wanted. Nizu considered the likeliest culprits. A professional villain preferred nights, distractions, and chaos. A government spy would be careful and layered. A student would be too imprecise. This breach had the precision of someone who acted to learn rather than to steal or cause damage. Power Loader confirmed there had been no ransom demand, no calling card, no lingering presence. The intruder had left as if they had never been there. Nizu walked to the window and observed the usual bustle of UA students training, heroes moving with purpose, an illusion of order, and he found the whole thing delightful. Power Loader nervously suggested escalating the matter to cyber forensics or the commission, but Nizu refused, preferring not to spoil the fun. He asked whether the breach had originated from a known criminal node. Power Loader said no, it had come from old public infrastructure, the library system. Nizu laughed, high and sharp, and told Power Loader that someone had walked into the lion's den, taken a look around, and left without smudging the glass. He noted that the intruder had done it in daylight because they were not afraid. When Power Loader asked which systems had been accessed, Nizu learned that faculty patrol deviations and peripheral medical access timestamps had been touched. Nothing obviously sensitive, and Nizu's mind began to connect threads. Aizawa's unscheduled presence, Recovery Girl's recent hesitance, a quirkless child with too much awareness and a sharp mouth. He allowed himself to be fascinated rather than concerned and instructed Power Loader to increase passive monitoring only, with no countermeasures or retaliation. If they spooked the intruder, the person would disappear. If the intruder returned, Nizu said they would say hello properly. As Power Loader left, Nizu sipped his now cold tea and mused on how rude and interesting it was that a child had hacked UA in broad daylight. He thought of Midoriya Izuku and wondered how long the boy could dance before realizing the board had always been watching. Izuku left the library feeling as if he had poked a very large, very intelligent bear. Correction. He thought of it as a very intelligent rodent. The school knew someone had slipped through its fingers that afternoon and smiled while doing it. Maybe not officially, with a neat file and a red stamped name, but they knew. And they knew the intruder had not run, which meant they knew enough. The sky was overcast, Nizu looking permanently stuck in a mood. People passed him, busy and alive, unaware that Yue had been probed by a quirkless middle schooler with a grudge and too much free time. Izuku stepped over a crack in the sidewalk and exhaled slowly. He had not taken anything dangerous, no student records, no hero weaknesses, nothing that would get his mother in trouble. Just context, just confirmation, just enough to say he had seen them. His phone buzzed. He froze for half a second, reflexively careful, then pulled it out. The caller was his mother, Inko. He answered immediately and greeted her. She asked if he was on his way home. He confirmed that he was still in one piece. Inko asked a favor. Could he stop by the bakery on 3rd Street with the green awning and pick up the honey rolls she liked, because Recovery Girl would be stopping by later? Izuku recognized the gentle bribery and agreed. He teased that she had forgotten to eat again, and she protested that she had been busy. He reminded her that she had once stitched a hero's leg while lecturing him about hydration and then had passed out from not having eaten. She insisted that had been only one time, and he corrected her that it had been 3 times. He remembers that one of them was yesterday. His mother, Inko, clears her throat and suggests the bakery. He glances down the street. The bakery is a 5-minute detour and the scent of sugar and bread drifts through the air. He agrees to pick the rolls up. Inko thanks him and, hesitating, asks if everything is okay at school. He considers lying, deflecting, or telling her everything and watching Nizu burn, then settles for honesty in Inko style, telling her it was annoying but that he survived. Inko hums, unconvinced, and warns him that if anything happens he should call. He promises he will. Inko sounds doubtful. He does not blame her. She tells him to be careful, and he replies that he always is, meaning it in the way that makes heroes nervous. They end the call, and he turns toward the bakery. As he walks, his thoughts drift back to Yue. He pictures Nizu probably pacing, power loader stressed, and Aizawa tired and suspicious. He lets them wonder. He did not hack them to challenge. He hacked them because if they are going to circle him like sharks, he wants to know how big the tank is. The bakery bell jingles as he pushes inside. Warm air, sweet smells, and soft lighting greet him. The woman behind the counter recognizes him and asks if he wants his usual. He confirms, asking for honey rolls and something chocolate because his mother pretends she does not like chocolate but eats it anyway. The woman laughs and starts packing a bag. As he waits, he feels the sensation again, like someone somewhere has become aware of him in a more focused way. He suppresses a grin, thinking that Nizu wanted to play and hoping Nizu enjoys games where the pieces talk back. The bell jingles again, and then the screaming begins. The door slams open hard enough to rattle the display case. Warm, sugary safety evaporates as flour dusts the air and a tray drops. The baker gasps. A villain bursts in, low tier and desperate. His mask is crooked and his quirk flares erratically, warping the air around his hands. He does not look like a mastermind, he looks cornered. He shouts for everyone to get down. People scream and some obey. A mother pulls her child close. The baker freezes, hands still clutching the paper bag he had been about to hand over. The protagonist does not move, not out of bravery but out of exhaustion. The villain's eyes flick across the room searching for control and he fixes on the green-haired, quirkless, small figure standing upright like he did not get the memo. The villain approaches and grabs him by the collar, yanking him against his chest with an arm clamped roughly and shaking around his neck while threatening to crush the child if anyone comes near. The bakery falls silent. The protagonist stares at the display case for a moment before lifting his hands slowly in annoyance rather than surrender. He comments mentally that a bakery on this street statistically sees several heroes an hour. The villain snaps at him and tightens his grip. The protagonist notes aloud that the hold is applied poorly and that the quirk output is unstable from an adrenaline spike. Using it now might knock the villain out or collapse a wall. He adds that the villain picked the worst hostage possible. The villain's grip tightens again, defensive now rather than confident. A reflection in the glass catches his eye. 2 figures at the end of the street, one red and one moving far too quietly. Heroes, arriving right on schedule. The villain, focused on the fact that his hostage is not behaving as expected, squeezes harder to force fear. Vision fuzzes at the edges, but he does not panic. He tells the villain he should not do this, mentioning a winged hero who takes rooftop incidents personally and a detective who knows his mother. The villain looks up, sees the heroes, and panics. His quirk flares wildly and he jerks the hostage backward. The door explodes inward. Feathers slice through the air as Hawks arrives, slamming into the villain from the side, twisting, disarming, and pinning the villain's arm to the wall. Aizawa is there a moment later, his capture scarf snapping out and shutting down the quirk mid-surge. The villain goes down hard. The bakery erupts into chaotic relief, crying, shouting, and thanks. Once freed, the protagonist staggers forward, coughs once, and straightens his jacket as if this were merely an inconvenience. Hawks turns to him, eyes sharp behind his goggles, and registers who he is with an exasperated recognition. Aizawa checks his posture and breathing and asks if he is okay. He nods and says it could have been worse. Hawks comments that he was taken hostage, and the protagonist replies that he has been stuck on rooftops before and ranks this incident lower. Aizawa exhales and predicts that Nizu will be pleased with the report. The protagonist grimaces and asks that Nizu not be told he was polite, insisting he has a reputation to maintain. Behind them, the baker finally moves the paper bag into his hands with shaking fingers. Izuku stammered that the pastries were on the house. He looked down at the bag and saw honey rolls and a chocolate pastry. He smiled faintly, stepped over the unconscious villain, and noted that at least his mother's snack had survived. Because of course it did. He never got out of anything that easily. Hawks told himself to be okay. He had handled assassination attempts, political minefields, Endeavor on a bad day, and even one press conference with a flaming billboard and a goat. None of that compared to the cold terror crawling up his spine now. The villain was irrelevant. The hostage situation had been resolved. The real problem stood 3 feet away, holding a paper bag of pastries like he had not just been grabbed by a criminal in broad daylight and talked into self-doubt. Midoriya Izuku looked up at Hawks with sharp green eyes, curiosity and faint amusement written across his face, and Hawks could only think that Miss Midoriya was going to end him. He glanced down at the unconscious villain bound, feathers pinning him neatly for pickup, alive, breathing, arrestable. If Inko Midoriya heard this story and decided someone was at fault, Hawks wanted it known that failure to apprehend was not the issue. Aizawa stood nearby, shoulders tense as if calculating paperwork and regret in equal measure. He asked the kid if he was all right again, quieter this time. Izuku replied that he had already said yes, and added wryly that if Hawks was asking emotionally, he would like a nap and a society upgrade. Hawks swallowed a laugh and failed. Izuku side-eyed him. He observed that Hawks looked like he had seen a ghost, which Hawks absolutely had. Inko Midoriya, the woman who smiled while she destroyed you. Hawks started to ask if Izuku had already called his mother but stopped. Instead, Izuku tilted his head and reassured him that he had not called her yet. Hawks' wings twitched at that word. Aizawa shot Hawks a look that said he felt the same, and Hawks could only shrug helplessly. Police sirens wailed closer as backup arrived, and Hawks forced himself to crouch to be at eye level with Izuku. He quietly told the boy that the situation had been handled, that he was safe, and that he had done everything right. Izuku snorted that it was a low bar, but he appreciated it. Hawks added that the boy should not have had to handle any of it. Izuku's smile faded into something tired and far too old for his face. He said that Hawks was welcome to the club. That landed harder than Hawks expected. Aizawa cleared his throat and reminded them they would need statements. Izuku agreed, then asked if he could drop the pastries off at home first because they would get stale. Hawks looked at the bag and declared, half to himself, that the pastries were now evidence. Izuku blinked and asked evidence of what, and Hawks muttered that it was evidence of his impending death. Aizawa snorted. The police cuffed the villain, thanked the heroes, and took over. Hawks barely registered the usual routines. His thoughts were already sprinting ahead. The sequence of events played through his head. Villain takes hostage. Hostage is Midoriya's son. Hostage remains sarcastic and unbroken. Heroes were present, but it still happened. He rubbed his face with both hands. Endeavor would hear about this. Recovery Girl already knew too much. Nizu was probably vibrating with glee somewhere. And Inko Midoriya was calm and kind and did not need to raise her voice. She would ask questions and people would confess things they had not done just to make it stop. Hawks straightened and forced a grin as he turned back to Izuku. He asked if Izuku was indeed the boy's name, and Izuku replied that it was unfortunate for Hawks. Hawks told him again that if anyone asked, the response had been instant, textbook. Izuku studied him, smiled sweetly, and said he would not lie. Hawks felt his soul leave his body. Aizawa patted Hawks on the shoulder as they walked away and remarked that it was better Hawks than him. Hawks watched Izuku head down the street toward home, pastry bag swinging, posture relaxed like today had not almost ended badly. For the first time in a long time, Hawks was not worried about villains. He was worried about a mother. If Miss Midoriya heard about this, someone would be in serious trouble, and it would not be the man in cuffs. Aizawa's POV. Aizawa watched Hawks stare after the kid as if he had witnessed an apocalypse in pastry form, wings twitching, smile too tight, eyes darting like he was mapping escape routes. By every metric that mattered, the scene was fine. The villain was secured, the police were doing their job, civilians were shaken but unharmed, and the kid was walking home under his own power with his sarcasm intact. Yet Hawks looked like he was about to fake his own death. Aizawa asked him flatly if he was good. Hawks did not answer immediately. He kept watching the street as if Inko Midoriya might materialize with a clipboard and righteous fury. Hawks then asked Aizawa if he knew what happened when Miss Midoriya was displeased. Aizawa admitted he did not. Hawks exhaled a laugh that sounded more like a whimper and said that he would rather fight assassins, because at least assassins stabbed where you could see it coming. Aizawa told him he was exaggerating, but Hawks was dead serious and insisted he was not. Aizawa considered it and remembered meeting Inko, a warm smile, a soft voice, and sharp eyes. Hawks added that Inko did not have a healing quirk, which Aizawa thought was a strange detail. Hawks laughed and said that made it worse. Aizawa frowned and asked him to explain, but Hawks only looked back toward the street where Midoriya had disappeared, and Aizawa was left reflecting on how intimidating someone so calm and competent could be. A competent medical professional with no quirk but enough skill to make Recovery Girl listen. She was intimidating, sure, but existential terror seemed a stretch. I told Hawks that Inko didn't have a quirk. Hawks actually laughed and said that was worse. He leaned in like he was about to share classified intel and explained that she knew people and helped people, cops, sidekicks, heroes, doctors, admins, and the paper pushers who decided budgets and patrol routes. I crossed my arms and asked, so what? Hawks said that when she asked a question, everyone wanted to give her the right answer immediately and preferably with receipts. I thought back to Tsukachi's respect, Recovery Girl's protectiveness, and the way officers listened when Inko spoke. I admitted that it was a lot. Hawks lowered his voice and pointed out that she would ask how the incident had happened and why it hadn't been prevented, who had known the boy was there, and why a quirkless middle schooler kept encountering villains more than some pro-heroes. I opened my mouth, closed it, and conceded that he was right. Hawks nodded and said I was getting it. I ran a hand through my hair and protested that it still seemed like an overreaction. Hawks said softly that she didn't have to end careers, she just remembered, and that was worse. I pictured Inko listening quietly, nodding, and filing everything away with that gentle smile, and the image unsettled me. I muttered that Nizu was going to push this. Hawks winced and said that he already hated that. I pointed out that Nizu hadn't said anything to me, and Hawks replied that meant I was on probation. I snorted despite myself and he warned that if she called him he would blame me. I glared and Hawks reminded me that he had been the one who grabbed the kid, and I had been the one who knew him, which made me complicit. A heavier sigh escaped me. For the first time since that morning, an uncomfortable thought settled in my gut. This wasn't just about villains, UA, or even Midoriya Izuku. It was about a mother who had noticed a pattern, and if Inko Midoriya decided that pattern needed to end, I had a feeling none of us would enjoy how she chose to fix it. I got home without incident, which felt suspicious. No villains, no heroes dropping from the sky, no explosions, just the familiar creak of the apartment door and the comforting smell of my mother's cooking drifting from the kitchen. I slipped off my shoes, set the bakery bag carefully on the counter like it hadn't almost become evidence in a hostage situation, and cleared my throat to announce that the bakery had limited options today, so I had picked something new to try. My mother turned from the stove and relaxed fractionally when she saw the bag. She asked if they had run out of the usual, and I replied wryly that society might never recover. She smiled that soft, fond smile that usually meant everything was fine, reached into the bag, and pulled out the honey rolls and a chocolate pastry. She remarked that I hadn't had to get extra, and I told her I absolutely had because she forgot to eat and I compensated. She laughed and shook her head. I grabbed a glass of water, leaned against the counter, and fought the urge to touch the spot on my neck where Hawks had glanced. My breathing was steady and my hands were calm, which felt both good and unsettling. My mother asked casually how the walk home had been. I said it had been boring. Her eyes flicked to my neck for a moment, just a second, and she resisted pushing further. I appreciated that restraint more than I ever said aloud. She set the plate on the table and gestured for me to sit, reminding me that Recovery Girl was coming by later and asking me to try to be polite. I told her I would try. We sat in a comfortable silence while I bit into a warm honey roll. My mother watched me and told me I didn't have to carry everything alone. I met her eyes and told her I knew, but I didn't mention the villain, Hawk's expression, Aizawa, Yue, or Nizu's metaphorical whiskers twitching. Today could be normal for her. She reached over, squeezed my hand and smiled, and I told her I was glad to be home safe. Recovery Girl arrived exactly 12 minutes later. There was a sharp, familiar knock, and my mother lit up as she always did when Recovery Girl showed up. Recovery Girl strode in with her cane clicking, eyes sharp and already furious. She dropped into a chair and launched into a rant about what the rat had done. Now weeks of refusing treatment, paperwork piling up, and heroes pretending they were fine until someone collapsed. My mother handed her tea without comment and Recovery Girl accepted it mid-rant before turning her frustration toward Eraserhead, remarking that he was held together by spite and caffeine and that he refused to listen. I lifted my cup in quiet agreement and took a sip, prompting Recovery Girl to note that I seemed awfully calm. I explained that I lived with my mother and had built up a certain resistance. My mother snorted and told me not to encourage her. Recovery Girl huffed and muttered that Yue used to respect medical authority and now everything was handled with a blasé attitude until someone paid the price. I nodded solemnly and joked that the situation was tragic, which made Recovery Girl narrow her eyes and accuse me of enjoying the moment a little. I admitted that watching her tear into the institution was a rare pleasure. She harumphed but seemed pleased. My mother settled beside her, gentle and steady, and reminded Recovery Girl that I didn't have to take on everything myself. Recovery Girl snapped that she did, because if she didn't, Nizu would treat it like a game. I kept my face neutral and kept my mouth occupied with pastry. Izuku refused to get involved in that conversation, saying he would not touch it with a 10-foot pole. Recovery Girl sipped her tea, calmer now but still simmering, and warned that the school would regret ignoring her. His mother hummed sympathetically and agreed that they usually did. Izuku nudged Recovery Girl's knee and offered another honey roll. She paused, looked at the plate, sighed, and accepted one. He felt a small, private victory. He leaned back in his chair, tea warm in his hands, listening to two terrifyingly competent women complain about you as if it were a personal hobby. If Nizu believed he had control of the situation, Izuku almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Recovery Girl did not so much calm as redirect her fury into conversation, which felt worse. She jabbed her cane lightly for emphasis and complained that some heroes treated serious injuries as trivial. She described instances of multiple fractured ribs and a collapsed lung and scolded the principal for encouraging that attitude. Mom listened, hands wrapped around her teacup, and said that heroes had always been that way. Izuku chewed a piece of pastry and neatly summarized that UA had an accountability problem. The two women regarded him. Recovery Girl squinted and suggested that accountability problem was a polite way of calling them idiots. Izuku replied that he tried to be inclusive. Idiocy came in many forms. Mom sighed and rubbed her temples, calling his name Izuku with concern. He pretended innocence and said he had not named names. Recovery Girl snorted, called him too sharp for his own good, and reached for another honey roll. She asked if he had been running into trouble again, and Mom stiffened slightly. Izuku noticed immediately. He shrugged and said it depended on one's definition of trouble. Recovery Girl said that was not an answer. Izuku teased that it was the only answer she was getting tonight and joked that if he told everything she would storm UA with a cane and a vendetta. Recovery Girl considered that aloud and muttered that she could. Mom cleared her throat and scolded her by name. Recovery Girl claimed she was joking, if not convincingly. The conversation shifted naturally to old cases heroes Mom had worked with and patients Recovery Girl still grumbled about years later. Izuku listened, asked questions, and learned. At one point Recovery Girl leaned back and admitted to Inko that when Inko had insisted on working field cases without a quirk, she had thought it was insane. Inko smiled faintly and reminded her that she had said worse. Recovery Girl insisted she had meant it affectionately and then admitted Inko had been better than half the healers she had trained. Inko flushed at the praise. Izuku raised an eyebrow and teased that this was peer-reviewed praise. His mother told him to eat his pastry. Recovery Girl watched them with fondness for a moment, then her gaze sharpened. She warned that UA was circling him. Inko did not flinch and said she knew. Izuku froze inwardly. Recovery Girl continued that UA never thought they were subtle. Inko sipped her tea and said she trusted her son. Recovery Girl snorted that she trusted him too, and that was what worried her. Izuku smiled into his cup and noted that they made him sound like a loaded weapon. Recovery Girl bluntly said that he was dangerous in a different way. He did not explode, he cut. Inko reached over and squeezed his shoulder, reminding Recovery Girl that he was still a child. Recovery Girl agreed for now, and said that meant they needed to be careful. The room fell quiet for a beat before Izuku lightened the mood by asking how long before UA collapsed under the weight of its own bad decisions. Recovery Girl laughed and guessed 6 months. Inko sighed. Izuku relaxed, feeling oddly content and grounded. Tea, pastries, and 2 brilliant, terrifying women who cared more than they said. Eventually Recovery Girl checked the time and grumbled about needing to leave. She adjusted her shawl and paused in front of Izuku to tell him to keep his head down. He met her gaze and said he did not do that. She huffed and told him to at least keep it attached. He promised he would try. She nodded once, satisfied, then turned to Inko and warned that if that school caused him trouble Inko said she knew. Recovery Girl left with a final glare in the direction of UA, and the front door clicked shut. The apartment felt warmer without the tension. Inko exhaled slowly and then looked at Izuku, observing that he had not told Recovery Girl anything. He confirmed he had not. She studied him and pointed out that he had not told her either. He held her gaze and said not tonight. She nodded. There were no questions, no accusations, only trust. Later, as Izuku headed to his room, he heard his mother murmuring on the phone, quiet and controlled. Someone at UA was having a bad evening. Izuku lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling while his mind buzzed. Nizu thought he was playing chess. Heroes thought they were protecting. Villains thought they were in control. Izuku just wanted pastries. Tomorrow would be loud, complicated, and probably dangerous. Tonight he sipped tea, ate sugar, and let the adults worry. He had already learned how to survive. The next morning began deceptively ordinary. Birds chirping, sunshine, the smell of coffee drifting from a neighbor's apartment. Inko hummed while she packed Izuku's bag as if the day would be normal. He should have known better. Halfway to school 3 blocks from the crosswalk with the broken signal Recovery Girls, Kane hooked the strap of his backpack and yanked him sideways with efficient force. He stumbled but did not fall. Recovery Girl greeted him and then, with the surprising strength of someone used to hauling heroes into hospital beds, clamped her hand around his wrist and told him he was coming with her. Izuku blinked and called that vague and mildly alarming. She turned and began walking, dragging him along like he weighed nothing. A car was parked at the curb, an unmarked, older model with a medical insignia on the side, and the back door stood open. He planted his feet and asked if he was being kidnapped. Recovery Girl answered yes. He asked if it was legal. She replied that his mother knew. That stopped him. She released his wrist only to give him a shove not unkindly into the back seat. He sat stunned as she closed the door and rounded to the driver's side, her cane clicking like a countdown. She started the engine. Izuku stared at the headrest and asked if she had informed his mother that she was abducting him. Recovery Girl said she had informed his mother that he would be absent that day due to a medical examination. Izuku squinted and observed that sounded like a euphemism. She admitted that it was. The car merged smoothly into traffic. It all felt too smooth, as if this were not the first time she had done this. Midoriya Izuku asked whether the school knew. Recovery Girl said they would. When he asked when, she answered when she was done. Midoriya leaned back and crossed his arms, warning that this would make things worse. Recovery Girl snorted and insisted she was preventing worse. Midoriya glanced out the window and noted they were not heading toward Aldra. Recovery Girl explained they were going to a facility, quiet, private, and well-equipped. Midoriya pushed for specifics, and Recovery Girl chided him for asking too many questions. He reminded her she had raised him nearby and implied responsibility. Recovery Girl did not argue. They drove in silence for several minutes as the city slid by and Midoriya thought through possibilities. Tests, scans, interviews, interrogations. He asked whether this was about his physical health, his mental health, or the fact that UA kept investigating. Recovery Girl tightened her grip on the wheel and acknowledged that he was paying attention. Midoriya pointed out he was quirkless, not blind. Recovery Girl admitted his mother worried and that she worried as well, warning him not to mistake her concern for tolerance. Midoriya raised his hands and noted that he understood. They arrived at a small medical complex tucked between office buildings, discreet and professional rather than hospital-like. Recovery Girl parked, turned to him, and clarified this was not punishment but an assessment to determine whether the adults in his life were failing him. Midoriya realized the implication and felt it was worse. Inside, the antiseptic air and efficient staff treated Recovery Girl with immediate respect and no hesitation. Midoriya was led to a room filled with far more equipment than Aldra's nurse's office and directed to sit. Recovery Girl checked vitals with brisk efficiency: blood pressure, pulse, oxygen, pupils, and noted that he was tense. Midoriya dryly responded that it was understandable after being taken from school. Recovery Girl commented that his cortisol levels would confirm it, then asked a series of medical questions about recent loss of consciousness, dizziness, pain, sleep, appetite, and thoughts of self-harm. Midoriya answered succinctly and honestly. When she observed that heroes see danger and villains see opportunity while he saw systems, he shrugged and said systems break people. Recovery Girl agreed and reminded him she had removed him from one today. Recovery Girl informed him he would be there for the rest of the day for tests, conversations, and observation, and that school could wait. Midoriya asked whether his mother had agreed. Recovery Girl said she had, reluctantly, after Recovery Girl explained why. Midoriya closed his eyes and ran through names and possibilities: Nizu, Hawks, Aizawa, the bakery, the villain. He consented to the plan on the condition no one else was told otherwise, and Recovery Girl dryly summarized that she had abducted him with consent. Midoriya cracked a small smile, and Recovery Girl tapped her cane once and set about assessing what everyone had been underestimating. The exam began normally: blood pressure cuff, stethoscope, lights in his eyes, reflex checks. Recovery Girl moved with controlled, neutral efficiency, her cane leaned against the wall. When she instructed him to remove his shirt, Midoriya complied and draped it over the chair. The room fell into an uncomfortable hush. Recovery Girl stared at his torso with growing anger before forcing herself to perform a proper, professional examination. She asked him to turn and raise his arms while making careful notes. Recovery Girl's breath came out slowly as she observed multiple marks across his skin: older discolored areas and fresher ones, along with a recent burn. She did not speak immediately, which felt worse than any outburst. Midoriya offered his characteristic flippant explanations: middle school, being quirkless, gravity. Recovery Girl pressed further, noting the marks were consistent with repeated blunt force trauma, grips, and a recent burn. Midoriya tried to deflect with sarcastic remarks about accidents. Recovery Girl's knuckles tightened on her cane. When Recovery Girl asked who had done this, Midoriya offered either names or categories and repeated that he was normal. That set her off. She snapped that normal should be scraped knees and the occasional accident, not a pattern of harm on a child's body. Midoriya was taken aback at the intensity. Recovery Girl paced the room with furious, staccato steps as she demanded to know why he had said he was fine. Midoriya continued to insist he was fine. Recovery Girl countered that what he called fine was tolerated, and Midoriya shrugged that to him tolerance and normal were the same. She stopped in front of him and, without touching, jabbed a finger toward his chest to emphasize her point. Recovery Girl asked what she saw when she looked at him. He considered and offered a dry joke about medical liability. Recovery Girl corrected him sharply. She saw a child who had learned to minimize pain because no one listened before. Midoriya looked away first and muttered that people listened but did not care. The silence that followed was heavy and full of implication. Recovery Girl forced herself back under control and instructed him to sit while she continued the exam more deliberately, measuring and documenting every mark. Clinical photographs were taken. Recovery Girl noted he had been burned more than once and asked how it had happened. Midoriya answered with automatic references to quirks, sparks, explosions, people not aiming well. Recovery Girl concluded this pattern amounted to assault and said it plainly. Midoriya responded that assault only mattered if someone cared, and Recovery Girl, meeting his eyes, told him that someone did. She recorded her observations and then informed him he would not be returning to school that day or the next. Midoriya protested that this seemed excessive, but Recovery Girl remained calm and resolute. A brief neutral bridge connected the removed lines of detailed argument. Recovery Girl began making arrangements and explained the next steps in practical terms. The room moved from heated exchange to controlled planning as she took charge of his care and safety. Recovery Girl told me that expecting me to endure this was excessive. I leaned back in the chair and told her that if she pulled me out completely, things would get worse. She studied me and asked me to explain. I said they didn't stop, they just grew quieter, smarter, and less visible. She nodded slowly and said I had clearly thought it through. I answered that I had time. She looked at the burns and bruises, the too familiar map of harm, and asked quietly whether my mother had known. I answered immediately that she had not. She searched my face, then nodded and said that was good. I told her that was not comforting. She replied that it had not been meant to be. She finished the exam and handed me my shirt. I pulled it back on, fingers steady. She asked me about my pain level. I told her it was my baseline. She asked about sleep disturbances and I said yes. She asked about nightmares. I said sometimes. She asked about hypervigilance and I gave a thin smile and said constant. She made another note and set the tablet down with deliberate care. She told me that what I was describing met the criteria for chronic abuse. I met her gaze and said that I understood words did not stop fists. Her mouth tightened, and she said that words did, however, start processes. I told her that processes took time. She countered that so did healing. We stared at each other, two stubborn forces refusing to yield. Finally she sighed and admitted that she was furious at the school, at the system, and at herself. I blinked and asked whether she was furious at me. She said she should have noticed sooner and that my mother should never have had to raise me this vigilant. I shrugged more softly and said my mother had raised me alive. Recovery Girl looked at me then not only as a doctor or mentor but as something older and heavier and told me that I was not normal. I waited as she finished. I was surviving, and she did not tolerate systems that confused the two. She turned toward the door and reached for her cane, telling me to get comfortable because they were not done. As she left the room, I stared at my hands, bruised, scarred, steady. I thought normal. Then I remembered the look on her face and, for the first time, wondered what would happen when someone like Recovery Girl decided that normal was not acceptable anymore. Recovery Girl was gone for exactly 7 minutes. I knew because I counted the ticks of the clock on the wall, the hum of the ventilation, and the number of times I flexed my fingers and unclenched my jaw. 7 minutes was enough time to ruin someone's career if you knew who to call. When she came back, she was still alone, but something in the air had shifted, like a decision had already been made and I was only catching up. She set a folder down on the counter with a decisive thump and said she had good news. I squinted and told her that the phrase had betrayed me before. She ignored that and informed me that, medically speaking, I was functional. She listed her findings: Low blood pressure for someone under constant stress, mild malnutrition, sleep deprivation, chronic bruising, minor burns, and muscle tension consistent with long-term threat exposure. She looked me dead in the eye and called me a walking case study. I asked if I would get published, and she warned me not to test her. I made a zipping my mouth motion. She gestured toward another door and said they were doing imaging next X-rays not because she thought something was broken, but because people liked evidence when it had pictures. I slid off the exam table and followed her down the quiet, sterile hall. The clinic felt efficient and calm, without crying kids or complaining heroes. It felt briefly. As I changed into a gown, I asked whether she was going to tell my mother everything. She paused outside the curtain and said she would tell my mother what she needed to know, which I protested was not an answer. She shrugged and said it was the only one I would get. The imaging confirmed what we already knew. Nothing shattered. Nothing life-threatening. Just accumulated damage. 1,000 little things that never quite healed before the next one happened. After that came the talk in a smaller room with softer lighting and chairs instead of tables. Recovery girl sat across from me with her cane resting against her knee and told me this was the part where I would try to outthink her. I told her she was bold to assume I had not already tried. She said she had known children like me before, children who adapted, who learned patterns, who calculated risk, who made themselves sharp so no one noticed how fragile they were forced to be. That landed heavier than I expected. She added that heroes were very bad at recognizing this kind of damage because it did not look dramatic enough. I said quietly that I did not bleed loud, and she nodded in agreement. Then she leaned forward and asked me to tell her about the rooftop. I sighed and asked which one. Her eyebrow twitched and she said my name. I rubbed the back of my neck and summarized the events. All Might had left me there, Shigaraki had shown up, Hawks had thought I was suicidal, and Bakugo had been involved. Recovery girl stopped me sharply and told me to slow down. I complied and gave the short version facts arranged neatly like evidence on a table. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Finally she asked whether I trusted heroes. I thought about it and told her that I trusted individuals and institutions less. She hummed and called that wise, saying I had had to be that way. She studied me and said I should not have had to be. She told me that my mother had asked one thing when she had called her, whether I was safe. My throat tightened. I hated that feeling when care made walls harder to keep up. Recovery girl added that my mother trusted me, and not even metaphorically she would burn cities for me if necessary. I muttered that I knew. Recovery girl stood and told me what would happen next. She said I would be excused from Aldera for the rest of the week on medical grounds. I warned that they would retaliate. She replied that she would welcome the paperwork, and said her love language was paperwork. I snorted before I could stop myself. She continued that I would attend counseling not because I was broken, but because no one carried this alone. I hesitated and then nodded. She told me to document everything: dates, times, witnesses, injuries. I tilted my head and asked if this was about building a case. She smiled, sharp and satisfied, and said yes. I pointed out that UA would not like this. She laughed softly and said good. She tapped her cane once on the floor and told me she was not done with the situation and that neither was I. For that day, she opened the door and informed me that I was going home. Relief hit me harder than I expected as we walked toward the exit. I glanced up at her. Recovery girl warned me that they would push back and then told me to let them, adding that she had been waiting for an excuse. She looked down at me, eyes fierce and unyielding. Outside, the sun feels brighter than it should. My phone buzzes with a text from my mother saying that Recovery girl had reported I was with her and asking about dinner. I type back that I will apologize and explain it was a long checkup. 3 dots appear and my mother says she will save some dessert. I pocket my phone and look ahead. For the first time in a long while, I don't feel like I'm bracing for impact. Someone has finally stepped between me and the system, and systems hate that. Recovery girl walks me all the way to the exit, which tells me everything. She stops with her hand on the door, sunlight spilling in behind her like a bad omen wrapped in warmth. For a moment she looks at me not as a doctor or a hero adjunct but as an adult making a decision that cannot be undone. She addresses me by name and tells me she is letting me go, her voice gentler than before. I nod and thank her. She lifts a finger and warns me not to expect to return to school tomorrow. I blink, surprised at the suggestion of tomorrow. She continues that it could be the next day or next month, or at any point this year, exhaling sharply and tiredly. The words settle slowly, like dust after a collapse. I do not argue or ask why, and I do not pretend I did not see it coming. I hum softly and admit that it has finally happened. Recovery girl's brows knit together, and she tells me I am taking this far too calmly. I shrug and explain that school was over the moment adults decided I was expendable. She begins to protest, but I interrupt, not unkindly, insisting that it is true and that Aldra had never been education but containment. She studies me again, and this time there is something like regret in her eyes. Midoriya ran through the rules. No forums, no libraries with unsecured terminals, nothing that could be dismissed as merely gathering information. He grinned faintly. She remarked that he had noticed and claimed she had invented the line. She snapped that he was clever but not invisible. Midoriya sobered and said he understood. She softened a little and said he deserved better than the system. Midoriya met her gaze and told her she did as well. For a moment she looked almost startled, then she snorted and told him to leave before she decided to adopt him. I step outside. The door closes behind me with a soft click that sounds suspiciously like finality. The walk home feels strange, not lighter, just different. At every street corner and crosswalk my brain automatically logs timing, escape routes, sightlines, old habits, survival instincts. There is no rush today. No bell to beat, no classroom to dread, no teachers waiting to look the other way. School is over. Not for now. For life. The realization does not hurt the way I thought it would. It feels quiet, like the moment after you stop running and realize you are still standing. When I get home, my mother is in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, humming as she stirs something on the stove. She turns when she hears the door and tells me she is surprised I'm back early. Then she stops when she sees my face and asks what happened. I kick off my shoes and set my bag down. I take a moment to steady myself. I told my mother I wasn't going back to school, ever. Silence followed. The spoon in her hand trembled. She turned the stove off with a deliberate click, set the spoon down, and walked over to me. Then she hugged me, tight and fierce, as if anchoring me to the world. Mom apologized into my hair and said she should have pulled me out sooner. I told her she had tried, a lot. She pulled back, cupped my face, and asked who had made the decision. I answered that recovery girl had, on medical grounds. Her jaw tightened and she said that was good, meaning it was official, documented, and protected. I registered why adults could be terrifying. Mom told me she would handle the rest. The school, the district, anyone who tried to argue. I offered a small smile and said I had figured as much. She studied me and asked what I wanted to do now. That question hit harder than any punch. I said I wanted to learn, but not like that. Her expression softened and she said we would do it our way. I nodded. Later, lying on my bed and staring at the ceiling, I let the truth settle. No more Aldra, no more pretending, no more waiting for permission to exist. School as the world defined it was finished for me, but learning was only beginning. Somewhere, I knew, systems were already shifting. Kids like me were not supposed to walk away, and surviving that choice was not expected. Mom poured tea with surgical care, every movement measured. I sat at the kitchen table with my hands wrapped around a warm mug, watching the steam curl upward. Chamomile, she always picked chamomile when she was containing her anger. Mom remarked that Chio had let me go. I explained that Chio had issued a medical ban and a verbal threat. Mom hummed that this was Chio being nice. I snorted and said Chio had told me not to disappear. Mom said that was mercy. I told her Chio had also said I deserved better than the system. Mom's mouth tightened, controlled rather than angry, and she agreed that Chio was right and that we were lucky Chio was the one handling it. I asked how that was lucky. Mom set her mug down slowly and said that Chio was choosing paperwork over principles. I froze and said that sounded ominous. Mom offered a small, tired smile and warned that if Chio had acted on her own morals instead of professional restraint, there would have been severe consequences for those responsible. I stared and Mom raised an eyebrow, reminding me that Chio had once threatened to shut down 3 hero agencies because they kept sending interns to her with so-called character-building injuries. She added that this was on a good day. I sank back in my chair as Mom said this was Chio holding back, then clarified that this was her being kind. That explanation settled into place. I rubbed the back of my neck and told Mom that the school was done for me, like, forever. Mom nodded and said good. She went on to explain that Aldra had been a liability for me and for them, and that it had only been a matter of time before someone was hurt badly enough that even the heroes couldn't ignore it. I stared into my tea and admitted I had thought I could outlast it. Her voice softened and she told me I already had. Silence stretched between us, heavy but not uncomfortable. I muttered that Nizu was going to lose his mind. Mom's lips twitched as she replied that he already had. The thought made me laugh. A short, surprised sound escaped him. I added that he had poked the wrong rodent. Mom smiled, though there was steel under it, and she told him to let the person poke, mentioning she had dealt with smarter creatures and worse intentions. I glanced up at her and asked if she was not mad at me. She looked genuinely confused and asked what I would be mad for. I listed hacking UA, insulting half the hero roster, getting kidnapped for a medical exam, and being expelled from formal education. She reached over and flicked my forehead, told me not to be dramatic, and clarified that I had not been expelled but rescued. I grinned despite myself. She squeezed my hand and told me to rest that night because tomorrow they would plan. When I asked what we were planning, she leaned back, eyes sharp and alive, and said we were planning my education, my safety, and exactly how much trouble they were willing to let certain institutions get into before they learned. I swallowed and promised to remind myself never to get on her bad side. She laughed softly and said that I was her son, therefore I was her bad side. I leaned back in my chair, my heart oddly steady. School was over. I was not falling. If anything, the world seemed to have realized I was still standing. I should have known peace would not last longer than 1 cup of chamomile. Mom finished her tea, stood up, and clapped her hands once. She told me to get my jacket. I blinked and asked why. She looked at me like I had asked why gravity exists and said I was coming to work with her that evening. I reminded her that I already did that. She agreed, but said that tonight we would be working together. That made my spine straighten immediately, and I asked how together. She smiled the smile that had made grown heroes reconsider their life choices and said she had field rotations heroes, patrol injuries, follow-ups, and paperwork they had forgotten to submit. Since certain people had decided school was not safe for me, we would be giving me supervised exposure to competent adults. I finished her sentence by joking that we were weaponizing child labor. She snorted and corrected that we were giving me supervised exposure to competent adults. Noted that this narrowed the field considerably. She flicked my forehead again and explained that I would assist, observe, handle intake questions, keep notes, and call out anything that did not sound right. I choked at the idea of antagonizing heroes. She clarified that she wanted me to be honest, and if they felt antagonized by honesty, that was their problem. I grabbed my jacket. 2 minutes later, we walked through the city as the sun dipped low, the streets buzzing with end-of-day chaos sirens in the distance, the smell of food carts, a hero billboard flickering because maintenance had not been budgeted. I asked which heroes I would be emotionally scarring that night. She checked her schedule and said minor agency clinic first, then patrol check-ins. I begged that Hawks not be there. She hummed that he might be. I groaned that he already thought I was 1 bad day away from jumping off something. She said that was his guilt talking. I added that he had offered me a feather once like it was a therapy coupon. She laughed and said I terrified him. I reminded her that I was 15. She said exactly. We reached the clinic, one of those semi-official hero support centers that pretended not to be an extension of the system while absolutely being one. The receptionist lit up when she saw Mom and thanked her, saying they had 3 heroes pretending their injuries were not serious. Mom's smile went sweet and dangerous, and she said of course they did. She introduced me as her son who would be assisting. The receptionist beamed and confirmed my name and that I had helped with Officer Sansa last week. I said that helped was generous and that I had mostly prevented him from bleeding on the floor. Mom nudged me and told me to take vitals first. I moved on instinct. Clipboard, names, injuries, and the rhythm settled into my bones like it always did. This made sense. Pain had patterns and people lied in predictable ways. The first hero had minor burns and downplayed it. I raised an eyebrow and told him that the blister said otherwise, so either he treated it properly or it would get infected and cause problems later. He stared and called me blunt. I said I was efficient. Mom hid a smile. The second hero had a strained shoulder and claimed it was nothing. I tilted my head and observed that he favored his left and had flinched when he sat down, which was not nothing but evidence he did not want to fill out a report. He opened his mouth and closed it. Mom scribbled notes and said to listen to the child. The third hero was Hawks. He froze when he saw me and I froze when I saw him. I grinned and asked if this was a rooftop thing or a professional meeting now. He rubbed the back of his neck and offered a hesitant greeting. Mom gave him a look and asked about his injury. He said it was a wing strain. I looked at the feathers and remarked that he was compensating on the right side. He blinked and began to speak, but I added that he was exhausted and that the twitch near his eye was stress and probably due to lack of sleep. Hawks laughed weakly and asked if I was profiling him. I said cheerfully that I was observing him. Mom cleared her throat and asked for a treatment plan. I handed Hawks a cold pack and told him to sit and not argue because he was terrible at it. He complied. 5 minutes later, as Mom stepped aside to handle paperwork, Hawks leaned toward me and said quietly that most kids my age did not talk to heroes like that. I shrugged and said most heroes did not leave kids on rooftops. He winced and admitted that was fair. Across the room, I caught a few heroes watching me, not dismissive, not mocking, but curious, and for once they did not look down. Mom finished up, slung her bag over her shoulder, and told me I had done well. I smirked that I always did. She bumped my shoulder affectionately and said we would be doing this more often. I glanced around the clinic at the heroes who suddenly seemed a little less untouchable and said that someone had to keep them honest. We parted ways 3 blocks later. Mom headed toward another clinic because resting was apparently a suggestion, and I turned toward home with my hands shoved deep into my jacket pockets. The city hummed around me, neon lights flickering on and people moving like they had somewhere to be. I walked slower because my brain would not shut up. Hawks' agency, heroes, secrets, and power replayed in my head as I poked at the conversation from every angle like a bruise. On one hand there was observation, access, and information. On the other there was the risk of getting tangled in hero politics before I was legally allowed to sign a permission slip. I scowled at a vending machine like it had personally wronged me. I did not notice Mom slowing until she was suddenly beside me again, matching my pace. She told me I was thinking too loud. I corrected her that I was debating and that there was a difference. She hummed and said I was worried about leverage. I admitted maybe. We stopped at a crosswalk for a red light and the city breathed. She looked at me not as a nurse or a professional, but as my mother, and in a quiet, steady, serious voice told me that people like Hawks did not offer access unless they saw value. I said I did not want to be used. Her lips curved into a sad smile as she said everyone was used and the difference was whether you knew how. I grimaced and called that bleak. She said it was realistic. The light turned green, but we did not cross yet. She leaned closer and, voice low and steady, told me to listen, to learn everything I could, the procedures they skipped, the reports they altered, and every supposedly harmless shortcut. She told him that secrets were power, and that power would keep him alive. The words settled heavy in his chest. They were not dramatic or cruel, they were practical. He nodded slowly and she laughed softly, saying she had been training him since he was 4. He remembered her teaching him to spot liars long before multiplication. At the corner she stopped and gripped his shoulder, warning him not to trust people blindly but also not to reject opportunity out of fear. She told him to observe, listen, and remember. Her eyes sharpened, and she said that if he ever felt unsafe he should call her and she would come, no matter who stood in the way. When he hesitated and asked whether that included Nizu, she smiled and said she meant especially Nizu. She kissed his hair affectionately, stepped away with her phone in hand, and slipped back into her world of controlled chaos. He watched her go, then turned toward home, toward Hawk's agency, toward secrets and power. He smirked and told himself he was going shopping for knowledge, and that this time he knew exactly what he was learning for. There was no dramatic pause, no ominous music, just his mother turning down one street and him heading down another as the city swallowed them whole. He walked, thought, and overthought. Power was secrets. Secrets were survival. Survival was optional if one was careless. He was mentally composing a pros and cons list about Hawk's agency when something dark on the pavement caught his eye. At first he thought it was oil, then the streetlight hit it just right and he realized it was blood. The city noise dulled as if someone had turned down a volume knob. His heart did not race, it clicked into place, treating the sight as a problem to be solved. The trail led into an alley. He sighed to himself that he should start charging the universe for these detours and followed. The alley smelled of rust and damp concrete. The stain on the ground grew more concentrated, fresher. He heard wet, shallow breathing and then saw the figure. A hero, costume torn and armor cracked, slumped against the wall and clearly badly hurt. Standing over the hero was a man with a blade, wearing patchwork clothes marked with stains. They stared at one another. The hero made a weak sound of breath. He glanced from the hero to the man and back, and he admitted to himself that he needed a second to recalibrate his expectations for the evening. The injured hero's breathing was labored. He grimaced at the sight. The man with the blade watched him closely and warned him that he should run. He looked toward the alley entrance and found it empty and quiet, then looked back at the injured hero. He crouched slightly, examining the visible damage like someone with clinic experience but no hesitation. The wounds were severe. The hero was badly injured. He straightened and said flatly that the hero was not worth saving. The words hung in the air. The hero's eyes widened weakly. The man with the blade stiffened and demanded an explanation. He offered one. The hero's stance had been sloppy, the gear flashy but impractical, response time too slow. The hero had gone for a crowd-pleasing pose instead of defense. He assessed that the hero was more a brand than a protector. The man with the blade accused him of judging heroes boldly for someone so young. He shrugged, saying that he judged people and that heroes only made it easier by wearing costumes. Silence stretched, then the man laughed low, sharp, delighted, observing that he sounded like an ally. He replied that the man should not flatter himself. He only had standards. He stepped closer, careful not to slip. His heart remained steady, which worried him in a small way. He looked the man in the eye and asked, with practical bluntness, if he could at least do this somewhere more hidden. He pointed out that the alley connected to 3 patrol routes and that leaving a trail was sloppy. The man blinked in surprise. When the injured hero coughed violently, the man loomed over him and called him fearless or deeply broken. He answered that those qualities were not mutually exclusive. The man studied him like a specimen and asked why he was not begging for the hero's life. He looked at the hero and observed that the frightened look was not a fear of death so much as a fear of judgment. He said that saving him would only put him back on the streets to fail again and that he did not feel obligated to fix the system one wounded person at a time. The man with the blade smiled with dangerous sharpness and accused him of letting the hero die. He insisted that he had not stabbed the hero and that he simply did not care if the hero lived. The man demanded to know his name. He hesitated, Mom's voice echoing in his head about learning everything and giving nothing for free, and then told the man that his name was Izuku no more. The man nodded slowly, commenting that Izuku had conviction and rare clarity. Izuku corrected him, saying he had observational skills and a low tolerance for nonsense. Sirens wailed in the distance. The man's eyes flicked toward the sound and then back. He told Izuku that he should leave. This alley was not his place. Izuku agreed and, over his shoulder as he turned away, told the man to be less public next time because he was ruining the pavement. The man laughed as Izuku walked out. He did not look back. His hands began to shake only when he reached the street. He shoved them into his pockets and kept walking home, turning the encounter over in his head. Power was secrets. Tonight he had learned exactly how dangerous clarity could be. Eyes sharp enough to cut. The name Stain hovered in the alley. Izuku stared at him and felt the hero beside him struggle to breathe. Izuku looked from the hero to Stain and back again. His mouth opened before his brain could catch up. He made a small, surprised noise. Stain tilted his head and noted that Izuku was not screaming. Izuku asked for a second, explaining that he was recalibrating his expectations for the evening. The injured hero groaned. Izuku grimaced at the sight. Stain watched closely and warned Izuku that he should run. Izuku scanned the alley entrance and found it empty and quiet, then returned his attention to the hero. He crouched and examined the injuries as if he were back in a clinic, noting multiple slashes and signs of serious internal trauma. He straightened and stated flatly that the hero was not worth the risk of intervening. The hero's eyes widened weakly. Stain stiffened and demanded an explanation. Izuku assessed the situation aloud. The hero's stance had been sloppy, his gear was flashy but impractical, his response time had been slow, and he had favored a crowd-pleasing pose over a defensive maneuver. Izuku concluded the hero was more a brand than a protector. The injured hero made a strangled noise. Stain tightened his grip on his blade and accused Izuku of judging heroes boldly for a child. Izuku answered that he judged people and that heroes simply made that judgment easier by wearing costumes. Silence stretched between them until Stain laughed, low and sharp, delighted by agreement. Izuku denied any agreement and said he simply had standards. Stepping closer while avoiding the slick of the scene, Izuku felt his heart steady in a way that worried him. He looked Stain directly in the eye and asked that, if Stain was going to take violent action, he do it somewhere less exposed. Izuku pointed out that the alley connected to 3 patrol routes and that Stain had left a trail. If he insisted on violent ideology, at least be discreet. The injured hero coughed. Stain straightened, looming over Izuku, and observed that Izuku must be either fearless or deeply broken. Izuku replied that those were not mutually exclusive. Stain studied him like a specimen and asked why he was not begging for the hero's life. Izuku looked at the hero and judged that the hero seemed terrified not of dying but of being judged. He shrugged and said that saving the hero would only return him to the streets to fail again and that Izuku was not obligated to fix the system one wounded person at a time. Stain's smile was sharp and dangerous as he accused Izuku of letting the hero die. Izuku clarified that he had not caused the injuries and that he simply did not care whether the hero lived. Stain laughed louder and asked for his name. Izuku hesitated, Mom's warning to learn everything echoing in his head, then gave his name as Izuku and nothing more. Stain nodded slowly and commented on Izuku's rare conviction. Izuku corrected him, saying he had observational skills and a low tolerance for nonsense. Sirens wailed in the distance. Stain's gaze flicked toward the sound and then back to Izuku. He suggested Izuku leave the alley. Izuku agreed. As he turned away, Izuku warned Stain to be less public next time, noting that the spectacle was damaging the pavement. Stain laughed as Izuku walked out. He did not look back until he reached the street, when his hands began to tremble. He shoved them into his pockets and walked home. Power hides in secrets. Tonight, Izuku realized, clarity could be dangerous. Inko's POV. The apartment felt lived in and quiet when Inko returned home. It was the reassuring kind of quiet that told her son had made it back in one piece. She locked the door out of habit, left her shoes by the entry, and hung her bag before allowing the street lamp glow to light the room. She found Izuku curled on the couch with one leg tucked awkwardly beneath him, his jacket half on and half off. An empty ice cream container sat on the coffee table with the spoon still inside, the small evidence that he had fallen asleep mid-thought. Inko moved closer slowly so as not to wake him. His hair was more disheveled than usual and a faint crease marked his brow. She brushed her fingers through his curls. He shifted but did not wake, and she felt a small relief. Inko took an inventory of small bruises she already knew about and a few new ones that worried her. She noticed a faint smear on his sleeve, sniffed, and realized it was dried blood, not his. Her jaw tightened and she forced herself to take slow breaths. She pulled a blanket over him and tucked it around his shoulders. He relaxed as if his body finally accepted that he was safe. Inko sat back on her heels and simply watched him, brilliant, infuriating, sharp-tongued, and stubbornly walking through danger as if it were a puzzle to be solved rather than a risk to be avoided. Forces, school, heroes, villains, systems that labeled a quirkless boy inconvenient kept testing him. She murmured to herself that he was stubborn and then cleaned the ice cream container, rinsed the spoon, and wiped the table, repeating ordinary motions that grounded her. When she returned, she sat on the arm of the couch and continued to watch him sleep. Names piled in her mind like warnings: Nizu, Hawks, Stain, and she knew they were circling him. Chio had been right to intervene. Nizu's curiosity could be dangerous. She smoothed the blanket once more and whispered that she had him, that she would protect him no matter what game others thought they were playing. She turned off the last light and let him sleep. Izuku woke at 4:03 a.m., not to an alarm or any sound but as if pulled awake by the blackness itself. The room pressed in with a heavy dark, streetlights bleeding through the curtains in thin orange lines across the ceiling. He lay there for a few seconds, senses alert in a way that felt wrong. Instead of exhaustion, he felt a heightened awareness, as if his body and mind were tuned and waiting. He sat up slowly to avoid rustling the blanket. The apartment was very quiet, even the city outside seemed muted. His heartbeat was steady, which bothered him after the alley, the standoffs and Mom's warnings. He expected to be exhausted. Instead, his mind was sharp. He swung his legs onto the cold floor and let the chill center him. He scanned the room, door locked, windows closed, no shadows where there shouldn't be any. Still, the uneasy feeling persisted. He padded quietly toward the kitchen with each step deliberate and left the lights off. I don't need them. The clock on the microwave blinks 4. I pour myself a glass of water, take a sip, and pause. The air tastes different. Not metallic. Not ozone. Just charged. I exhale slowly. Midoriya whispers to the empty room, asking what comes next. My eyes drift to the hallway. Mom's bedroom door is closed. I listen. Breathing. Steady. She's asleep. I lean against the counter, arms crossed, and let my thoughts run. Stain didn't follow me. Hawks isn't lurking outside my window probably. Nizu wouldn't make a move this fast. So why do I feel like the world just tilted a degree to the left? My gaze drops to my hands. They look normal. I flex my fingers. Nothing happens. I snort quietly. Midoriya snorts, saying that it figures. Still, unease crawls under my skin, not screaming, not panicking, just insistent, like a warning without instructions. I glance at the front door, then the window, then back at the darkness. Whatever it is, it's not here. Not yet. And that somehow makes it worse. I take another sip of water, set the glass down, and straighten. Midoriya mutters that he's awake and ready. If the universe wants his attention at 4 in the morning, it can at least be honest about why. I start with the windows. If something is off, you don't ignore it, you confirm it's not about to crawl through your living room. I move slowly, careful with every step, like the floor might betray me if I put my weight down wrong. The apartment is still dark, lit only by the thin glow of streetlights and the occasional passing car far below. I pull the curtain back just enough to peer outside. Nothing. The street is empty. No loitering silhouettes. No heroes perched dramatically on rooftops. No villains brooding in alleys. Just a closed ramen shop, a flickering sign 2 buildings down, and a stray cat digging through a trash bag like it owns the place. I scan. Higher rooftops, fire escapes, windows across the way. Still nothing. No movement that doesn't belong. Midoriya whispers that great and calls it an internal dread, his favorite. I let the curtain fall back into place and move to the next window. Same routine. Same result. Nothing. 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 Which should reassure me. It doesn't. Because my gut is still buzzing, and my gut has been annoyingly accurate lately. I exhale slowly through my nose and turn toward the hallway. If something was wrong, if there was even a chance it would involve her, either as target or as an impending force of nature. So I pad down the hall, barefoot, every sense stretched tight. Her door is closed. I hesitate for half a second before gently cracking it open. The room is dark, the curtains drawn tight. The faint outline of her bed is visible, blankets rising and falling. Then I hear it snoring. Not delicate. Not polite. Full, unapologetic, world-ending snoring. Midoriya murmurs in disbelief. I step fully into the room, letting the door creak just a bit. No reaction. Her snoring continues, steady and deep, like the soundtrack to a disaster movie where everyone else is doomed but the monster is having a nap. I move closer, peering down at her face. Mouth slightly open. One arm flung out like she passed out mid-thought. Hermes. This is not the sleep of a woman who can be woken easily. This is the sleep of someone who has decided the world can burn for the next 6 hours. I wave a hand near her face. Nothing. I whisper her name, she doesn't answer. I gently shake her shoulder. She shifts, mutters something incomprehensible, and pulls the blanket tighter. Midoriya murmurs that she is dead to the world. I back away slowly, closing the door again. Mom's safe. Unmovable. So whatever I'm feeling isn't because someone's already inside. That leaves. I turn toward the front door. The apartment suddenly feels smaller. Every sound, my own breathing, the faint hum of electricity in the walls, the refrigerator clicking on and off feels louder now that I'm focusing. I walk to the door and crouch slightly, inspecting the lock. Chain secure. No scratches. No signs of tampering. I press my ear against the door. Silence. I straighten and glance at the peephole. Dark hallway. Empty. No shadows shifting. No breathing on the other side. I unlock the chain just enough to test it, then resecure it. Nothing. I step back and lean against the door, arms crossed. Midoriya whispers to himself that he's either developing paranoia, unlikely, given recent events, or something changed and he didn't get the memo. The feeling hasn't gone away. If anything, it's sharper now. Not fear. Anticipation. Like standing at the top of a roller coaster before the drop, the split second where your body knows something is about to happen, even if your brain hasn't caught up. I push off the door and pace the living room quietly. Think, Midoriya. I run through the facts. Nothing followed me home, no one's outside, mom's safe, the city is quiet. So why does it feel like the air itself is waiting? I stop in the middle of the room. A thought clicks into place. This isn't external. I swallow. The unease isn't coming from outside the apartment. It's not someone watching. It's something shifting. Inside the world. Inside me. I don't know which yet, and that uncertainty makes my skin prickle. I look down at my hands again, flexing them slowly. They still look the same. Thin scars. Calluses from work. A faint burn mark I haven't fully explained to Mom yet. Normal. But the feeling lingers, humming under my ribs, steady and patient. I sink onto the couch and sit there in the dark, elbows on my knees. Midoriya whispers that if this is destiny or fate or whatever cosmic nonsense is popular these days, he'd appreciate a warning label. No answer. Of course not. I glance at the clock. 4:17 a.m. Not even dawn yet. The city outside remains asleep, blissfully unaware that my internal sense of doom is doing laps. I lean back, staring at the ceiling. Maybe this is just what happens when you've been through too much in too little time. Maybe my brain finally decided to process everything all at once. Or maybe something started moving tonight, something that doesn't care whether I'm ready. My fingers curl into the couch fabric. Midoriya whispers that he's ready, not because he's brave, but because he refuses to let whatever this is catch him unprepared. The feeling doesn't answer. But it doesn't leave either. The universe answers. Violently. The window explodes. Not cracks, explodes. Glass screaming as it shatters inward, a spray of glittering shards catching the streetlight like 1,000 dying stars. There is no time to swear before something large comes through the opening with all the subtlety of a meteor. A body slams into the living room. The impact rattles the walls, the couch, my teeth. Air rushes out of the figure's lungs in a sound that's half growl, half choke, and he skids across the floor and stops right in front of my feet. I stare down, unable to imagine anyone could have positioned him more perfectly. The hero groans, black and white skin, massive build, gills flaring weakly at the side of his neck, a torn jacket, blood smeared along one shoulder. Gang Orca. Blinking once, twice, I mutter that this is unexpected. Outside, the night howls. Wind pours in through the shattered window, curtains whipping like panicked ghosts. Somewhere beyond the glass, concrete cracks and something heavy lands, something else roars. I step back a single pace too close to an unconscious top 10 hero feels rude. Gang Orca shifts, claws scraping weakly against the floor as he tries to push himself up but fails. I crouch automatically, hands hovering, assessing first. Breathing is shallow but present. His gills move, labored but functioning. There is no obvious spinal bend. The blood seems to come from his shoulder or ribs, blunt force trauma, not a stabbing. He was thrown. The wall across the room buckles. Not flinching this time, I watch a shadow fill the hole where the window used to be, framed by broken glass and moonlight. Red eyes glow in the dark, feral and furious. A villain stands there, big, broad, muscles like coiled steel, jaw set in a snarl. His gaze locks onto Gang Orca, then flicks to me. He pauses. We stare at each other. I am barefoot, in pajama pants, standing in my living room with a top hero at my feet and ice cream regrets still on my tongue. The villain asks if this is my place. I reply that it is and that I would appreciate it if he did not redecorate further. Gang Orca groans again, trying to rise. The villain laughs, sharp and ugly, and remarks that the hero threw himself in the way for a civilian. How noble. I point out that he threw the hero through my window. The villain shrugs that it is collateral damage. I sigh and complain that people really do not respect deposits. The villain snarls and takes a step forward. I plant a foot on Gang Orca's jacket, not his body, pressure careful but firm, and tell the villain flatly that the hero is out and that continuing will escalate the situation from fighting a hero to home invasion with a witness. The villain bares his teeth and asks if I think he cares. I respond that I think he cares about surviving the next 5 minutes and add that the woman sleeping in the next room once threatened to bury a hero commission with paperwork alone, implying he does not want to wake her. Something shifts in his expression, not fear, but calculation. He steps back slowly and warns that this is not over. I remark that statistically it never is. Sirens wail in the distance, closer than they were a moment ago. The villain's eyes flick toward the street, then back to me, and he scoffs before withdrawing. I am in the middle of stabilizing Gang Orca, keeping pressure steady, angling so I don't aggravate the ribs when the air changes again. Not subtle. Not gradual. Wrong. A pressure drop rolls through the apartment. Gang Orca's gills flare sharply. He warns me that I should have stayed out of this. Before I can respond, the apartment door slams open behind me and my mother speaks flatly and razor-sharp that it is too late. The villain freezes. I do not need to turn around to recognize that tone, neither does Gang Orca. The villain slowly pivots. Standing in the doorway is my mother, hair down, pajama pants, a medical hoodie half-zipped, one slipper on, one foot bare. She looks annoyed rather than panicked. She explains, mildly, that she was in REM sleep and that it is rare. The villain scoffs and orders her to move. She tilts her head, studies him, and then smiles. That was her warning. What happens next is hard to describe calmly. My mother moves without wind-up, a blur from doorway to hallway. In an instant she is on him. The impact is harsh, a heavy collision as she slams him into the hallway wall hard enough to dent the plaster. He snarls and swings, but she ducks under him, steps inside his guard, and drives her elbow into his sternum with precise force that knocks the breath out of him. The sound is unpleasant and makes me wince. She grabs his arm, twists, and a sharp, unnatural noise comes from his shoulder. He screams. Mom does not slow down. She throws him back into the living room, where he crashes into the remains of the coffee table and rolls to a stop in a heap. He twitches and tries to get up but fails. My mother follows, rolling her shoulders like she is warming up. She tells him, conversationally, that he broke her window, endangered her son, and woke her up 3 separate mistakes. The villain lunges again, desperate and sloppy. She meets him, and their clash shakes the floor. Seconds later, he lies face down on the ground, sprawled and clearly beaten, barely conscious but alive. Mom plants a foot on his back, exhales, and brushes hair out of her face, then remarks that she needs coffee. I glance up from Gang Orca, who watches her with wide, stunned eyes. I tell him casually that she does this before caffeine, after is worse. Mom asks how bad he is. I respond that he has a concussion, cracked ribs, and shoulder trauma and that he will live. Gang Orca croaks that I sound very sure. I nod and note that he is tough and that my mom did not finish him. Mom snorts that it was tempting. The sirens are much closer now. Red and blue lights flashed against the walls, painting the chaos in frantic colors. He kept working, bandage, pressure, monitoring breathing. His hands were steady. Behind him, his mother stepped off the intruder and dragged him by the collar into a recovery position with the efficiency of someone who had done this far too many times. Police shouted outside and heroes landed. An unidentified voice announced that Gang Orca had arrived. He glanced up and warned that the living room needed watching and the glass should be monitored. A hero rushed in and skidded to a halt at the scene. An unconscious intruder, destroyed furniture, his mother standing barefoot over a body like a disappointed god, and him kneeling calmly in pajamas treating a top hero. There was a long pause. Someone asked weakly what had happened. His mother said that the man had broken in, and he said that he had been treating a patient. They looked at each other, then back at the gathered heroes and officers. His mother smiled pleasantly and asked if there were any more questions. No one answered. Gang Orca exhaled slowly, eyes still on him, and addressed him as Kid. He acknowledged him. Gang Orca observed that his family was terrifying. He grinned and tightened the bandage slightly, saying that one got used to it. And honestly, so did the villains. The apartment smelled of broken glass, a metallic tang, and faintly of burned dust from whatever quirk the intruder had used before his mother intervened. Gang Orca was propped against the couch now, breathing steadily, one arm immobilized as best as you could immobilize a top hero in someone else's living room. Heroes and police hovered awkwardly near the door, clearly unsure who was actually in charge. His mother nudged the intruder's side with her foot. He did not react. She checked and confirmed that he was still breathing. He muttered that they should call the police. They looked at him and then at each other, and for a few seconds his suggestion failed to register. His mother repeated the word police thoughtfully. He tilted his head and asked whether they needed them. She considered seriously and said that the man had broken in. He pointed out that treatment had been interrupted and that a window had been shattered, which they would have to pay for. Gang Orca insisted that they must call the police. His mother clicked her tongue and noted that if they called the police, reports would be filed. He grimaced at the idea of paperwork. She continued that if reports were filed, they would ask why a known violent villain had already been incapacitated before officers arrived. He agreed that such questions would be annoying. They both confirmed that they wanted to avoid questions. Gang Orca stared at them as if they had grown extra heads and insisted that the justice system could not be ignored, that civilians could not simply keep a criminal. His mother smiled sweetly and pointed out that Gang Orca was currently injured on her couch and had been stabilized by her son, and that the villain who had put him there was unconscious because she had intervened. With that she declared it her decision what to do next. He explained that the justice system had its rules. She replied that the justice system had not been invited into her living room at 4 in the morning. He agreed that was very rude. One of the heroes by the door began to speak with respect, but when his mother looked at him he immediately fell silent. She turned back and asked him for options. He suggested leaving the man outside on the sidewalk. She winced and called that littering. They considered handing the intruder over quietly, but he might wake up. Gang Orca tried again, strained, insisting that as civilians this was not their decision. His mother, still smiling, addressed Gang Orca directly and noted the facts. He was bleeding on her couch, her son had stabilized him, and she had been the one to stop the villain. Then she stated that the decision was hers. He groaned faintly on the floor. His mother, unimpressed, observed that he was awake and nudged him again to get him to stay down. He complied. He commented that it was a good choice. His mother crossed her arms and said they would hand him over to the police eventually. She was not heartless, only selective. He agreed. She glanced at the broken window and at the heroes gathering near the door, and said they would wait until she had had coffee. Gang Orca sighed in defeat. He adjusted his bandage one last time and reminded him that he had landed in their living room, pointing out the context. Sirens announced additional officers arriving. His mother clapped once and assigned tasks. Someone should take the hero and someone should take the intruder, preferably not through her hallway. The police hesitated, then moved quickly. As they dragged the villain away, he muttered something incoherent and passed out again. His mother watched them go and then asked if they could have breakfast afterward. He grinned, exhausted and wired at once, and said yes if it was not cursed. She snorted that there were no promises. Behind them, Gang Orca closed his eyes and swore to himself that he was never patrolling that block again. Outside the Midoriya apartment, the hallway had become something between a crime scene, a disaster zone, and an unspoken warning. Police officers lined the walls, standing a little too straight, hands carefully not resting on their weapons. Heroes filled the rest of the space, some pretending to check messages, others staring very intently at anything that was not the door with the cracked frame and the faint smell of metal and ozone leaking out. No one stepped across the threshold. No one wanted to, because everyone there knew exactly whose apartment it was, the Midoriya apartment. A senior officer asked for a status update. Another replied that the villain was restrained and that consciousness was optional. There was a pause as someone asked whether there had been a hero casualty. The answer was that Gang Orca had been the affected hero and that he was stable and had been treated. That earned a few looks. The senior officer repeated that Gang Orca had been treated, and a hero down the hall muttered that it had been done by the kid. That shut everyone up. The door creaked open just enough for a gloved hand to push the villain out. He was wrapped, restrained, and looked like a medical textbook's definition of don't ask. The officers moved instantly, efficient and silent, hauling him away without a single unnecessary comment. Still, no one stepped inside. A rookie policeman glanced at the open door and began to suggest entering, but 3 voices answered in unison that they should not. Izawa Shoyuda stood near the stairwell with arms crossed and tired eyes. He stated that one did not enter a Midoriya residence unless invited. The rookie frowned and asked whether that was protocol. Hawks snorted that it was survival instinct. Present Mike adjusted his glasses and explained that the apartment was neutral ground, always had been. The rookie echoed the word neutral aloud. Hawks clarified that anyone who walked in armed walked out changed. A muffled clatter came from inside. Izuku asked calmly whether anyone had seen the antiseptic spray. Gang Orca was carried past them on a stretcher, unconscious and being tended to. The police captain cleared his throat and asked whether they needed statements. Aizawa's mouth twitched as he asked from whom statements would be taken. The captain suggested the Midoriyas. Present Mike laughed once, sharp and nervous, and said that if the Midoriyas wanted to give a statement, they would. The captain asked what would happen if they chose not to. Hawk's wings rustled as he explained they would file a report stating the incident was resolved with no further action required. The captain swallowed and acknowledged. The apartment door finally closed. Every hero in the hallway exhaled at once. Aizawa rubbed his face and observed that the city kept testing its luck. Hawks glanced at the door and added that it was losing. No one disagreed. Inside the Midoriya apartment later, silence returned to the apartment cautiously, as if it were not yet sure it was welcome. Izuku finished wiping the last trace of blood from the floor with practiced efficiency. The glass from the broken window had already been swept aside, wrapped, and taped down until morning repairs could happen. Gang Orca was gone. The intruder had been subdued and taken away. The hallway outside had emptied itself with visible relief. Normal people would still be shaking. Izuku only yawned. He turned off the living room light and padded down the hall, careful with his steps out of habit more than necessity. The apartment smelled faintly of antiseptic and laundry detergent, comforting, familiar. His mother was already back in bed. Inko Midoriya lay sprawled on her side, blanket half kicked off, hair a mess against the pillow. She was asleep in the way only someone completely unbothered by the concept of danger could manage deep, steady breathing, one hand curled under her cheek. Izuku paused in the doorway. For a moment, the weight of everything pressed in. The intruder crashing through the window, a hero flying through it like a very expensive missile, Gang Orca landing nearby, and the way his mother had woken up, taken one look, and reacted with terrifying efficiency to end the threat. He watched her chest rise and fall and murmured that she was unbelievable. She snored in response. Izuku smiled despite himself. He went to the bathroom, washed his hands one more time, and checked the mirror. A smear of dirt on his cheek. a faint bruise along his collarbone from earlier in the week. Nothing worth commenting on. He brushed his teeth, tied his hair back loosely and shut off the lights. When he slipped into his own bed, exhaustion hit all at once, the kind that didn't come from panic or fear, but from a long, strange day that had simply ended. His thoughts drifted lazily, villains breaking windows, heroes falling from the sky, his mother subduing an intruder in the living room, and school probably still pretending nothing was wrong. Normal. Sleep took him quickly. She woke briefly sometime before dawn, not fully, just enough awareness to register the quiet, the absence of danger, and the comforting weight of exhaustion settling back over her bones. Her quirk hummed faintly under her skin, restrained by habit and discipline rather than effort. Everything was fine. Izuku was home. Alive. Sleeping. The rest could wait until morning. She turned over, tugged the blanket up, and muttered something unintelligible about grocery lists and broken windows before sinking back into sleep without a shred of guilt. If the world insisted on throwing monsters at her son, she would deal with them. The Midoriya apartment slept on. Outside, heroes would replay the night in their heads for weeks. Inside, it was just another night that ended with both of them alive. For the Midoriyas, that was enough. I woke up way too late, which should have been my first clue that life had finally snapped and decided to give me a break. Sunlight was already bullying the curtains when I cracked an eye open, the kind of aggressive, judgmental light that screamed I should have been productive already. I stared at it for a second, then closed my eye again out of spite. No alarm. No screaming teachers. No Bakugo-shaped explosions. Suspicious. Izuku mumbled into his pillow that he wondered if he had died. I lay there for a moment, letting my brain boot up. Then the memories loaded in all at once like a corrupted video file. The broken window, a hero flying through it, Gang Orca unconscious nearby like a dramatic prop, and my mother tackling the intruder with shocking efficiency. Police and heroes had politely decided that the Midoriya apartment was not a place they wanted to stay. Right, I sighed to myself. I sat up and checked the clock. Late morning. Not oops I'm late for school, late more like school is a concept that no longer applies to me late. That actually hit weird. For as long as I could remember, my life had been scheduled around school. Even when it SCKD. Even when it hurt. Even when I got punched, mocked, ignored, or treated like a walking inconvenience with legs. Nothing. No Aldra. No teachers pretending they weren't enabling quirk discrimination. No Bakugo waiting to explode in my general direction. Just me. And the lingering awareness that my mother could and would subdue another person before breakfast if necessary. I swung my legs off the bed and stretched, bones cracking pleasantly. I asked my empty room what a quirkless, possibly blacklisted teenager with too much information and zero supervision should do with his life. The walls did not answer. I padded into the hallway. The apartment was quiet. Peaceful, even like nothing violent had happened here a few hours ago. The broken window had already been dealt with, no idea how, exactly. I suspected my mother, recovery girl, and some very stressed contractors had made a pact to never speak of it again. I peeked into my mom's room. She was asleep, dead to the world, snoring softly, curled under the blankets, looking completely harmless. Which was honestly hilarious considering she'd restrained a fully grown threat earlier. Izuku whispered a fond good morning to his mother, thinking how terrifying she could be. She didn't stir. Crisis averted. No accidental maternal harm today. I shuffled into the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water, leaning against the counter while my thoughts ran laps. School was done. Recovery girl hadn't left room for interpretation when she told me not to expect to go back tomorrow or any time this year again. That meant Aldra was officially out of my life. UA was complicated. I had way too much free time and a brain that refused to sit still. I took a sip and stared out the window. The street looked normal. People walking. Shops opening. Life moving on like my living room hadn't hosted a confrontation the night before. Mom smacked down hours earlier. Izuku snorted and thought that it had been a weird year. He muttered that he hadn't even taken the UA entrance exam yet and that his life already looked like a rejected spin-off series. He wondered if he even wanted to take it. Logically, UA was dangerous and politically messy, full of heroes who treated him like a math problem they couldn't solve. Emotionally, though, he still wanted it. It annoyed him. He finished his water and grabbed his notebook from the table, the important one his mother never read because she valued her sanity. He opened it to pages labeled heroes, villains, behavioral patterns, weaknesses, public personas versus private tells. If school wasn't going to teach him anything useful, he would teach himself. His mother had always said knowledge was power and secrets even more so. If he wasn't allowed in classrooms anymore, Izuku decided he would turn independent study into a weapon. He scribbled a few notes, then admitted to the empty apartment that he should probably help his mother today. She had already decided that, but it still felt right. If he couldn't be a student, he could at least be useful. Field work, heroes, injuries, information flowing freely because no one expected the quirkless kid with freckles to actually listen. Their mistake, he thought and smiled. Izuku added that heroes were terrible at lying and that confidence did not cover everything. He reminded himself that micro-expressions, stress habits, and the way someone stood when they thought no one important was watching all mattered. Aizawa's bad shoulder. Hawk's nervous humor. All Might's guilt. Nizu's curiosity. The rodent principal was dangerous not because he was evil but because he was interested. Interest led to tests, which meant Izuku had to stay. He closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. For the first time in a long while, he did not feel trapped. Life was still ridiculous and still dangerous, still determined to throw villains, heroes, and moral dilemmas through his windows at random hours, but he had options now. He could help his mother. He could learn. He could observe. He could prepare. And if UA really wanted to play games, Izuku reminded himself that he was very good at games. He grinned to himself and challenged the universe to make its move. The next day began with his mother knocking on his door like a responsible adult who had definitely buried a villain less than 24 hours ago. She called for Izuku and told him that if he was coming with her he had 10 minutes. He checked the time, groaned theatrically, and rolled out of bed. Pulling on a hoodie, he joked to himself that nothing beat quality mother-son bonding at a workplace where people bled. It could be worse. By the time they arrived at her workplace, a place that was half medical office, half organized chaos, Izuku was already awake. The air smelled of disinfectant, coffee, and mild panic. The moment he stepped inside, the staff greeted him warmly, people called his name, noted that he was early, and teased him about his sleep. He waved and grinned, replying that he always slept, he just did it aggressively. Their laughter and the sense of welcome hit him. He was not tolerated, pitted, or ignored, he was welcome. His mother disappeared almost immediately to tend to someone who needed stitches and to admonish the fool who had tried to punch a Nomo barehanded. Izuku grabbed gloves and moved on autopilot. The place ran like a machine and he had been a cog long enough to know his role. Triage, prep, keep people calm, keep them talking. While wrapping an officer's arm, the officer asked whether Izuku was in school that day. Izuku smiled and replied that he had graduated early, emotionally. The officer snorted and winced, then declared that Izuku was definitely his mother's kid. Pride swelled in Izuku. The day, however, felt suspiciously slow. No big injuries, no frantic rushes, no heroes carried in like broken action figures. Izuku narrowed his eyes and realized something was off. Then he felt a breeze and feathers brushed past his shoulder, light and deliberate. Hawks spoke from behind him and said he had been hoping Izuku would notice. Izuku turned slowly to find Hawks leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets and his wings half spread, looking far too relaxed for someone who had clearly orchestrated something. Izuku accused him of rearranging city patrols just to kidnap him. Hawks laughed and said there was no warm-up, just straight to the accusation. Izuku observed that he was quirkless, not stupid. Hawks winced theatrically and said that comment hurt his feathers. Izuku surveyed the medical bay again. No stretchers, no yelling, staff chatting, his mother occupied, and asked whether Hawks had come to bleed. Hawks admitted that was disappointing and asked what Izuku wanted to know. Hawks tilted his head and studied Izuku like a puzzle, then offered to cash in an earlier offer and show him his agency. Izuku stared, looked around, and then accepted, Otherwise he would reorganize medical supplies alphabetically for fun. Hawks noted that Izuku said yes faster than most people. Izuku explained that he lived dangerously. Hawks confided that he had pulled some strings. Izuku asked him to define some. Hawks explained that he had increased patrols, added sidekicks, and reduced chaos. The streets were quiet that day. Izuku realized Hawks had cleared the city so he could borrow him. Hawks shrugged and said that borrowing implied he would give him back. Izuku smiled sweetly and pointed out that it was bold to assume his mother would not notice. Hawks' grin faltered slightly. He promised they would be quick. Izuku laughed, grabbed his jacket, and decided it was already his favorite bad decision of the week. As they headed for the exit, Izuku recognized that this was another turning point and he couldn't wait to see what secrets Hawks' agency held. He should have known something was wrong the moment Hawks showed up, not bleeding. Hawks leaned against the wall and repeated that it was a slow day, hands in his pockets. Izuku accused him again of causing the quiet. Hawks called it a strategic redistribution of chaos, and when Izuku called it kidnapping, Hawks corrected him to borrowed, temporarily. Izuku pulled on his jacket and joked that if his mother asked, he had been abducted by a large red pigeon. Hawks protested the pigeon label, and Izuku amended it to majestic pigeon. They stepped outside and Izuku immediately eyed Hawks' wings and forbade flying. He had already survived a hero falling through his window and he did not intend to tempt fate. Hawks told him to relax and mentioned that he had carried heavier. Izuku said he felt valued. Hawks stepped closer and asked if he was okay. Izuku paused, then shrugged. Hawks told her that if she screamed, that would be his cue to land. She replied that that was everyone's cue to land. Then they went up sudden and sharp. 1 second she was on the ground. The next her feet felt as if they had emotionally divorced gravity. She grabbed his jacket out of instinct and told him she hated him. Hawks laughed and said it was a first for everything. The city stretched beneath them, buildings shrinking and streets turning into lines. Wind rushed past, loud enough to swallow any remaining dignity. She warned him that if she dropped her notebook, she would blame him. Hawks urged her not to drop anything, and she joked that she would frame his advice. She forced herself to look around. The view was annoyingly beautiful in a way that made her forget she was dangling from a man with wings. She asked him if he always gave people a scenic tour before interrogating them. Hawks protested that he was not interrogating her. She called him a liar. He admitted that maybe lightly he was. They passed over rooftops, over traffic, over places she'd only ever seen from the ground. From up there everything looked smaller, less sharp, less suffocating. She did not know how she felt about that. She glanced at Hawks and told him that her mother was going to find out. Hawks agreed that she would absolutely find out and warned that her mother would ask terrifying questions. She said her mother would smile afterward. Hawks visibly shuddered and asked her to stop. She smirked and said she was just saying. In the distance, the agency building tall, sleek, and obnoxiously heroic came into view. She said that was his nest. Hawks replied that his office was higher, an ego thing, and she responded obviously. They began descending, slow and controlled. She exhaled and loosened her grip, remarking that this was still the weirdest Tuesday she'd had. Hawks corrected her that it was not Tuesday. She said that explained nothing. They touched down smoothly, her feet met solid ground like old friends. She stepped back, stretched, and looked up at him, saying he had successfully transported the quirkless civilian without dropping him and earned a gold star. Hawks grinned and asked if she was ready. She glanced at the doors and said as ready as she was ever going to be. She walked into the lion's den still sarcastic, still breathing, and acutely aware that this would complicate her life again. The agency smelled like coffee, metal polish, and the quiet desperation of people who had learned that working for a top hero meant constant motion. Hawks walked backward in front of her, hands folded behind his head as if leading a museum tour through high-security hero headquarters. He pointed out the operations floor on the left and other areas on the right. She finished his thought, noting overworked sidekicks through the glass wall. Someone was asleep on a keyboard, another person was whispering aggressively into a headset, and a third was stretching and pretending not to be in pain. She hummed and observed that Hawks ran the place on caffeine and denial. Hawks snorted that she would fit right in. They continued past briefing rooms, training areas, and a wall that existed to look intimidating. Hawks proudly indicated the conference room. At that moment the door burst open. A man rushed out screaming that he was on fire and pleading to have it put out. People scattered. A tablet clattered to the floor. Someone else screamed in response. A sidekick tried to use a fire extinguisher and missed, spraying the wall instead. She stared, blinked, and looked at Hawks, asking if this was normal. Hawks laughed nervously and said no, not at all. Two others tackled the burning man and extinguished the flames, leaving smoke, scorch marks, and the smell of regret. She tilted her head and commented. Hawks rubbed the back of his neck and began to explain, but she interrupted, noting that the conference room was empty, chairs pushed in, table untouched, no signs of struggle, no scorch marks inside. She pointed out that the man had run out screaming and that his badge identified his quirk as elastic spine, which did not involve fire. Hawks stared at the badge and then at her. He agreed that it did not make sense. Someone in the background muttered that they had not done anything. She pinched the bridge of her nose and told Hawks he was haunted. Hawks denied it, but she insisted. He weakly pointed out they had detectors. She observed that despite the detectors, an employee had spontaneously combusted during a meeting he had attended alone. The burnt shirt man now sat on the floor wrapped in a blanket and being offered water. He wailed that he had been complaining about overtime. She winced and thought that was a plausible trigger. Hawks groaned and asked her not to say it as if it were obvious. She considered possibilities aloud: stress, fear-induced quirk backlash, or a dormant secondary ability triggered by emotional pressure. She added, with a half-smile born of experience, that it could also be an intern with a lighter and a grudge. Hawks stared and asked why that option was the least terrifying. She replied that experience made it so. Hawks rubbed his temples and declared they were moving on, away from the mysterious fire room. They walked faster. She glanced back once and sighed softly, tired, not scared. She told him that his agency was under a lot of pressure. Hawks slowed and asked if she had noticed. She said everyone was running too hot, mentally and physically. He joked it off, but the stress was building and people were breaking. He remarked that she talked like she had seen it before. She acknowledged it: hospitals, schools, heroes, same pattern, different uniforms. They stopped near a window overlooking the city. Hawks leaned against the glass and asked if she really found it funny. She explained that it was not funny, just predictable. When systems did not let people breathe, something always caught fire, sometimes literally. Hawks said she was too young to sound like that. She replied that he was too old to still be surprised. He rewarded her with a crooked smile. Somewhere behind them someone called that the fire alarm was going off. Hawks groaned and said he needed to handle it. She promised to behave. He begged her not to analyze anyone else. She made no promises and watched the agency scramble, listening to alarms, footsteps, and forced laughter. She muttered to herself that it was totally not haunted, then sighed, oddly amused. Hawks felt a rising certainty that this was not normal. He stood in the hallway outside the conference room with his hands on his hips, staring at the scorch mark on the floor as if it had personally offended him. The alarms were off now, the chaos downgraded from panic to embarrassed cleanup, but my brain was still doing laps. People did not just catch fire unless there was a fire quirk involved, sabotage, or reality had decided to bully me. I ran through the mental checklist again. There was no one else in the room, no hostile quirk signatures, and no equipment malfunction. The man's quirk was elastic spine, very useful, very bendy, and very not flammable. I scrubbed a hand through my hair and muttered to myself that I wanted to know what Hawks had done, complaining that he had brought one quirkless kid into the building and the agency had started manifesting ghosts. I glanced back toward where Izuku leaned on a railing, watching everything with the detached, mildly judgmental calm of someone observing ants rebuild their hill after a small apocalypse. That made the whole thing worse. One of the sidekicks asked cautiously whether they should file this as an incident. I replied that I did not even know what it was and told them to put it under miscellaneous nonsense for now. The burnt shirt man, Sato, remained wrapped in a blanket, face red with humiliation and hands shaking as he apologized to everyone within earshot. He explained that he had been venting and had not meant for anything to happen, He had not thought it would go that far. I crouched in front of him and reassured him that he was alive, and that was the important part. He nodded miserably and insisted again that he did not even have a fire quirk. I told him gently that was exactly why this was giving me wrinkles. Then someone screamed Ember's name, and a woman sprinted down the hallway in a lab coat, eyes blazing with equal parts fury and concern. She skidded to a stop in front of the blanket and rushed to check on Sato, asking whether he was burned, whether anything was serious, and whether he had inhaled smoke, and why he had not called her immediately. Sato mumbled that he had not wanted to interrupt her shift. I realized then that Ember was her hero name. The woman shot me a glare, introduced herself as Ember, and confirmed that her quirk was controlled combustion, which could activate under emotional stress. When I asked whether her quirk could bleed over when he became overwhelmed, she admitted that it was rare but possible and that they usually managed it. He was usually good at grounding himself. Sato admitted that he had been complaining about overtime, thought about deadlines, and then thought about how tired Ember had looked the night before, and then his shirt had suddenly caught. Ember pinched the bridge of her nose and reminded him that he had promised to stop bottling things up. He apologized again. I realized it was not a haunting, not sabotage, and not a quirkless menace with a lighter. It was stress, pure, preventable stress. From down the hallway, Izuku observed that humans were not machines and that they overheated. I did not argue. Ember agreed that the observation was fair. Sato muttered that he had set himself on fire. Izuku dryly added that that was also accurate. I shot Izuku a look for his lack of subtlety, and he smiled, asking rhetorically why he should start now. I told Ember to take both of them home on paid leave. Sato brightened at the confirmation. Ember studied me for a moment, then nodded and thanked me. As they walked away hand in hand, I leaned against the wall and stared at the ceiling, thinking about how one visit and one kid had almost taught the entire agency an important lesson the flammable way. Izuku tilted his head and teased whether I still thought the building was haunted. I muttered for him not to push it, but inwardly admitted he was right. After the spontaneous human torch incident of the day, Hawks decided the safest thing was to hand me over to the medical wing. I thought that was fair. Hawks explained that it was just in case I was traumatized, waving vaguely at my face. I wondered aloud whether I was more likely to be traumatized by stress-induced combustion or by the agency realizing it had a collective burnout problem, and Hawks admitted he might have mentioned me to people. The medical wing was immaculate in that very specific hero agency way: white walls, spotless floors, and machines that beeped politely. The air smelled like antiseptic and expensive funding. A nurse looked up, smiled, and identified me as Midoriya. I paused mid-step and noted that I should probably be more concerned that everyone knew my name. Hawks coughed and confessed that he might have mentioned me to the whole building, and the nurse laughed, saying I was already famous in medical circles. I thought that being the child of a well-known medical legend would do that. They showed me around the triage rooms, quirk stabilization beds, and recovery pods that looked like something you would climb into for a sci-fi nap. I leaned in close to one of the monitors, eyes lighting up as I noted how it tracked vital fluctuation during quirk overuse, though the delay on neurological feedback was still an issue. The nurse froze, and Hawks reacted with a look that made it clear I was not supposed to know all of that. I explained that if someone left a system running in front of me, I was going to read it. It was not a choice but a compulsion. The nurse laughed and commented that Hawks was definitely my parent. They moved on before Hawks could decide whether to sedate me for safety reasons. Next came staff introductions. Half the staff smiled politely, the other half stared at me as if I might diagnose them from across the room. An older, scarred veteran sized me up and asked whether I was the quirkless one. I replied that I was, and he snorted with approval. I liked him immediately. Then we reached the training wing, a huge space with reinforced walls, matte flooring, observation glass, sparring rings, and training dummies that looked like they had survived 3 wars. My fingers twitched in response. Hawks noticed and reacted with concern. Hawks warned me not to get that look. I asked innocently which look Hawks meant. Hawks explained that it was the look that said I was about to do something unreasonable. I wandered closer to one of the rings, watching 2 rookies stretch nearby. One had a speed quirk light on his feet, jittery energy. The other had a reinforcement quirk focused on his arms. Basic. Solid. My brain started humming. I prefaced a hypothetical question. Hawks sighed and braced himself. I asked how loudly he would say no if I asked to join a rookie for a spar. Hawks stared and said the answer would be very loud. I tilted my head and acknowledged that I was quirkless. Hawks pointed out that the rookies had quirks and that I could get hurt. I smiled and told him I was always hurt. That earned me a look. I gestured toward the ring and clarified that I wasn't asking to win. I only wanted to feel timing, distance, and how heroes moved when they thought they had the advantage. Hawks crossed his arms and reminded me that I was 16. I agreed I was a liability, but a curious one. One of the rookies overheard and addressed Hawks informally, indicating willingness to participate. Hawks didn't look away and warned him not to. The rookie shrugged and said he wouldn't mind helping. I turned to Hawks with bright eyes and pointed out that the rookie had volunteered. Hawks declared the idea terrible. I countered that most learning experiences were terrible. Silence stretched. Hawks rubbed his temples and said that if he allowed this it would be controlled 1 round, protective gear, medical on standby. I grinned and said I would want it no other way. Hawks warned that the second he said stop, I had to stop. I mock saluted and agreed. Hawks groaned and said he regretted everything. The rookie stepped into the ring, rolling his shoulders and promising to go easy. I stepped in after him, pulling on gloves and bouncing lightly on my toes. Around the room at the watching staff, the mirrored glass, Hawks leaning against the wall like he was bracing for impact, and I laughed. It wasn't nervous or scared. It was simply being alive. I squared up and said I wanted to see how heroes fought when they thought they were safe. 5 minutes were all it took. To be honest, I had been generous. The rookie squared up with a textbook stance, chin down, shoulders loose, weight balanced. The bell rang. He moved first, feinting left before bringing his reinforced arm back, planning to end things quickly so he could brag that he had gone easy on the quirkless kid. I stepped into his range. Rule number 1. Never assume the person with nothing has nothing to lose. He swung and I ducked, not down, not back, but inside, feeling the wind of his punch skim my hair. I hooked my foot behind his ankle and shoved his elbow upward at the same time. Physics did the rest. He hit the mat with a solid thud. The room quieted. I checked if he was still good and stepped back. He grunted, rolled, and came up faster. Credit where it was due, he adapted. He rushed at me, trying to overwhelm with speed and weight. I let him chase me for 3 steps, counted his breathing, and watched his shoulders tighten right before he committed. Then I pivoted. I placed a precise palm strike to his sternum and followed with a knee to the thigh where muscle meets nerve. His leg buckled. Using his momentum, I twisted and guided him down again. This time he stayed down longer. Murmurs rippled through the observation area. Hawks watched through the glass, no longer laughing but staring like he'd just watched gravity betray him personally. The rookie pushed himself up, jaw clenched, and demanded another round. I warned him that this next one would be where he really lost. He snarled and activated his quirk fully, arms hardening, muscles bulking stronger, slower, predictable. He charged. I didn't run. I waited. At the last second, I dropped low, slammed my shoulder into his center of mass, and twisted using leverage, not strength. He stumbled, overcorrected, and I swept his remaining leg out from under him. He went down hard. I followed him to the mat, pinned his reinforced arm with my knee, and held a controlled forearm across his collarbone. I told him to tap or Hawks would have a heart attack. He froze, then tapped. The bell rang again, frantic this time. I stood, stepped back, and offered a hand. He accepted it, still looking like his worldview had been altered. 5 minutes. Maybe less. Silence filled the room. Then someone in the observation area whispered in stunned disbelief. I turned toward Hawks and asked for feedback. Hawks stared for a long second and admitted that he needed to reevaluate several life choices. The rookie let out a shaky laugh and said I fought like a villain. I smiled and said I fought like someone who knew heroes hesitated. That observation landed harder than any punch. Medical staff checked the rookie, fussing and scanning for injuries. The rookie waved them off but kept staring at me like I had grown extra heads. Hawks pinched the bridge of his nose and declared I was never allowed near his training room unsupervised. I accepted that and reminded him that the rookie had done well. Hawks conceded that the rookie had adapted and offered digging points about foot placement and telegraphing swings. The rookie nodded slowly, storing the advice away. As I walked off the mat, I felt that familiar buzz under my skin, not victory or dominance, but understanding. Heroes weren't invincible. They were people who sometimes forgot that the scariest opponent was the one who didn't play by their rules. Hawks decided very loudly and very deliberately that it was time for me to leave the room. Given what had just happened, that felt fair. He clapped his hands sharply and called the session over, telling the rookies to go find Ember before she turned the place into a barbecue pit. The rookies scattered like startled pigeons. The fire alarm blared again. Hawks froze mid-gesture and slowly dragged a hand down his face. He muttered that if it was the same guy again he would throw him out a window. I suggested that sounded excessive and then asked which window. Hawks shot me a look and used a firm, authoritative tone to tell me to stay put. I acknowledged that I understood. Hawks had made the rules clear. No hacking, no dismantling, no psychological warfare. When Hawks then asked why he knew that, he smiled innocently. Hawks left. The doors swung shut behind him. And just like that, the room went quiet. Too quiet. He stood there for a moment, listening to the distant chaos footsteps, muffled shouting, someone calling for Ember, and let out a slow breath. Here he was, alone in Hawks' agency, in a training room surrounded by expensive equipment, unsecured terminals, and several surprisingly trusting design choices. The mats were still warm. The air smelled faintly of ozone and panic. One of the digital displays blinked, forgotten, cycling through training stats he absolutely was not supposed to be seeing. He tilted his head and, after a brief mental argument about responsibility, sat down cross-legged with his hands on his knees, adopting a posture of good behavior in case Hawks came back. He stared at the wall. Seconds ticked by. His brain, traitor that it was, began cataloging exits, camera placements, and the fact that the fire suppression system hadn't triggered yet, which suggested the alarms were localized or manual. Interesting and mildly concerning. He shook his head and forced himself to stay put. He waited, listened, and couldn't help a small, amused smile as the alarms wailed somewhere deeper in the building. Hawks really shouldn't have left him alone, but that was Hawks' decision. Then the air detonated behind him. A loud, dramatic explosion sent a wave of hot air and dust through the room. It wasn't a collapse, more a theatrical entrance, yet the sharp crack of displaced pressure snapped at his ears. He did not scream. He sighed, deep and slow, like someone who felt personally wronged by the plot of his life. He acknowledged the obvious: a villain had arrived. Footsteps crunched behind him, lazy and irritatingly familiar. A dry, scraping voice followed, unmistakable and unwelcome. Shigaraki Tamura observed that he was calmer than expected. He closed his eyes, counted to 3, and then turned his head just enough to see him over his shoulder. Shigaraki stood with his hands in his pockets, a hoodie half destroyed as if he'd torn through it himself. Ash-gray hair sticking out in every direction, eyes bright with an intrusive curiosity. This was the man who had once given him a knife, the man who had vanished before, the one who now treated breaking into hero agencies like a hobby. They regarded each other, neither moving at first. Finally he stood, brushed dust from his pants, and asked how Shigaraki had gotten in. Shigaraki grinned, a little too sharp, and asked if that was his first question. He replied that it was, and then added that he wanted to know why and what was wrong with him. Shigaraki laughed, genuinely amused, and said he had known he was interesting, but sitting in the number 3 Heroes Agency felt audacious. He responded that he had been told to stay put and that he was being polite. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes and pointed out that he was quirkless. He gestured around them and noted that despite that, here they were. Silence stretched. Shigaraki's gaze sharpened. He said that he wasn't scared. He answered that he was just tired, which seemed to irritate Shigaraki more than fear could. Shigaraki stepped closer. The air around him felt wrong, like an itch beneath the skin. He said he'd watched him on the rooftop, with the sludge villain, The way he spoke to heroes like they were mildly disappointing coworkers. When he accused him of stalking, Shigaraki corrected the term to observing, and then recalled that he had once yelled at Hawks. He also charged that he had patched up heroes, told Stain to be more discreet, and accused Shigaraki of being insane. He agreed that Shigaraki was insane. Shigaraki moved even closer and said that he did not belong anywhere not with the heroes, not with the villains, and yet he kept surviving. He crossed his arms and asked incredulously if Shigaraki had broken into a hero agency just to tell him this. Shigaraki said he had broken in to see if he would choose them or the heroes. He stared and then laughed, sharp and tired, refusing the binary. Shigaraki warned that the heroes would break him. He shot back that they had already tried, repeatedly. Shigaraki suggested he would fit better with the villains because he saw the rot. He retorted that he did not worship the villains and refused their rhetoric. He stepped closer and jabbed a finger into Shigaraki's chest, saying he did not buy the lies. Shigaraki's grin widened and he said that was exactly why he would fit. He flatly disagreed, asserting that the villains killed people and burned things down while calling it freedom, replacing one monster with another. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. He said he wanted to survive and maybe make things better for people like him. Shigaraki wanted the world to scream back. The air crackled. Another alarm began somewhere too close and angrier. Shigaraki glanced toward it and told him this wasn't over. He replied that it never was. Shigaraki stepped back. The air distorted around him and then he was gone, crumbling away like ash carried off on the wind and leaving scorch marks on the floor. The departure left a small, unpleasant flutter in his chest. He exhaled slowly and thought that Hawks was going to lose his mind. On cue, Hawks stormed in and shouted that he had been told to stay put. The reprimand was loud and furious. Hawks looked like he was ready to explode. He held up a finger and declared that he was not responsible for the League of Villains. Hawks stared at him as if he had claimed ownership of the moon. Hawks insisted that he couldn't just say that. He replied that he absolutely could and that he was not responsible for the League of Villains. A rookie coughed, and another backed away from the hole in the wall as if it might whisper. Hawks crossed his arms and said the villains had broken into his agency through the wall. He agreed that it was a problem for them. When Hawks stated they had targeted him, he cheerfully replied that that was their problem. Hawks' eye twitched. He clarified that he had not sent an invitation, left a trail of breadcrumbs, or stood outside advertising himself. He emphasized that he had been sitting quietly on a mat, following instructions. Hawks opened his mouth, then closed it. He continued, insisting he did not know why Shigaraki was obsessed with him. A rookie choked on air. Hawks made a strangled sound. Hawks warned not to call him. The narrator replied that the man looked like he had lost a fight with a Home Depot aisle and that he was being generous. Hawks stared at the ceiling as if it might offer guidance. The narrator explained that he had not asked for a cursed knife, a villain on rooftops, or to be scouted like some morally flexible creature. Hawks began to object, but the narrator finished the thought, suggesting that any complaint should be directed at the man who thought recruiting a depressed quirkless teenager was a solid long-term strategy. Silence settled, heavy and dense enough to make rookies rethink their career choices. Hawks slowly lowered his arms and admitted that the narrator had a point. The narrator blinked in surprise. Hawks quickly added that he was still panicking internally. The narrator accepted that. Hawks glanced at the hole in the wall, then at the narrator, then at the rookies. Hawks ordered everyone out and urged them to go do something heroic, preferably far away. The rookies vanished like smoke. Now it was just Hawks, the narrator, and the damaged architecture. Hawks rubbed his face and asked why it had happened to the narrator. The narrator shrugged and suggested it was because he did not fit, quirkless, angry, observant, and neither reverent toward heroes nor fearful of villains. To people like the attacker, that looked like potential. Hawks watched the narrator carefully, not like a kid but like a variable, and noted that the narrator had turned the offer down twice. When the narrator admitted he had faced the situation without backup because interrupting a monologue would be rude, Hawks snorted despite himself and called him unbelievable. The narrator accepted the remark as a compliment, which Hawks did not intend. The narrator chose to receive it as one. Hawks conceded that the narrator had not caused the incident and had not escalated it. Instead, the narrator had been escalated upon. He sighed, long and tired, and warned that the narrator was now officially on multiple radars. The narrator replied with a thin smile that he had been on radars since All Might had left him on a roof, which silenced Hawks for a moment. Hawks said the agency would increase security around the narrator with more eyes and more patrols. The narrator pointed out that the League had already shown walls did not stop them. Hawks proposed getting smarter and added that would mean stopping underestimating the narrator and starting to listen. Hawks studied him more fully and, after a slow nod, admitted they were past pretending he was just a kid. The narrator looked at the whole one last time and asked whether this meant a badge or just trauma. Hawks smirked and said they would start with lunch. The narrator agreed. Lunch took place in the agency cafeteria, which was unexpectedly nice real plates, actual food. Hawks dropped into the chair across from the narrator with a tray and an expression that suggested he had made several questionable life choices that day. For a few blessed minutes, they simply ate. Then Hawks, seeming overly casual, asked whether the narrator had ever thought about being a villain. The narrator choked on his rice and reacted with alarm, and Hawks hurried to clarify that he meant it hypothetically. The narrator breathed easier and joked that he had worried Hawks was making a recruitment pitch. The narrator stared at Hawks a moment longer and then laughed, hard, nearly to tears, at the idea that he could be a villain. Hawks shrugged and observed that the narrator had the mindset and was already on villain radars. He did not exactly fit the hero mold. The narrator grinned and warned Hawks that if he were a villain, Hawks would be in trouble. Hawks laughed and said that was what scared him. The narrator teased that Hawks was amused, not scared, and threatened lightly to fix that. The narrator outlined a hypothetical approach, not robbing banks, not blowing things up, not fighting heroes head-on but instead rearranging incentives. He described leaking small, targeted truths, releasing reports and videos that revealed patterns people had ignored, discrediting and isolating rather than killing, targeting support systems like funding and public trust to make heroes exhaust themselves chasing smoke while he watched approval ratings drop. He emphasized he would never touch civilians and would look reasonable, ethical even, so people would begin to think he had a point. Hawks listened in growing unease. Hawks admitted that the plan was devastating and that the narrator would be a nightmare. The narrator agreed. Hawks added that the worst part would be that the narrator might genuinely think he was helping. The narrator shrugged and said intent did not matter, impact did. Hawks declared the hypothetical officially over. The narrator returned to his meal and said he preferred villain arcs theoretical. Hawks studied the narrator for a long moment, then asked whether he was actually going to turn. The narrator answered that he was not, though he could, and that he chose every day not to. Hawks murmured that that was somehow both worse and better at the same time. The narrator grinned and enjoyed the effect. Hawks vowed never to ask that question again, and the narrator agreed that was wise, though he gave a teasing, half-hearted promise not to become a villain. Hawks nodded, appreciative of the reassurance. Later, in Hawks's perspective, he told himself he had faced worse than a quirkless teenager with a fork and a formidable mind. He had stared down villains who could level city blocks and negotiated with walking disasters. He had smiled through commission briefings that made his skin crawl. None of that prepared him for sitting across from Midoriya Izuku while the young man calmly dismantled the concept of hero society between bites of lunch. Hawks watched Midoriya now, relaxed, legs swinging under the table, posture loose as if this were just another mildly interesting afternoon. There was no tension in his shoulders, no adrenaline crash, no delayed fear response after a league member had forced their way through a reinforced wall. Midoriya had already moved on. That was the part that stuck with Hawks. Most kids clung to moments like that, replayed them, spiraled, either glorifying or fearing them. Midoriya had simply filed it away as useful information, a potential future problem. Done. I replay his words in my head, slower this time, stripping away the sarcasm and jokes. He had said he didn't rob banks, he rearranged incentives. He had said he didn't kill, he discredited. He had said he made people doubt. That was not a villain speech. That was a strategy briefing. If he ever really turned, it would not be loud. No explosions, no dramatic declarations, No costume, no villain name. He would just apply pressure. The scary thing was not that he hated heroes. It was that he understood them too well. I had spent my entire career studying people, reading micro-expressions, predicting reactions, anticipating betrayals. It was how I survived in the space between hero and commission tool. Midoriya read people the same way, except he did it out of curiosity rather than survival. That curiosity, untethered or pointed the wrong way, was nightmare fuel. I glanced at his hands, small, scarred more than they should be, fingers quick and precise when he moved his tray aside. Those hands had treated Gang Orca like it was another Tuesday and had patched up heroes without hesitation. Those same hands belonged to someone who could, if he wanted, break the system without throwing a single punch. And then there was the other possibility I did not like thinking about. What if he did not choose the quiet route? What if someone desperate, manipulative, or cruel enough pushed him into the physical role? I imagined not a powerhouse or a flashy quirk, but something worse: preparation, planning, traps, timing. A villain who studied patrol routes like sheet music, who knew response times down to the second, who understood hero psychology well enough to predict exactly who would charge in first and who would hesitate. A villain who did not fight fair because he never believed in fairness. A villain who learned anatomy from hospitals, weaknesses from bullies, and restraint from watching heroes fail people like him. I exhaled slowly. If Midoriya Izuku ever decided to hurt people physically, it would not be chaos. It would be efficient. That terrified me more than any walking nuke. I stole another glance at him. He poked at his dessert, frowning thoughtfully. Midoriya commented that I was doing that thing. I blinked and asked what thing I was doing. Midoriya said I was staring like I was mentally writing his autopsy. I choked on air and denied having an autopsy look. Midoriya insisted that I absolutely did and described it as intense and fatalistic. I snorted and reminded him that most kids his age worried about grades and crushes. Midoriya said he worried about structural collapse and moral hypocrisy, and I responded with a rueful acceptance. He looked up at me, eyes sharp but not hostile, just observant. Midoriya stated that I was thinking about whether he was dangerous. I did not answer. He smiled faintly, neither smug nor pleased, just aware, and told me to relax, adding that if he were dangerous right now I would already know. His words landed heavier than they should because he was right. I had met dangerous people who wanted you to know, to scare you, or to gain validation. Midoriya did not want anything from me, and that made him unpredictable. Worse, he said he did not want to be a villain. I tilted my head and he qualified that if the world kept treating people like him as disposable, it should not be surprised when some stopped caring about its rules. He spoke not angrily or bitterly but in a factual tone that chilled me. This kid was not a ticking bomb. He was a mirror, and hero society did not like what it saw when it looked into mirrors. I thought about the commission and how fast they would want to control him, use him, neutralize him. How quickly interesting turned into liability. I thought about All Might leaving him on a roof, Recovery Girl pulling him out of school entirely, and villains trying to recruit him like he was a rare collectible. If we screwed this up, we would not get a second chance. I stood, tray in hand, and told him I would walk him back. He looked up and teased that I was already protective. I said it was something like that. As we headed down the hall, I glanced back once more at the ruined wall being repaired, reinforced steel, specialized materials, top-tier defenses all breached. Not by Midoriya, but because of him. The truth was sharp and unavoidable. Midoriya Izuku did not need a quirk to change the world. He already was. The only question left was whether we were smart enough to keep him on our side. If not, God help us. Lunch ended with me staring at my empty plate as if it had personally betrayed me. I leaned back in my chair and asked Hawks what came next. Hawks paused mid-sip of whatever suspiciously healthy drink heroes pretended was coffee and asked what I meant by what next. I gestured vaguely and summarized. Hawks had dragged me to his agency, a villain had burst through a wall to make an entrance, we had trauma-bonded over rice, and now I felt done. Hawks said I made it sound like a theme park. I rated it 4 stars and joked about the lack of souvenir mugs. He sighed, regretting his life choices, and suggested I could come with him. I blinked and asked where. Hawks clarified he meant patrol. The word hit me. Patrol as in heroes on the streets, real-time problem solving, not from a rooftop or a forum. My brain lit up. I repeated the word calmly while my soul did cartwheels. Hawks narrowed his eyes and observed that I was smiling. I admitted I was radiating joy and declared this a childhood achievement unlocked. Hawks warned that it was not glamorous, boring, long hours, mostly paperwork and yelling at people for jaywalking. I confessed I had watched All Might's patrol footage on loop when I was 8 and annotated it. Of course he had known I would. I leaned forward and asked if that was a yes. He hesitated as the gears of risk assessment, liability, and inevitable complaints from others turned in his head. Then he relented and agreed, on the condition that I stay close, not run off, and not talk to villains. I said I could not promise the last one honestly. He groaned and wondered why he had asked. 5 minutes later, I was wearing a borrowed jacket that was too big, a comms unit clipped on just in case, and standing on a rooftop next to Hawks. Wind whipped past us and the city sprawled below, alive, noisy, chaotic. I stared and whispered that this was what it looked like. Hawks glanced at me and asked if I was okay. I said I had never been on patrol before, not even illegally. Hawks remarked that could be arranged later, and I grinned. We moved fast. Hawks carried us between rooftops as if gravity were a suggestion, and I fought not to scream in delight. Then my brain kicked in and I asked Hawks if he smelled something. Hawks paused midair, feathers flaring. Hawks asked what he smelled. Midoriya replied that it was burnt ozone and panic. They landed. 2 blocks over, smoke curled into the sky. Midoriya realized the fire was controlled, then squinted and recognized Endeavor. Hawks swore and asked what he was doing there. They took off again. The scene below was bad. Endeavor was fighting something massive and adaptive, not a standard villain. Its blackened surface looked heat-resistant and seemed to shift as if responding to attacks. Endeavor slammed it into a building and the creature got back up. Midoriya observed that the creature was dispersing thermal energy laterally and that Endeavor's usual output wasn't penetrating deeply enough. Hawks shot him a questioning look. Midoriya explained the flames were sliding instead of sticking, and that the creature was adjusting to Endeavor's heat output. The creature roared and hit back, sending Endeavor skidding across the street and through a car. Hawks cursed and called out for backup. Midoriya warned that Endeavor was overcommitting when he was angry and that he needed to change tactics. Hawks told him he sounded like a textbook. Midoriya admitted he was just analyzing something consistent about Endeavor's behavior. They landed on a nearby roof. Hawks called for backup on the comm and reported Endeavor in trouble against an unknown adaptive opponent. Midoriya said Endeavor would lose if he kept escalating. When Hawks asked if he had a better idea, Midoriya hesitated, breathed, and said he did have one. Hawks stared, incredulous, when Midoriya clarified he wasn't jumping in but thinking. Below, Endeavor roared and the creature seemed to absorb the heat. Midoriya winced and noted that Endeavor had just fed it. The creature converted excess heat into reinforcement. Hawk's eyes widened. Endeavor took another blow and staggered. Midoriya suggested a change of tactics. Lower output, use precision, and force the creature to expend stored energy. Hawks frowned that Endeavor didn't do subtle. Midoriya held that Endeavor could listen. Hawks tapped his comm and told Endeavor to break contact and lower his output, then argued that Endeavor was feeding the creature. For a moment there was silence, then the creature lunged. Endeavor dodged and, for the first time in the fight, pulled back instead of pushing harder. The flames dimmed and the creature shrieked as its movements slowed and jerked, losing momentum without fresh input. Hawks told Midoriya quietly that he had just saved Endeavor. Midoriya, heart pounding, shrugged and said Endeavor was going to burn himself out if he kept going. Endeavor managed a clean, controlled, decisive move and brought the creature down. Sirens approached as backup arrived. Midoriya exhaled, legs shaking, then laughed in disbelief that he had just helped Endeavor. He asked Hawks if they could do it again. Hawks groaned but smiled. They touched down on the street as the last smoke cleared and the villain lay decisively subdued. Endeavor stood with shoulders heaving and his flames guttering low, looking like someone who had realized brute force alone wouldn't solve this fight. His coat was scorched with a sleeve partly melted, and a burn marked his side where the creature had clipped him. Hawks landed beside him with a grin and complimented the finish. Endeavor grunted, then his gaze slid past Hawks and locked on Midoriya. He stared with recognition that mixed surprise and a hint of alarm. Endeavor identified Midoriya as Inko's child. Midoriya responded that he was indeed her son and had hoped to get at least one patrol before parental entanglements began. Hawks looked between them, incredulous. Endeavor observed Midoriya's familiar eyes and judging stare. Midoriya said he had learned it from his mother. Endeavor flexed his injured arm and, after a brief pause, asked Midoriya to check his wounds. Hawks reacted with surprise, but Endeavor brushed off the idea that he needed Recovery Girl and insisted he would accept Midoriya's help. Midoriya raised an eyebrow and told Endeavor he wasn't licensed. Endeavor waved the concern away, saying Midoriya being Inko Midoriya's son was enough. Hawks protested that wasn't how medical clearance worked. Midoriya moved closer and said he would be quick and that if Endeavor passed out, it would be on him. Endeavor agreed. Midoriya knelt and assessed the damage. He noted thermal burns along the ribs and a more severe spot, and a strain in the shoulder. When he asked if Endeavor was favoring his left leg, Endeavor confirmed. Midoriya identified a small fracture from the awkward landing and told him not to argue. He took gloves from the kit Hawks had handed him and began working. He cleaned the burns carefully and applied cooling gel and bandages, checking circulation and moving with the practiced hands of someone who had watched and helped his mother treat patients for years. Endeavor hissed once but held still. Hawks crouched nearby, watching as if he didn't know whether to intervene or take notes. Midoriya advised Endeavor to rest and avoid high-output activity for at least 48 hours. Endeavor scoffed that it was impossible. Midoriya suggested he do it anyway or Midoriya would tell his mother. The remark brought a stunned silence, a raised eyebrow from Hawks, and a visible flicker in Endeavor's flames before he conceded with a stiff understood. Midoriya smiled and finished wrapping Endeavor's side. He stepped back and declared Endeavor fit to walk but not to fight, warning him not to make him regret trusting him. Endeavor rolled his shoulder experimentally, nodded once, and admitted Midoriya had done well. Midoriya acknowledged it casually. Hawks snorted. Endeavor turned to Hawks and, in a conversational tone, warned that Midoriya's mother would be furious if she found out Hawks had taken her son on patrol. The remark landed, and Hawks immediately froze, his wings and posture stiffening. Sirens drew closer and more heroes arrived, bringing questions that buzzed through the air. Midoriya stepped back beside Hawks, his hands still smelling faintly of antiseptic and smoke, his heart still racing from the patrol. He asked, half hopeful, whether that counted as patrol. Hawks sighed but didn't argue. Midoriya grinned, declaring it the best day ever. His eyes slowly widened as certain phrases replayed in his head. Skin you alive, Inko Midoriya, patrol. Hawks leaned over and whispered a tiny, stunned sound, and his thoughts went straight to the worst possibility. He felt as if his very being had been wrenched away. He dropped to his knees with a hollow thud, hands braced on the asphalt, staring into the middle distance as if he had just glimpsed an inevitable, horrifying future. He told himself calmly that he was dead. The narrator tilted their head and remarked that this seemed dramatic. Endeavor snorted and observed that Recovery Girl would make it last. Hawk's eyes were glassy, terrifying, haunted. He murmured that she had explicitly told him something. The narrator replied with a sarcastic quip about Recovery Girl ensuring the responsible party could never find matching socks again. Hawks whimpered. Endeavor accused Hawks of bringing the narrator's mother's child to an active combat zone. Hawks pressed his forehead to the ground and said he could hear her, even when she wasn't there. The narrator crouched next to Hawks, snapped their fingers in front of his face, and urged him to breathe. Hawks said he was breathing. The narrator corrected that it had sounded like a wheeze and told him to try again. When he inhaled shakily, the narrator noted that he was alive and uninjured. Endeavor snorted. The narrator stood, brushed their jacket, and reassured everyone that everything was fine. Nobody had died, the narrator had not been hurt, and Hawks had not technically kidnapped them. Hawks admitted that he had pulled strings. The narrator called it professional networking. Hawks, still visibly shaken, asked if the narrator had enjoyed the patrol. The narrator grinned genuinely and said the patrol had been good and real, a chance to see things up close, help, and think on their feet. Hawks searched the narrator's face for trauma and found none. He expressed surprise that the narrator was serious. The narrator confirmed enthusiastically, rating the experience 10 out of 10 and saying they would analyze Endeavor again. Endeavor scoffed. The narrator shrugged out of the borrowed jacket and handed it back to Hawks, announcing they were going home because their mother expected them and being late would mean consequences for Hawks. Hawks scrambled to his feet and offered to walk them. The narrator declined, saying they knew the way. When Hawks insisted that there had been a villain, the narrator replied blandly that there was always a villain, statistically speaking. Endeavor said Hawks would be fine, and Hawks shot him a look and complained that he was not helping. The narrator slung a bag over a shoulder and took in the street one last time: the smoke, the cleanup crews, the heroes moving through it all like it was just another day. It felt normal, and that was new. The narrator thanked Hawks for treating them like a person rather than a liability. Hawks softened and said anytime, then reminded the narrator about future patrols. The narrator promised to bring snacks, and Hawks laughed weakly but genuinely. As the narrator turned to leave, Endeavor warned Hawks that he was in trouble. Hawks groaned that he knew. The narrator smiled inwardly and allowed themselves to think it had been fun. The narrator walked home more slowly than usual, not because of physical tiredness but because their mind churned through thoughts about Yue. Hawks had said the narrator would be a good fit. Endeavor had given a look that felt worse. The narrator scowled at the pavement and wondered whether they were really hero material. They imagined themselves arguing with a villain mid-crime about efficiency and realized that overthinking, distrusting authority, and noticing things people preferred to forget did not exactly scream plus ultra. They considered the general education route, the support course, and an apprenticeship with Granny Chio Shimura. Each option had trade-offs. Yue felt like living a lie, support course like shrinking oneself, Gen Ed like a joke, and Granny's apprenticeship like a terrifying, effective training regime. Every option felt wrong in its own way. The narrator stopped at a crosswalk and admitted to themselves that perhaps they were not meant to choose yet. They looked up at the indifferent sky and decided that Yue was not off the table, but it was not calling to them either. Until something did, they would keep walking, thinking, and surviving. When the narrator arrived home, the house greeted them with kindness in a small way. The door opened and the warm smells of tea and fresh biscuits met them. Their mother sat in the living room in her favorite spot on the couch, the kettle off to the side and 2 cups poured. She looked up the second he stepped in, eyes sharp in that way that meant she already knew something had happened and was only being polite. She said mildly that he was late and instructed him to sit. Not hello, not how was your day, just sit. He obeyed. He did not want to tempt fate. He dropped his bag, kicked off his shoes, and sank into the armchair across from her. She slid a cup of tea toward him and nudged the plate of biscuits closer like a peace offering. She then asked him to tell her everything. He took a sip first for courage, then began. He said that he had gone to Hawk's agency. She raised an eyebrow, which he took as a good sign. He explained that Hawks had shown him around, he had sparred with a rookie and won, and there had been an incident involving a sudden, unexplained burst of energy that had nothing to do with quirks. He added that Shigaraki had shattered reinforced steel with a fierce strike as if the metal personally offended him. She recognized the name and reacted with a sharp smile, saying that she knew that boy. He reported that Hawks questioned Shigaraki's choices, that he had roasted the boy with insults, that they had lunch, and that Shigaraki had asked if he would ever become a villain. She laughed softly and agreed that the questions suited the boy's personality. He continued, warming up now, that they had gone on patrol. Her composure shifted and the room looked cooler. He raised a hand to forestall her imagined worst-case scenarios and said they had run into Endeavor. She responded with sudden, bright laughter and genuine delight when he confirmed it. He recounted that Endeavor, upon seeing him, had remarked that he was Midoriya's child and had asked him to treat his wounds. Mom put her teacup down in surprise. He said that Endeavor had sat still, seemingly scared, and she wiped at the corner of her eye and expressed relief. He added that Endeavor warned Hawks that she would be extremely harsh with him if she found out. She leaned back, satisfied, and agreed that the warning was accurate. He finished by saying, deadpan, that Hawks had experienced what he believed was an out-of-body reaction. Mom laughed again, full and unrestrained, the sound filling the apartment like it belonged there. She spoke fondly about Hawks, remarking that he really did try. He grabbed a biscuit and bit into it, then asked if she was angry. She looked at him over the rim of her cup, eyes sharp but not angry, and said that she was amused. He muttered that amusement was somehow worse. She said that he had come home in one piece, had learned something, and that Endeavor had lived to regret his choices, which she would call a successful afternoon. He snorted and added that Endeavor had also told Hawks they would be a good fit for UA. She softened her expression and asked what he thought. He stared into his tea and said that nothing really fit him. She nodded as if she had expected that answer and advised him not to choose yet, warning that people rushed into boxes out of fear of empty space. She told him he did not have to decide now. He looked at her and realized she was calm, steady, dangerous in a protective way on his side. He thanked her. She reached over and ruffled his hair, telling him to eat his biscuits and that tomorrow would probably be worse. He smiled despite himself. He stared into his teacup, then asked if she thought he should enter UA. She set her cup down carefully, leaned back against the couch, and considered several possible futures before replying that the decision was not hers to make. He noted that she always had an opinion. She agreed, but clarified that this was not about opinions. In a steady, professional tone she said she could protect him, train him, teach him to survive the world of heroes, villains, and paperwork, and keep others from making reckless moves, but she could not choose his path for him. He pushed, asking whether she thought UA would chew him up and spit him out. She asked him whether he believed that himself. He admitted he thought UA would try, and she asked whether he would let it. He answered absolutely not, and she recognized that defiant certainty as unmistakably his. She reached out and rested her hand over his, warm and grounding. She described UA as a tool powerful and dangerous. It could offer access, resources, knowledge, and connections, but it could also try to shape him into something he was not. He said flatly that he did not like being shaped, and she smiled and said that was why she trusted him. He asked what he should do if he went and hated it. She said he could leave. He asked what he should do if he did not go and regretted it. She said he would find another way. She squeezed his hand and told him that his life was not a straight line but a map, and he was allowed detours. He exhaled and asked aloud whether she really would not tell him what to do. She replied that the moment she did, it would stop being his choice. He laughed that parenting was unfair, and she grinned and agreed. He looked around the apartment at the same walls that had seen heroes crash through windows and villains toppled or defeated, then looked back at her and said that if he went he would not become what others wanted, and if he stayed he would still be himself. She approved of both answers. Silence settled between them, thoughtful rather than heavy. He picked up another biscuit and told her he would think about it. She raised her cup in a small toast and said that that was all she asked. His room smelled like paper, old ink, and faint antiseptic how he had always known he was home. He closed the door quietly, not because his mother would mind the noise but because the moment felt like something to savor. The hallway light cut off and the room settled into its familiar half-shadow, the kind that exists only when you know every corner by heart. Nothing had changed, and that struck him harder than he expected. The shelves were still lined wall to wall, bending slightly under the weight of too many books. Hero analysis notebooks beside villain case studies, medical anatomy atlases tucked between battered biographies of pro-heroes, old Aldra textbooks annotated in angry red. He stood in the half-light and let the silence of the room answer him for a moment. Spiral notebooks with covers taped back together because I refused to throw them out. It's a mess. It's my mess. I drop my bag by the door and drift toward the shelves, fingers brushing spines like I'm checking for a pulse. I read the titles on the spines: All Might, Rise of a Symbol, Hero Commission Incident Reports Restricted, Human Musculature and Stress Trauma, Emergency Field Surgery, Non-Quirk Assisted. I snort softly. Normal kid stuff. I pull one notebook free, green cover, frayed edges, my handwriting small and frantic inside. The first hero analysis notebook. The original. The one I started before I even understood why I needed it. I sit on my bed, careful not to crease the pages too much, and flip it open. The paper is yellowed now. Smudged pencil notes. Diagrams that don't quite make sense anymore because I didn't have the vocabulary yet. Stick figure heroes with exaggerated arrows pointing at joints and blind spots. Back when I thought knowledge alone could save me. I smiled despite myself. I remember hiding this under my mattress at Aldra. I remember Bakugo laughing when he found out I took notes instead of throwing punches. I remember teachers pretending not to see the notebooks even as they confiscated everything else I owned. No one ever told me to stop, they just assumed it didn't matter. I flip a few more pages. There's All Might again, the man, not the symbol. Notes about posture, timing, how even someone invincible still moves like they expect resistance. My mother, half asleep on the couch that night, murmured corrections as she always did and pointed out the hitch in his step, saying it came from an old injury on the left side. I paused the recording 20 times until I saw it too. That was the night I realized heroes bleed. I set the notebook aside and reached for another thicker, heavier. Villain profiles. Handwritten annotations layered over printed reports. Names crossed out. Some circled. Some underlined twice. I linger on one page longer than the rest. A stain mars the margin. My mouth quirks. I never thought I'd see him in person. I never thought I'd be the one telling him to take his mess somewhere less inconvenient. Life has a weird sense of humor like that. I close the notebook and lean back, staring at the ceiling. There's a crack above my bed shaped vaguely like a lightning bolt. It's been there since I was 6. My mother said it happened during a storm. I don't remember the storm, but I remember waking up scared and climbing into her bed, clutching my notebooks like they were life preservers. She didn't tell me to stop being afraid. She told me to learn why. I sit up and slide off the bed, crouching to pull open the bottom drawer of my desk. Medical notes. These are newer. Cleaner. Sometimes in my mother's handwriting, sometimes mine. Anatomy sketches precise and clinical. Notes about burn depths. About quirk-related tissue damage. About how to stabilize someone when you don't have a healing quirk and time is laughing at you. I run my thumb along the edge of a page detailing shoulder injuries. Gang Orca's shoulder. I hadn't even thought about it while treating him. My hands just moved. My mind just sorted priorities. Wounds, shock, breathing, pain. Routine. I exhale slowly. I grew up like this. Between hospital corridors and whispered conversations. Between heroes who pretended not to be scared of my mother and villains who learned very quickly to be. I grew up knowing where arteries ran and where heroes liked to stand when they thought no one was watching. I grew up understanding that power wasn't just flashy quirks, it was preparation. Information. Timing. I stack the medical notes carefully back into the drawer and stand, turning in a slow circle. My desk is cluttered with old pens, broken watches, a pair of cracked goggles I never quite figured out how to use. A corkboard above it is pinned with newspaper clippings and scribbled thoughts and a single photo of my mother and me, both of us laughing, flour on our faces from a baking disaster that nearly set off the smoke alarm. I didn't realize it then, but that photo is proof. I was happy. Not because life was easy, but because it was mine. I sit back down at my desk and pull out a fresh notebook. Waiting. I write the letters UA at the top, and they look strange, too clean, too official. UA would give me access to things I can't get on my own. Archives, training facilities, people who know things, people who hide things. UA would also try to define me hero, support, civilian boxes I've never fit into. I glance back at the shelves, at the evidence of a life spent walking the line between categories that never wanted me: quirkless, analyst, medic, problem. I don't hate heroes. I don't worship them either. I know what they are and what they aren't. And that's the problem. I close the blank notebook without writing anything else. Not yet. I stretch out on my bed, hands folded behind my head, staring at the ceiling crack again. Whatever I choose, UA or not, it won't erase this room, these books, these memories. They made me. I don't think I'd trade that for anything, not even a school that promises to turn me into something shinier. I smile to myself, small and private, and tell myself I will handle it.